The story begins with our protagonist saying, "It all happened 1,000 years later. I, who succeeded him, Frey Rayon, still don't understand what Starlight did to this world. Even now, I wonder whether the path I chose based on the future shown to me that day is truly the correct one." We see Frey handing his sword to the Demon King. The Demon King asks him, "Have you finished tidying up and come to offer even your weapon? Thanks to you, the true demons have no role to play." The Demon King, a woman, continues to collaborate with the Demon King and destroy the world, to wear the guise of a hero and slaughter your family and friends. What a vile atrocity, unprecedented in history. Frey, with a smile, replies, "It's an honor to receive praise from you." She holds his chin and lifts it gently. "Do you really think this is praise?" she asks. "But if annihilation is the only outcome anyway, for someone who would even take their own family's lives, it's not surprising." She adds, "As promised, I'll make you my subordinate." With a cold expression, he thanks her and says, "This was the only path I could choose." She tells him, "My army should have already finished eliminating the remnants. The world's destruction is only a matter of time now, isn't it?" Later, we see Frey with his head slumped down, saying, "Familiar places are collapsing one after another. Even the people I love. I killed them all with my own hands." A flashback begins. A girl asks him, "Does slaughtering everyone in the mansion make you feel better?" "I regret that. Due to my lack of power, I couldn't take you down with me." This girl is a dark sorcerer named Kanya. With tears streaming from her eyes, she holds a knife to her throat and says, "I will watch over you as you suffer and writhe to the end in this crumbling world." She ends her life by slitting her throat as Frey watches her limp body fall to the ground. The scene shifts to a war zone, where a red-haired girl clutches her shoulder in pain, heavily injured by arrows lodged in her body. "Those Demon King army bastards. No matter how many I defeat, they keep coming. If only I could sacrifice my life to stop the world's destruction, it would be a small price to pay," she says. This is the Grand Mage, Irina Filiard. She looks at Frey and asks, "Why is a hero like you commanding them?" With a solemn expression, she conjures a spell and says, "I was a fool to trust even a little in someone like you. Try surviving all alone if you can." She detonates her self-destruction spell, blowing the entire area apart. The scene shifts to a castle, where a girl lies on the floor surrounded by monsters. She says, "For 1,000 years, this empire stood strong against any foreign invader without yielding. To think it would be destroyed by the most trusted vassal. She is the princess of the empire, Clanasola Sunrise." She cries with hatred in her eyes and says to him, "Frey Rayon Starlight, even as you rot, you will remain etched in my heart as the most despicable human of all." With a cold expression, he finishes her off as her ketchup splatters onto his face. The scene shifts to a burning church, where a girl holding a cross prays, "Oh God, I thank you. Thanks to the evil hero, I finally realized that you abandoned us." Her name is Saintess Felroche Asterade. As Frey opens the door to the church, she says, "Hero, no, Frey. Even in death, I will never forget your atrocities. It is my duty to tell God what kind of person you truly are." The scene transitions to a burning fortress, where a woman's voice says, "This is humanity's last stronghold. That's why I've suppressed my emotions and calculated everything meticulously. From the Demon King army's roots to resource management, and even my own conclusions. I've doubted everything." As Frey gets closer to her, she says, "But there's one thing I could never predict." Looking at him with a soft smile and tears streaming down her face, she says, "Even now, the feelings I have for you still remain." She is the genius Prime Minister, Serena Luna Moonlight. We see her body being split by a giant burning rock as ketchup splatters everywhere. "And so I became a villain by my own hand because it was necessary," Frey concludes coldly. The Demon King laughed, her voice echoing through the crumbling surroundings. "A hero and a Demon King joining forces? It's unheard of. Now all that's left is to destroy that sword, and everything will end." As she said the word, "at last," Frey raised his head, his expression unreadable. "That's right," he said. And suddenly the sword in his hand began to emit a glowing blue aura, illuminating the darkness around them. The Demon King's confident smirk faltered. Her eyes widened in shock. What are you doing now?" she demanded, her voice trembling with an edge of panic. Frey stood tall, holding his sword with steady hands. A smirk played on his lips as he replied, "It's nothing worth being so shocked about. My plan was simple, to perish here with you. With this, a path opens to save the world I destroyed." The aura around the sword intensified, crackling with energy. The Demon King yelled in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Frey's voice grew louder, resolute, almost triumphant. The energy around him surged uncontrollably as his plan unfolded. Then everything went black. Frey jolted awake, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. He sat up, his breath ragged. Slowly, his surroundings came into focus. He looked around the big, familiar room and muttered to himself, "There's no doubt, this is my home." He swung his legs over the side of the bed, slipping on his shoes. Standing, he walked over to the desk where a calendar lay. He picked it up, his hands trembling slightly. "The day before I enrolled in the academy," he murmured. "It really is." Frey's eyes gleamed with realization. He called out, "System!" and a glowing screen materialized before him. The text on it read, "The fate of someone who once destroyed the world. As a true villain, a path to save the world opens. Pretend to be a villain and save the world. If you succeed, unparalleled happiness will come to you." His gaze lingered on the words as a bittersweet smile crossed his lips. This is the reward for destroying the world with my own hands and dying alongside the Demon King," he whispered. "I've finally entered it, the hidden route." Overcome with emotion, Frey tore the calendar page from its place, and tears welled up in his eyes as he vowed, "This time, I will save everyone." 10 years ago, a young Frey Ryan, barely 10 years old, walked alongside his father. He looked up curiously at a strange set of symbols written on an old parchment. "What are these worm-like letters?" he asked innocently. His father smiled down at him. "Those are called kana. Only those who inherit the bloodline of the heroic House of Starlight can read them." Frey starts to get confused and asks, "But why?" He trailed off as his father's voice became more serious. "We've arrived at the entrance," his father said, his tone now filled with finality. "From here on, you must go alone." Frey's eyes widened, and he looked up at his father, panic creeping into his voice. "Why should I go alone? What's going to happen?" His father knelt before him, placing a firm hand on his shoulders. "Stand firm, Frey. You've heard of the prophecy circulating in the Empire, haven't you?" Frey nodded hesitantly. "When the Demon King vanishes, their successor will appear. 1,000 years later, the world will be engulfed. But at that moment, a new hero will emerge to save the world." Frey furrowed his brow. "Yes, I know. That's the will of the ancestors who defeated the Demon King, right?" His father nodded, his face solemn. "Yes, but that is only the prophecy known to the Empire. There's another part, one passed down only within our family." Frey's heart skipped a beat. "What part?" His father's voice dropped to a whisper filled with weight. "A prophecy that says, 1,000 years after the defeat of the Demon King, the successors of both the Demon King and the hero will appear. And that 1,000 years is exactly now." Nervously, Frey stepped forward and entered the room his father had pointed to. The moment the door shut behind him, a sense of isolation overwhelmed him. He banged against the door, calling for his father in desperation. But there was no response. Then, a light emitted from a pedestal in the center of the room, catching his eye. He gasped in surprise as he saw it. The legendary hero's sword, glowing with an otherworldly aura. He took a step closer, his hand reaching out to touch it. But then, a voice interrupted, commanding him to stop. "That's still too much for you to handle." Frey jumped back, startled by the sudden appearance of a man before him. His eyes narrowed, and he stumbled back. "Who the hell are you?" The man scowled at him. "You don't even recognize the face of your ancestor?" Frey blinked in confusion, then frowned. "Huh. That's strange. My ancestor was supposed to be a handsome man, wasn't he?" The man's face tightened with anger. "Kid, do you want to throw hands?" Frey was taken aback but said nothing. The man sighed, rolling his eyes. "Anyway, you came here to learn how to conquer this world, didn't you?" Frey, still confused, shook his head. "Conquer? Nah, I just came because my father told me I had to if I wanted to save my friends." The man pointed at him. "That's part of conquering too. So, you're not wrong." The expression on the man's face turned serious. "Well, just listen for now. The world you live in? It could be called hard mode, No, it's not just a bad ending. Frey's eyes widened as the man placed a hand on his face. Seeing is believing. Suddenly, Frey screamed in agony, his vision blurring as pain shot through his head. The world around him twisted, and his friends' faces flashed before his eyes, lifeless and broken, one after another. His heart sank as he realized what he was witnessing. The man's voice echoed in his mind. This is the world you'll see if you take the wrong path, a world filled with despair. Frey collapsed to the ground, panting for air, his body trembling in shock as the horror of the future gripped him. The man watched him with a cold, unreadable expression. Inside, however, he understood the weight of the moment. Frey had just witnessed the process of losing everything he held dear. The man's voice broke the silence. "Tell me your choice." Tears streamed down Frey's face with a deep sorrow in his eyes. "I'll do it," he whispered, his voice filled with determination. "Just like my ancestor. I will protect everyone I love." The man's demeanor softened slightly, nodding. "All right, I'll teach you the only path to reach the happy ending." He stepped forward, placing a hand gently on Frey's face. "The only way to save yourself, your loved ones, and the world, it's by no means an easy path. You must destroy the world with your own hands and die with the Demon King. Once you enter the hidden route, new trials will await you. But don't lose heart. This is the only way." And so the flashback ends and we return to the present. Frey says to himself, "Now I'm ready to head towards the happy end." Nothing has changed from before, but one thing is different. The presence of the system. This is a new ability that will be useful in the future I'm about to face. It's quite similar to what I saw in the prophecy book when I was a child. At this level, I should be able to handle it even on my first attempt. On the route my ancestor showed me, methods for using this ability also appeared. If I master the system and accomplish that in the end, I can protect the world where everyone lives. Suddenly a knock sounds at the door and a voice says, "Young master, it's Kanya. May I come in?" He smiles and tells her to enter. He inwardly thinks to himself that he's struggled so much to get here, so it's time to take a break for a bit. We now see that the system has completed updating and he mutters, "It's been a while since I've seen that smile on my childhood friend Kanya." The system turns red, displaying the following message: "The path of the false villain. If you chose to commit acts of evil that destroyed the world in your life, in this life, the system will force you to commit such acts. There is a penalty. If your good deeds are discovered, your life force will be severely diminished. These restrictions are essential for conquering the hidden route. The system shows that points accumulate with every evil act, and they can be used to purchase necessary items or skills." Suddenly, the system flashes red and warns him. Frey gets alert at the sudden notification. As Kanya enters the room, she stares at him with pure hatred. The system then alerts him that 5 heroines retain memories from the previous cycle. He's shocked by the revelation and realizes that he's made a huge mistake. He trembles in fear as he says, "What is this murderous intent? Kanya, my butler, cursed from birth with dark magic that saps her life force. She's also one of the 5 main heroines mentioned in the prophecy. If Kanya retains her memories from the previous cycle, he recalls a moment when he said to her, 'Having no parents doesn't make you special. Do you want to be kicked out too?' As he stepped on her head. Frey starts to panic, thinking, she could kill me at any moment. Kanya then asks him, "Young master, will you be dining now?" He nervously responds, "Ah, yeah, just bring me the usual." She glares at him with killing intent and replies, "Understood," before shutting the door with a loud thud as she leaves the room. Frey trembles in fear, saying, her freezing eyes indicate that she remembers everything, without a doubt. He then says to himself, "I have no clue what's going on, but I need to prepare for now." Suddenly he receives a notification warning that the system has detected strong murderous intent nearby. He mutters, "Murderous intent? Way to state the obvious. I've already felt plenty of that. What are you talking about now?" His skill detects threats once a day, but since it's only at level 1 right now, it isn't very powerful. Nervously he says, "Right now, the target identified is Kanya, but if she kills me, her own master, she won't get away unscathed either. Why would she do this? Even in this situation, does she hate me so much that she wants to kill me?" Suddenly, he feels a murderous aura coming from his door as Kanya announces, "I've brought you your soup." He thinks to himself, She must have cursed the food with dark magic to drive me to an untimely death. As he takes the bowl, she bows and says, "Enjoy your meal." He thinks to himself, to someone like her, who remembers everything, I'm nothing but garbage. Fine, looks like I'll have to make my move as well. He then says to her, "Wait." She looks back at him, and he yells in anger, "Who told you to bring me this? Bring me a sandwich instead." He throws the soup bowl towards her head. She barely manages to avoid it, startled by the sudden change in tone. A notification pops up. You earned 1 false villain point. Kanya then says, "All right, I'll bring it right away," and runs off, slamming the door behind her. He lets out a sigh of relief as she leaves the room. A few minutes later, Kanya enters his room, holding the sandwich he requested. He looks at the sandwich, which emits a cursed aura, and says, "There's no cheese in it, remake it." She tries to respond, but he yells, "Are you talking back to me?" Nervously, she says, "No," and leaves to prepare another dish. As she brings in a new dish, he keeps making false excuses for why it isn't good enough, constantly demanding remakes. With every cruel action, he continues to rack up more and more false villain points. After the 8th attempt, Kanya can barely stand. She fidgets nervously and hands him the sandwich. He looks at her and thinks to himself, "You're surprisingly persistent, aren't you?" She remade it again and again until her magic was completely drained. He takes the sandwich and brings it closer to his mouth. Kanya begins to look delighted, but then he suddenly throws it away, saying, "Actually, I think I'll just have the soup from earlier." She falls to her knees and he tells her to remake it again. She stands up to do so, but then she faints. Frey catches her by the arm to prevent her from falling. He smiles at her, pats her head, and says, "What a cruel twist of fate. I wish I could have laughed with you, even for a little while." As he places her on the bed, he murmurs, "Earning points is more life-threatening than I thought. For now, I'll replenish Kanya's life force before things get worse." The only way to stabilize Kanya's dark magic is to fill her cursed body with someone else's life force. As he transfers his life force to her, he winces in pain and says, "I won't live long anyway, so using my life to keep her alive seems like the better option." Later, he sighs as he completes the process and says, "For now, I need to come up with a strategy to deal with this ridiculous situation. There's no way to proceed with the original plan." He picks up the calendar and says, "Approximately 2 months remain until the main quest begins. Until then, I plan to stay low, making subtle preparations without attracting attention. I intend to lie low and avoid revealing my identity." He sighs again and says, "But starting off with something not in the prophecy? Give me a break. There are still 4 other main heroines besides Kanya, and one of them is my traveling fiancée. She doesn't require immediate attention right now. That leaves Princess Klana, who was abandoned by the royal family. She currently has no power to act against me, which means the real trouble is Irina and Felroche, who I'll frequently encounter at the academy. Saintess Felroche is a naive pawn of the church, but any misstep could socially destroy me. The bigger threat is Irina. She's reckless and impulsive. She might kill me on sight without hesitation. And then there's Kanya. Since her sister is a hostage, she won't kill me outright. But I have to gather false villain points no matter the cost. Without enough power or survival skills, I'll be killed quickly. The points I earn from Kanya alone are limited. The higher the risk, the faster the points accumulate with more interactions. If I use the information gathered so far, and the prophecy book, I should be able to cover some ground. I'll try to organize everything by tomorrow, and then the real battle begins after I enroll in the academy. Later, Frey sat on the floor and sighed, realizing that he had been so absorbed in the prophecy book that the morning had already arrived. He glanced at Kanya and muttered to himself, "Guess I should wake her up now." With great effort, he managed to carry her and place her on the floor, grumbling, "She's too heavy." Sighing deeply, he knew it was time to start his villainous act. He looked at her and shouted, "Hey, how long do you plan to sleep?" Kanya woke up at the sudden noise and shot him a disdainful look. He sneered at her. "What's with that face? Got something to complain about?" As she stood up, he added, "Today's the first day at the academy, isn't it? Hurry up and prepare the carriage." She replied coldly, "Yes, as you wish," and left, slamming the door behind her. Frey couldn't help but feel sorry for the door. It really didn't deserve that. He then looked at the system and sighed. Still only 100 points? Looks like I need at least a few hundred to buy any skills or items. He glanced at Kanya through the window and muttered, "Guess I'll just have to keep earning them bit by bit if I don't want to die." Then, breaking the fourth wall, he added, "This is going to be such a fun academy life." Later at the academy, some students praised Frey, saying his entrance ceremony speech had been so moving. They all began to fawn over him, pouring him a glass of wine while the girls started vying for his attention. Frey chuckled to himself. "I am renowned for my talent and beauty, after all. These vultures, their ulterior motives are so obvious." One student spoke up. "Lord Frey, we'd like to propose placing our products in the royal palace. We've also brought some commoner women for your enjoyment." Frey took a sip of wine, pretending to consider it. "I'll decide after I see your sincerity," he said, before sighing inwardly. "Is money and women all these people care about?" His gaze shifted to his plate as he violently stabbed a piece of meat with his fork. "It's not just the Demon King I want to deal with. I'd love to do something about these rotten nobles, too," he thought to himself. But he knew better than to upset them right now. If I'm going to earn points, I have to keep playing along with these trash. Suddenly, his attention was drawn elsewhere, as he heard shouting. A voice yelled, "Ugh, you unruly women!" And another girl screamed, "Let me go!" Frey's eyes narrowed as one of the students from earlier dragged a red-haired girl by her hair and presented her to Frey. "We've brought you some women to enjoy," he said smugly. Frey's heart sank as he recognized the girl. It was Irina, bruised and battered. "No way! Irina got caught?" Frey thought, panic rising in his chest. Her specialty is fire magic, but she can use other elemental magic too. She's a genius. No one should be able to deal with her, right? Then it hit him. She must have intentionally gotten captured, planning to take out everyone here at once. His mind raced as he quickly accessed the system, searching for any upgrades that might help. His heart raced when he spotted a defense boost that could protect the target from a fatal blow once. Without hesitation, he quickly bought the upgrade. Frey walked toward Irina, the earlier points he had earned from Kanya proving useful in this tense situation. He could feel the weight of the moment as he closed in on her. Irina gritted her teeth in anger, clearly struggling to contain her rage. Suddenly, a notification flashed on Frey's screen. Irina's mana has depleted. Frey's eyes widened. Mana depletion? He thought, startled. A genius like Irina? Is she planning to store up her mana and explode it all at once? Irina's voice suddenly pierced the air, her fury evident. "You filthy bastards won't get away with this." One of the earlier men, still holding her by the hair, sneered, "Vulgar woman, your only purpose is to please us, so shut up and suck on it." Frey's tone turned cold as he interrupted. "Get lost." The scumbag, taken aback by Frey's sudden command, stammered, "What did you just say?" Frey's patience snapped, and he hurled his wineglass at the wall, shouting, "Get lost! I'm busy playing with the woman." The two men scrambled, running away while telling Frey to enjoy himself. As the room cleared, Frey let out a wicked laugh, then grabbed Irina by the chin. "Let's have some fun in a quiet place," he purred. Irina's eyes filled with contempt. "What a disgusting guy," she spat, glaring at him. "If it had been like this, I should have hit you with ultimate magic instead of the Demon King's army." Frey smirked, reaching toward her body. "What's this?" "First, I'll teach you to shut that arrogant mouth of yours." Irina closed her eyes, her mind racing. Damn it, getting caught just before midnight. But when she opened her eyes again, she found Frey on the ground, passed out drunk. One of the other girls, clearly relieved, whispered, "Looks like he passed out drunk. Let's escape quickly." As they ran, the girl added, "We're lucky. I heard that if you get caught, your fate's horrible. He's the kind of bastard who thinks of commoners as slaves." Once they were gone, Frey opened his eyes, scanning the room to ensure no one was nearby. He let out a sigh of relief, having sent everyone away with his acting skills worthy of an Oscar. That reckless act was only possible because I had the emergency defense boost, he thought to himself, checking the time. As it struck 12 p.m., the emergency defense boost vanished. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Target, Irina. Details, Curse of Midnight. The message continued. The Curse of Midnight declares death for the target at 12 p.m. the next day. It can be used once a year. The caster remains in a state of mana depletion for a year. Frey exhaled in relief, muttering, in other words, it was a close call. His attention was then drawn to Kanya, walking toward him with a cold, calculating look in her eyes. She called him master in a detached tone, noting that he shouldn't be sleeping in a place like this. As she helped him to his feet, Frey lightly poked her cheek. "I can't walk right now, so carry me," he said with a grin. Kania's eyes narrowed, clearly irritated. Without another word, she threw him onto her back and began carrying him. "If you'd always be this obedient, that'd be nice," Frey murmured, his mind briefly shifting from the tension to a fleeting thought of amusement. Kania muttered under her breath, "Frey, you're still a scumbag." Her words sent a jolt of surprise through him. "What?" he thought, his heart skipping a beat. Then Kania continued, her voice chillingly cold. "If it weren't for my sister, I'd kill you right now." Frey's eyes widened as memories of Kania's sister flooded his mind. He recalled moments from their childhood, like the time she had brought him a present with a bright smile, or when he had climbed a tree to retrieve her hat, only to fall and injure his arm despite their warnings. Kania's voice snapped him out of the memories. Her tone was icy. "Wait for me, Frey. Once I've ensured my sister's safety, I'll make sure to stop your breath." Later at the dormitory, Frey lies on his bed and waves her off, saying he's going to sleep. Kania, holding her luggage, replies that she'll be staying in his room from today onwards. He quickly sits up on the bed and says, "You're joking, right?" She replies, "The Duke told me not to take my eyes off you. If you send me out, I'll be expelled." Startled, he thinks to himself that the system considers the following 3 cases to be game over. First, expulsion, or being unable to attend the academy for unjust reasons. Second, the death of even one main heroine. Third, the system owner dying in any situation other than the final battle. As Kania lays on the mattress, she tells him goodnight, leaving him in a state of conflicting thoughts. He sighs and says, "So while attending school, I have to protect the heroines and my own life. This is a ridiculous request from this damn game. But complaining won't change anything, right?" The next morning, Kania wakes Frey by saying, "Master, you should wake up soon, or you'll be late." He rolls to his side and replies, "I don't care. I'm still sleeping." She then turns to leave, saying she'll go ahead. Frey quickly sits up and yells, "Hey, wait! What do you think you're doing?" Startled, she turns back just as Frey suddenly coughs up blood. Inwardly, he thinks, "Damn it, did I give away too much vitality yesterday?" She asks him worriedly, "Are you okay?" He replies, "I'm fine. Don't worry about it." He then stands up and yells at her, "When did I ever say you could go ahead?" Frey grazes her chest while pulling a fountain pen from her pocket, saying, "You're like this fountain pen. Can a fountain pen move on its own?" He throws the pen away and yells, "If you have a complaint, then get out. I'll make your sister my mistress." Kania begins crying heavily and apologizes, saying, "I'm sorry. Please just spare my sister." Frey tilts his head and laughs mockingly. "You're crying. She's your precious little sister, huh?" He places a hand on her shoulder and says coldly, "If you understand, then don't get any strange ideas, okay?" The system then notifies him, "You have gained 10 false villain points for threatening her family in an extreme way." Kania bends down, picks up her fountain pen from the floor, and cries while remembering that the pen was a gift from her little sister, Katia. As she notices the bloodstains on the bedsheet, she mutters to herself, "Did Frey have any pre-existing conditions?" Later in the classroom, the teacher introduces herself, saying, "I am Isometric Alham. I will be in charge of Class A for the next year. Nice to meet you." As she notices Kania and Frey entering the classroom late, she yells, "You too! You're late, minus 10 points for both of you." Frey scolds Kania, blaming her for making him late, while she struggles to maintain her composure, barely restraining herself from punching him in the face. Suddenly, Irina yells, "What are you doing here?" Frey notices her, quickly turns the other way and avoids further problems. As the teacher starts the class, Frey glances at Irina, who is biting her finger and mumbling, "How is he still alive? My magic was perfect. Could it be that he was with the Demon King from the start?" The teacher yells at everyone to keep their voices down, while Felroche glares at Frey with killing intent. He sighs and mutters, "Why does the first day already have to be this much trouble?" As the first class ends, Felroche taps Frey's shoulder, glaring at him, and says, "Lord Frey, I would like to offer you a blessing. Could I have a moment with you in a place where we won't be seen? Just the two of us, if possible." Suddenly, Frey gets a system notification warning him, strong murderous intent nearby. He thinks, "This girl, her intentions are so obvious." He glares at her and says, "No thanks." She gets nervous and stammers, My blessing isn't something that can be bought with money. Frey flips her off with his middle finger and walks off like a Chad. Felroche starts crying, saying, "I'm sorry, you're too harsh." Frey sighs and mutters, "Being too pure is troublesome. You'll just be used by the cult again." Later, at the training ground, the teacher commands everyone stay quiet. The second period is combat training. She firmly holds her sword and announces, "Step forward one by one." A boy steps forward to face her, but with a single strike, she disarms him and places her sword at his neck. She mocks, "Trying to cast a fireball? That's more like a sparkler." She yells at him, "Pathetic." Next, Kanya stands up as it's her turn and steps forward to face the teacher. Their duel begins with Kanya skillfully conjuring dark magic to counter the teacher's sword slashes. The fight grows intense as Frey watches nervously from the sidelines. He smirks nervously and mutters, "Normally she wraps things up quickly to prevent mana depletion, but what's going on today? There's a limit to how much vitality I can share remotely." As Kanya continues fighting fiercely, Frey clutches his chest in pain and mutters anxiously, "That's enough. How long are you planning to keep fighting, Kanya?" The teacher acknowledges Kanya's skill with a smile. "You're exceeding my expectations," she says. "I'll be watching to see how much longer you can last." Kanya readies another attack, but suddenly stops and says, "Due to being born with unstable mana, if I fight any longer, I might lose control." The teacher nods thoughtfully. "So that's why you've been so cautious. What a shame. You have enough potential to become the strongest mage." Frey, watching from the side, lets out a sigh of relief as the sparring ends. He mutters, "I thought I was going to die from running out of vitality." The teacher then calls out for the next person to step forward. Frey, smirking mischievously, equips a charm onto himself. This is an unmissable opportunity to earn tons of points. He thinks to himself, his grin widening. Next up, Irina steps forward to face the teacher. She attempts to conjure flames, but fails disastrously as the spell explodes in her face. The crowd murmurs in confusion as it becomes clear that Irina's magic has been severely weakened, likely due to the mana depletion she suffered when attempting to kill Frey earlier. Concerned for her safety, the teacher halts the match and orders Irina to be taken to the infirmary. Finally, it's Felroche's turn. She steps forward but hesitates. "Is it possible for me to forfeit, teacher?" she asks, her voice calm. "I don't want to use my powers against a teacher." The teacher raises an eyebrow but agrees. "Very well, but be prepared for some kind of disadvantage for sitting this one out." The teacher, with a fiery gaze, calls upon the last participant. "Next," she commands, her voice firm. The last person to step forward is none other than our protagonist, Frey. With a cocky tone, he smirks at her. "Hey sis, is playing the passionate teacher fun for you?" She glares at him, unfazed. "And you, playing the noble, is that fun for you? Come at me. I'll straighten out that rotten mentality of yours." Without hesitation, Frey lunges forward with immense speed, his sword clashing against hers. The sheer force of his strike startles her, and she stumbles slightly. He sneers. "Don't be surprised by this level of power. This is just the beginning." Channeling aura into his sword, Frey unleashes a brutal and relentless assault. The teacher, a seasoned warrior, struggles to keep up with his ferocity. The spectators watch in awe, murmuring among themselves as the tide of battle shifts. Frey's overwhelming strength pushes the teacher back, forcing her onto the defensive. Finally, with a decisive strike, Frey disarms her, sending her sword flying into the air. It lands with a loud clang on the ground as the teacher stands there, stunned and humiliated. Suddenly, Felroche yells, "That pendant? It's releasing an aura of the devil." The teacher stiffens, startled, and turns to Frey. "Is that true?" she demands. Frey shrugs nonchalantly. "Why don't you check for yourself?" Felroche steps forward and channels her holy magic into the artifact. As her power interacts with it, the pendant begins to emit a dark red aura, laughing maniacally. The audience erupts in shock, murmuring among themselves. "The son of the Duke is using black magic? Just as expected. That thing's probably worth as much as a whole house," someone whispers. Frey checks the system, smirking. He's gained 2,000 points from the duel. "Seems like causing trouble in school is the safest and most efficient way," he mutters to himself. The teacher's glare sharpens. "We're having a private meeting. Follow me." Later in the teacher's office, she slams a hand on her desk and scolds him. bringing illegal black magic artifacts into the Sacred Academy. What were you thinking? Frey brushing it off casually. You're exaggerating. It's fine. It's just one item. Her expression softens slightly. What happened to you? You weren't like this before. Frey glances nervously at the system and thinks to himself, as expected, Sis is still worried about me, but I can't back down here. He smirks and replies coldly, I've just adapted to society. Isn't that what appeals to emotions nowadays? Living honestly is something only fools do. She sighs, conflicted, and finally says hesitantly, Fine. Since this is your first offense, I'll overlook it. Frey grins smugly. Oh, as expected of you, sis. That thing was expensive. You have no idea how much damage I've taken here. Her glare hardens. But there's a condition. Take me to that store. I'm going to destroy everything there. Frey chuckles playfully. Oh, sounds good. It's a promise, right? Let's go tomorrow then. I have some things I want to buy too. Holding her head in frustration, she replies, Frey, I'm not buying anything. Waving dismissively as he walks out, Frey says, You're so loud. Fine, tomorrow it is. Internally, he celebrates. Nice. Turning in the magic tool store for 2,000 points. That's a good deal. As she watches him leave, her voice softens. Frey, what happened to you? Why have you changed so much? Later, as Frey enters his room, he sees Kanya suspiciously holding a plushie. Welcome back, master. Frey sighs, rubbing his temples. I forgot you were here. Collapsing onto the bed, he notices the plushie in her hands and asks lazily, By the way, what's that? Kanya holds up the plushie proudly. It's a cat plushie from my little sister, Katia. Isn't it cute? He scoffs and closes his eyes. Pointless, he mutters, but inwardly he admits, it's cute, too cute. Annoyed by his own thoughts, he yells at her, Hurry up and go to sleep. Later that night, Frey wakes up and glances over at Kanya. Seeing her fast asleep, he quietly gets up and moves closer to her. Crouching beside her, he murmurs to himself, After I give you the vitality for tomorrow, I'll go to sleep too. But as he prepares to transfer the vitality, the mysterious plushie seems to be watching his every move. As Frey waves his hand in front of Kanya's face to confirm she's really asleep, the plushie behind him silently observes his every move. Unbeknownst to him, Kanya is using the plushie as a vessel to spy on him whenever she wishes. Watching his actions, she mutters through the plushie, Frey suddenly spat blood earlier? Something's definitely suspicious. During the day I've been keeping an eye on him, and there haven't been any shady moments. But while I'm asleep, that's when he'll act. I'll catch him with undeniable proof. Just you wait. As she focuses her gaze through the plushie, Frey rolls up his sleeve and hovers his hand over her stomach. The plushie stiffens, and Kanya's voice fills with fury. What is this pervert doing all of a sudden? Wasn't he supposed to be sick from partying all night? This scumbag. I'll kill him for sure. When I get back to my real body, I'll make him suffer maximum pain before slowly ending him. But then, she pauses, confused. Wait, what? What's he doing? Holding my stomach like that? He seems to be in pain? No, this scumbag can't just end it here. Let's wait a little longer. He'll definitely show his true colors. After some time, Frey finishes transferring life force and sighs in exhaustion. Through the plushie, Kanya mutters, Is that it? Suddenly, Frey turns toward the plushie and approaches it. Panic floods Kanya as she thinks, could it be he noticed? Even a saint would struggle to detect my black magic. Frey gently picks up the plushie, his face lighting up with joy. It's so cute. Oh, its fur is so fluffy. He lies on the bed, cuddling the plushie, as Kanya's consciousness trapped within starts to spiral into panic. What is he doing? Why is he playing with me? Someone save me. This is worse than dying. Frey pokes the plushie's stomach, and a soft meow escapes her. His eyes widen with excitement. It meows when you press it? That's amazing. He pokes the plushie again, and another involuntary meow comes out. Unable to stop himself, he keeps pressing its stomach repeatedly as Kanya's meows echo through the room. She screams internally, I can't believe this. Stop touching me, you idiot. Frey, completely oblivious, grins. I should get one of these too. This is so fun. Throughout the night, Frey continues pressing her stomach and laughing at the plushie's adorable meows, while Kanya endures the most humiliating night of her life. The next morning, Frey wakes up early and notices Kanya trembling while holding her stomach. "Why are you up so early?" he asks, yawning. Kanya avoids eye contact and replies hesitantly, "My stomach just hurts a little." He frowns and shouts, "Then hurry up and go to the bathroom. I don't want you making my room filthy." Embarrassed and flustered from the events of last night, Kanya quickly runs out of the room, clutching her stomach. Frey scoffs, "How disgusting." Turning his attention to the system screen, he notices something unusual. He gained 200 points due to some misunderstandings and mishaps. Confused, he mutters, "How the heck did I gain points without doing anything?" Suddenly, a system notification pops up. You have accumulated enough evil points to level up from beginner to intermediate. As a result, the store has been unlocked. Excited, he exclaims, "Finally, the store." As he browses the wide selection of items, he marvels at the possibilities. Just as he's about to make a purchase, another notification appears. Main quest: prevent the attack and capture the culprit. Reward: Hero's Weapon Awakening. Failure penalty: minor reduction in vitality and lifespan. He groans. Of course, another quest. Guess there's no rest for the wicked. First, I need to go to the auction and get that certain item. I promised Sis, so it works out perfectly. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. A voice calls out, "Frey, are you in there?" Frey groans and shouts, "Kanya, open the door." Kanya scrambles to her feet and quickly opens the door, revealing the teacher standing there. The teacher glances around the room, before narrowing her eyes at Kanya. "Why are you here? What's your reason for being in this room?" Kanya bows respectfully and replies, "I was granted permission to share the young master's room as his servant." The teacher's jaw drops in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind, Frey? Rooming with someone of the opposite sex?" Frey smirks devilishly and retorts, As expected of a virgin, you should experience it soon, sis, or you'll miss your chance to get married." The teacher freezes in place, completely stunned as his words strike a nerve. Kanya panics and waves her hands in the air. "Teacher, I assure you, there's nothing inappropriate going on between us." While the teacher tries to recover from her shock, Frey's system notification dings. "You gained 100 points for harsh criticism." He grins at the system screen before grabbing his sister by the arm. "Seriously, how long are you going to stand there frozen? Let's go already. You wanted to visit the back alleys, right?" The siblings walk side by side down a crowded, grimy street. Frey's sister glances around and frowns. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Frey rolls his eyes. "Just shut up and follow me," he snaps, leading the way with his usual arrogance. As they continue, she suddenly stops in her tracks. Her hands ball into fists, and her teeth grit together. "What is this place?" she demands, her voice trembling with anger. Frey follows her gaze. The sight of children rummaging through trash and beggars being kicked aside paints a stark picture of injustice. He thinks to himself, well, I suppose it's understandable. Sis always knew about the Empire's corruption, but she never got to see it firsthand. Her tone grows icy. "Hurry up and guide me to the store. After I'm done there, I'm cleaning up this entire area." Frey nonchalantly points ahead. "It's right in front of us." She pauses for a moment before drawing her sword. Her gaze sharpens and she commands, "Wait here. I'll finish this quickly." Frey sighs, watching her storm into the store. He shakes his head. As expected, Sis hasn't changed. Turning his head, he observes the chaotic street again. "The main quest preparation is my priority," he mutters under his breath. "I don't have time for extra work." But then, out of the corner of his eye, he notices a young girl being dragged away by a thug. Another thug chuckles darkly and says, "With a catch like this, the master's going to be very pleased." Frey's fists tighten at his sides, veins throbbing in his temples. His heart pounds with fury as he mutters, "This is definitely something I can't just overlook." Frey sprints toward the shady shop, his eyes narrowing as he follows the kidnapper's trail. He stops abruptly in front of the entrance, where two burly guards block his path. One of them crosses his arms and sneers, "Sorry, kid, we don't allow brats here." Frey smirks and casually tosses a hefty bag of coins at their feet. The guard's demeanor shifts instantly. They bow deeply, moving aside to let him through. "What did I say?" Frey mutters as he steps inside. "Money talks." A woman greets him with a sly smile. "Oh, what a charming customer." She slides a book filled with photos across the counter. "Which one suits your taste, young master?" Frey scans the images briefly, then leans back. "I'd prefer to see the real thing before making any decisions." She giggles, her eyes narrowing. You must be new to this, sweetie. Unfortunately, that's not how it works here. Frey smirks again and drops another pouch of coins on the table. Well, well, she coos. I suppose we can make an exception for such a generous patron. Follow me. She leads him down a dimly lit hallway toward a basement. Frey's eyes dart around, taking note of his surroundings. As expected, there's a secret area here. Suddenly, his system pings with a notification. Warning, the succubus queen is directly ahead. Frey's heart skips a beat. What? Why is one of the Demon King's subordinates here? Things just got a whole lot more interesting. And dangerous. The woman turns to him with a grin. Here we are. Feel free to look around. Frey freezes momentarily as his eyes land on a row of prison cells filled with women. Hey, you lot, the woman snaps. Smile. We've got a customer. The imprisoned women force strained smiles and weak greetings, their voices trembling. The woman looks back at Frey. This might be a bit overwhelming for someone so young. No, I like it, but I prefer younger ones. Her eyes narrow suspiciously, but Frey throws yet another bag of coins at her feet. How about it? Her face twists briefly before breaking into a manic laugh. Well, I can't argue with that. Follow me. She leads him to an unassuming wall, knocking 3 times. The wall begins to dissolve, revealing a hidden passage. Beyond here is... Before she can finish, Frey kicks her squarely in the stomach, sending her flying into the wall. She crumples to the ground, unconscious. Shut up and stay down, Frey mutters, stepping over her. I'll figure it out myself. He moves quickly through the passage, only to come to a sudden halt. In the center of the room is a large cage filled with terrified children, and etched into the ground is a glowing magic circle. Damn it, Frey mutters, his fists clenching. So this is the succubus queen's plan? That magic circle, it's for awakening the Demon King. They're using these kids as sacrifices. The trapped children scream for help as Frey approaches. Before he can act, a sultry voice echoes from the shadows. You've seen too much, the succubus queen purrs. How bold of you to come this far. She raises her hand, summoning a group of grotesque minions. Seize him, alive. Frey adjusts his mask as he unsheathes his sword, his voice calm yet commanding. It's troublesome if the kids see my face. Just wait a moment. Before the succubus queen or her minions can react, Frey moves like a flash of lightning. His blade slices through the air, severing heads with lethal precision. The room fills with the dull thuds of bodies hitting the floor, as his overwhelming strength and speed leave everyone stunned. The succubus queen's confidence shatters as she witnesses the massacre. Her voice trembles as she stumbles backward. Who are you? Frey's gaze pierces her as he begins walking toward her slowly, his aura menacing. The queen's fear reaches a fever pitch. Don't come any closer, she screams, tears welling in her eyes. What do you want? Information about the Demon Lord? I'll tell you everything. Or maybe I can serve you at night. You can use my body however you please to relieve stress. Succubi are masters of pleasure. Her words are abruptly cut off as Frey's sword pierces her heart. Blood drips from her lips as she gasps in pain. Why? She chokes out. It wasn't a bad deal. Frey's voice is cold and unyielding as he replies, It's simple. I don't make deals with people who mess with children. With one swift motion, he pulls his sword from her chest, and the succubus queen collapses lifelessly to the ground. The children in the cage huddle together, their eyes tightly shut, too afraid to witness the bloodshed. Outside, the children surround Frey, their faces lit with gratitude. Thank you for saving us. Frey holds his head, brushing off the praise. It wasn't anything special, he replies nonchalantly. He waves his hand toward them. Don't take any detours. Head straight home, okay? And make sure to buy something delicious with the money I gave you. As the children cheerfully disperse, Frey receives a system notification. Quest completed. Reward, hero's weapon, awakening or rare item, gift. He pauses, pondering the choice. Before he can decide, a voice interrupts him. Excuse me, a young girl calls out. How did you know we were there? Frey looks down at her, the system chiming in. Potential detected. Pure heart, unknown magical talent. Inwardly, he thinks. So this is the girl they captured earlier. Interesting. If her talent is nurtured, she could make history. He reaches into his pocket and retrieves a simple yet elegant ring. Handing it to her, he says, Take this. It's a lucky charm. The girl stares at the ring, bewildered. Why me? He smirks slightly and shrugs. Consider it an investment. For this country, I guess. The girl clutches the ring tightly. What's your name? I want to repay you someday. Frey pats her head gently, his masked face betraying no emotion. That's fine, he says. I've just done the hero's duty. He starts to walk away, waving as he goes. As long as you stay well, that's enough. Oh, and study magic. You have talent. The girl puts on the ring, her eyes filled with determination. Thank you so much, hero. I'll study magic diligently and repay this kindness one day. Please wait for me. Little did he know this small act of kindness would set off a chain of events that would bring about unimaginable change for both the girl and the world. Later, Frey arrives at the place where he had left his sister. He stands frozen at the sight of the wreckage before him. The whole shop is completely destroyed, with debris scattered all around. He mutters under his breath, "Didn't you know the meaning of moderation?" His sister, who had been busy cleaning up, looks up from the chaos and adjusts her glasses. "Where have you been wandering around?" she asks. "I got a little distracted, but now it's time to head to the auction." Frey interrupts her, his tone serious. "Wait, I need to stop by the Information Guild first. Apparently, today's auction will feature a black magic artifact." Her eyes widen in shock. "What did you say?" She hurries over to him, her voice sharp with urgency. "We can't waste any more time. Tell me the location of the venue." Frey scratches face, glancing around nervously. "But there's a barrier. Without an entry ticket, you won't be able to get in." Her frustration builds as she grabs him by the collar, pulling him closer. "What do you mean there's no way?" she demands, her voice low and dangerous. Frey stumbles back, his face flushed with unease. "Well, there is one way." Later, we find Frey walking beside his sister, who is now holding his arm close to her chest, blushing deeply. "Was this really the method?" she asks, her voice strained. He grins mischievously. "I told you, didn't I? To enter without a ticket, you'll have to register as my lover. You even want me to cross my arm with yours?" Frey smirks. "Well, I didn't exactly give you a choice, did I?" As Frey and his sister take their seats, he quietly urges her, "Act properly." He then mutters to himself, "Damn, I'm already at sister-leveling territory. It's risky, but there's no better bodyguard than my sister. This is just a seemingly ordinary item, so we should be able to obtain it without issue." Suddenly, his sister grips the hilt of her sword and prepares to unsheath it. "What is it? Is it the artifact?" "Where is it?" she demands, her eyes scanning the room. The system immediately pings with a notification. "Kanya is here." Frey freezes, puzzled. Why is Kanya here of all places? Before he can gather his thoughts, a red-hooded girl suddenly takes a seat close to him. The system sounds another warning. Klana detected. Frey glances up, noticing another familiar presence. The system identifies the next person. Felroche is also present. Frey chuckles nervously, realizing the predicament he's in. This is the worst possible situation. I'm surrounded by them. Please don't let my sister call me by my name. He inwardly panics. Could it be? All three of them are after the same thing I am? He looks around the room, noticing that Arena isn't here. That's a small blessing. At least she isn't here too. But are they trying to control me with that stone? At that moment, the host steps forward, introducing the first item of the auction. Let me introduce you. This is the Unknown Stone, a mysterious item with a power that cannot be understood even through appraisal. Frey's heart skips a beat. There it is, the Stone of Domination. He immediately connects the dots. This stone has the power to suppress the target and manipulate their mind to control them. It's necessary to complete the first scenario quest. There's no way I can do it without it. As the host announces the start of the bidding at 1 gold, Frey quickly raises his paddle, bidding 15 gold. Sorry, but I can't let anyone have this. In this world, money is everything. Don't underestimate the wealth of the Empire's top Duke family. The auctioneer points to Frey and announces, 15 gold it is. Is anyone else here who wants to bid against it? Klana raises her paddle, bidding 20 gold. Before Frey can react, Felroche quickly raises her paddle for 10,000 gold. The auctioneer, excited, asks, is this the winning bid? But then, Felroche panics, realizing she added an extra 0, and Frey sighs inwardly. What a clumsy girl she is. Without missing a beat, Frey raises his paddle for 11,000 gold, and the auctioneer announces the new bid. Then a man with a mustache jumps in with 12,000 gold. Frey scowls, clearly irritated. He raises the bid to 13,000 gold, and the mustache man immediately raises it again to 20,000 gold. The tension builds between the two as they continue to outbid each other. The back and forth escalates quickly, and Frey grows more irritated with each raise. Finally, after several rounds, Frey pushes the bid to 55,000 gold. The auctioneer, visibly nervous, glances around to see if anyone else is willing to outbid him. With no one daring to raise the stakes further, the auctioneer quickly brings down the hammer. 55,000 gold. The bid has been won. Frey smirks at the mustache man, who looks frustrated at having been outbid. I push my limits, but I've secured it. Suddenly, as the dark aura envelops the room, Frey looks over at Kanya, who is deep in thought, pondering how many years of her salary 55,000 gold would be worth. His unease grows as he senses her gathering dark magic, preparing to strike. Kanya, he thinks. She was planning to steal it from the beginning, wasn't she? Before he can react, Kanya's magic fills the air. In a panic, he leaps toward the artifact, hoping to secure it before things escalate further. However, his plan is quickly thwarted as a foot slams down onto his head, sending him flying into the wall. You shouldn't even be here, a cold voice rings out. It's Klana, glaring down at him. Who are you? You better introduce yourself while you can. Frey, already frustrated, looks up at her with a calm but chilling tone. Look down, he says simply. Confused, Klana glances down, only to realize that her pants have vanished, leaving her exposed beneath her coat. In a flurry of embarrassment and anger, she crouches down, covering herself, and yells, You devil? How shameless. The chaos doesn't stop there. Felrosha, sensing the conflict, joins in and screams, What a terrifying thing. You must be a minion of the Demon King. With that, she begins chanting a spell. Sun God, please grant me the power to destroy this hopeless perverted demon. No, 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 Frey yells in defense, realizing the misunderstanding. I'm not a devil, and I didn't start any fires either. Just as Felrosha's magic strikes at him, she watches in disbelief as it passes harmlessly by, leaving him unharmed. Felrosh stares, confused. It should have hit directly, she exclaims. Frey sighs, muttering to himself, That girl. She's lost control in her excitement. In the meantime, both Klana and Felrosh team up, with Felrosh chanting fervently, This must be the Sun God's trial. I will accept it with all my heart. Klana, furious, yells, If you look down at my body again, I'll kill you. But just as the tension peaks, a dark spell suddenly strikes both of them. They collapse to the ground, groaning in pain. From the shadows, a figure steps forward, the mustache man, casually walking between them. Ah, much better, he says smoothly, looking down at the fallen women. They were being a bit too noisy, so I shut them up. Frey's heart skips a beat as the system reveals the mustache man's identity. The great demon Eucharius. Well, well, if it isn't Frey Rayon Starlight, I didn't expect to meet you here of all places. Frey quickly bows with respect, trying to mask his panic. Are you, perhaps, Lord Eucharius? He asks. Eucharius replies saying, It seems you've come for the Stone of Domination. Frey's heart skips a beat as he tries to downplay the situation. The Stone of Domination? I didn't realize it was such a precious item. Eucharius raises an eyebrow. It's the only tool that can enhance my power, he explains. With that stone, even the Demon King won't be able to ignore me. The one who took it in my past life, it was him, wasn't it? Eucharius runs a hand through his mustache. I brainwashed the swordswoman who tried to attack me, he says with a casualness. I'm looking forward to fighting her, to test how strong I've become, even with my current power. As Frey swiftly unsheathes his sword, I'm relieved. So you're weak right now, he says, before dashing forward. His sword effortlessly passes through Eucharius, who remains eerily still. But as Frey shifts his focus, his sister is about to strike Kanya. Frey's attention snaps to her as he rushes towards her, desperate to stop what's about to happen. In his haste, his star-shaped brooch falls to the ground unnoticed. Kanya, in the moment of her attack, closes her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. But suddenly a burst of ketchup-like splatter hits her face. Startled, she opens her eyes and sees Frey, bloodied and weakened, having taken the full brunt of the strike intended for her. Frey, drenched in blood, spits out the crimson liquid. With a pained expression, he pulls Kanya into his arms, her eyes wide in shock. "Why?" she asks, her voice trembling with confusion and concern. Frey, his breath ragged, grips his sword tightly with his free hand. He thinks to himself, "This is bad. Even though I killed Eucharius, the brainwashing hasn't worn off yet. Can I defeat her in my current state with full power?" Summoning the last of his aura, he channels the energy into a swift, precise strike, tapping the back of his sister's neck. Her body slumps almost immediately, the magic taking effect as she falls unconscious, just as he hoped. "That should break the brainwashing," Frey mutters to himself. "I need to get out of here," he thinks urgently. Kanya asks him, saying, "Wait, who are you?" Kanya's shout echoes behind him as he disappears into the distance. As Frey continues running, ketchup drips steadily from his body. He grits his teeth, forcing himself to stay conscious. "Come on, don't pass out now. If I fall here, everything will be for nothing. I just need to hang on. I have to make it to the dorm." Back at the auction house, Klana and Felroche start to stir, their senses slowly returning. Klana feels the floor beneath her shift as her foot lands in something slick. She jumps in horror, her eyes locking on the pool of ketchup and the severed demon head lying amidst it. What is this?" she stammers, but her shock quickly turns to focus as she sees Kanya standing amidst the chaos. Her voice cuts through the room. "Kanya." Kanya turns toward Klana, her expression neutral but sharp. "Hey, is the princess here?" she asks with an unsettling calmness. Klana studies her, narrowing her eyes before asking, "Since you're here, you must also have memories of your last life, right? Tell me this, are you Frey's enemy or ally?" Without hesitation, Kanya answers coldly, "Enemy." A smug grin spreads across Klana's face, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "You answered immediately. I like that," she says, taking a step closer. "How about joining the Frey Extermination Alliance? We gather regularly to discuss how to eliminate that scumbag." Klana turns to Felroche, scolding, "Are you even studying properly? If the church takes full control in this life, Frey will get exactly what he wants." As the conversation unfolds, Kanya's sharp eyes fall on a star-shaped brooch on the floor. It's familiar. Her senses spike, and a quiet alarm goes off in her mind. Later at the dormitory, Frey burns his mask to avoid leaving any evidence and bandages his back while muttering, "If Eucharius had been stronger, I might have died." A minion of the Demon King suddenly appearing, and the heroines all gathering together. "Well, since I kept my face hidden and changed my voice, I don't think I've been exposed." Suddenly, Kanya opens the door and walks toward him, saying, "Sorry, I just got back." Frey gets startled, inwardly thinking, she's already back so quick. Kanya looks at him, noticing something, then asks, "Young master, where did you go today?" He nervously replies, "I told you, didn't I? I'm tired, so I went shopping with my sister. So stop asking questions and just turn off the lights." Kanya tilts her head slightly and says, "It's strange. I saw someone who looked exactly like the young master in the back alley. He was wearing a mask, but he was holding a familiar sword." Frey becomes nervous, thinking to himself, "So that's what happened. But there's no definite proof. I'll just keep denying it." He pulls the sheet up over his head and lies on the bed, saying, "How many swords do you think exist in this world?" Her gaze darkens as she holds out an item, saying, "By the way, young master, when you fled, you dropped your star-shaped brooch." He quickly gets up, grabs it from her hand, and says, "Hey, don't touch it recklessly." She replies, "Oh? This is strange. I found it at the back alley auction venue. You were in such a hurry to escape that you didn't even notice you dropped it." His hand starts to shiver, and he throws the item away while yelling, "What's going on now?" He quickly lies on the bed, covers his entire body with the sheet, and holds his head, nervously thinking, "Damn it, I've been found out. Damn it, what should I do?" He then gets startled as Kanya sits on top of him and pulls his shirt up, revealing the bandage. She then says to him, "It's useless to deny it now. The sword, the brooch, and this wound, these are all solid proof that the masked man is the young master. You can't hide now." With a firm tone, she says, "Explain now. Why did you help me?" Suddenly, the system warns him that the penalty is activated due to him being exposed. His heart starts to squeeze as his eyes widen in pain. The system then shows a screen that says lifespan and vitality are greatly reduced. He gains 1 stack of debuff. He writhes in pain as ketchup flies all over. Kanya gets worried and says, "Young master? What's happening all of a sudden?" She yells his name again and again as ketchup spills from his body. He nervously grips the bedsheet while thinking, "This is ridiculous. Today has really been full of unexpected events." He then lets go of the bedsheet and loses consciousness. As she sees his lifeless body, panic sets over her, and she yells his name in shock. After some time, Kanya finishes attending to his wounds and says, "Is this really okay? If I had left him, he probably would have died. No, but I can't let him die like this. I'll ask him why he helped me. It's not too late to kill him after I get an answer." She then conjures her dark magic and sends it through Frey's body, saying, "Let me invade his subconscious using my dark magic. He's unconscious, so now's my chance. If I do this, I'll know everything inside his mind." Suddenly, she becomes confused as she sees only an ocean of pure water. "What? A clear subconscious?" she mutters. "Criminals and villains should be in deep darkness, yet..." She looks around and spots a young Frey, calling out to her. She quickly summons her dark magic and chains him up, saying, "Here you are, the master of the subconscious." She inwardly warns herself, "Don't be careless just because he's a child. After all, he has absolute power." With the chains restraining Frey, she says, "This is the magic of the oath. Swear to answer my questions truthfully." He nervously replies, "I swear, so please release me." As she releases him from the chains, she asks, "First question, why did Frey help me?" He replies, "Because you are important to Frey." She bites her lip angrily and says, "Important? After what he did to me?" The little boy then replies to her, "But there's a proper reason for it. He even sacrificed his life energy to help you." She looks confused and he adds, "I see, words alone can't convey it, huh? Let me show you the true form of Frey." Suddenly she begins receiving Frey's memories. Memories of the day he took on the role of a hero. And later, the day he became a villain to kill the Demon King and protect everyone he loved. The memories continue, showing his reincarnation and the moment he transferred his life force to Kanya to save her. She sees Frey expressing his wish to spend time laughing with her, like the old days. And finally, the moment he used his body as a shield to protect her from the earlier assault. Holding her head, she panics and mutters, "Was it all for me?" Frey's despicable actions were for me, and the world's salvation. Did he fall because I found out? Tears stream down her face as she cries. He even sacrificed his life energy to help me despite my hatred for him. Looking at her reflection in the water, she cries in guilt, calling out Frey's name. At that moment, the little Frey places a hand on her shoulder and gently says, "Please don't blame yourself. I can handle being hated all by myself." Suddenly, a crack forms in the space, and she is pulled away from his subconscious. She returns to reality, tears pouring down her face. Sometime later, we see Frey waking up, drenched in sweat, and saying, "Where am I?" Kanya then calls out to Frey, "Young master." She looks at him with guilt in her eyes. Frey sits up and says, "That's right, you figured out my true identity, didn't you? You probably don't understand, but I'll explain now. Now that it's out, there's no point in hiding it." He continues, "I have a mission to save the world. And at the same time, I'm bound by a strong oath. Right now, I power up through evil deeds, and if good deeds are discovered, my lifespan is shortened." Kanya replies, "So that's why you treated me like that?" He nods and says, "Yeah, I used you for my mission." With a stern look, he adds, "Kanya, never forgive me. No matter the reason, my actions can't be justified." She responds, "But there must have been unavoidable circumstances, right? Every night you gave me your life force." Startled, Frey says, "What? You knew?" Kanya answers, "I was suspicious of what you were doing, but now it makes sense." Frey scratches his face awkwardly and says, "So it was bound to be discovered sooner or later." Then nervously he asks, "So, what will you do now?" With a faint blush, she replies, "I'll keep serving you as always. I can't rest until I repay you." He then says, "I figured you'd say that. Okay, I'll leave it to you as before." Later, we see a cat licking its filthy paw while a voice says, "Princess, why are we meeting in a cat cafe?" The person asking the question is none other than Kanya. Klana cuddles with a cat and replies, "Here, no spies can observe us." Kanya sighs at her reply, and Klana continues, "Since we failed to obtain the Stone of Domination, we must seize Frey's weakness and restrict his movements." She then spanks the poor cat and yells, "I'd love to tear him apart right now." Felroche also joins in, yelling, "Well, let's do it now." Klana glares at Felroche and says, "Felroche, even if we kill him, our lives will continue. We just need to deal with it discreetly." Kanya, feeling uneasy, nervously thinks to herself, "If I become a spy, I should be able to help the young master a little. But this alone, no, I can't do everything. I can't carry that heavy burden for him. All I can do are probably small, mundane things. I'll start with the simplest thing. First, I'll prepare a normal meal instead of poisoning it. Even if it's just for a short while, I want to see the young master smile." Later, we see Frey eating a sandwich made by Kanya while she asks him, "How does the food taste?" He replies, "Of course, it's excellent. How many times have I been frustrated, unable to say this one line until now?" He then adds, "Well then, after breakfast, I'll give you today's life force." She retorts, "But if you do that, young master..." He quickly cuts her off, saying, "It's fine. I won't let you die." She sighs and replies, "All right, I understand. Please don't overdo it." Later, after finishing breakfast, Kanya lays on the chair, raising her shirt a bit to reveal her stomach. Frey rolls up his sleeve and says, "Now, let's begin." Frey then starts to hover his hand over Kanya's stomach to transfer his life force to her. He grits his teeth in pain as blood begins to flow from his mouth. Kanya inwardly says to herself, as expected, the penalty is taking a toll on his body. Suddenly, Kanya feels a sharp pain in her stomach. She clutches it and says, "My stomach hurts." Frey, startled, quickly apologizes, saying, "I'm sorry. It seems the star mana and dark magic mixed." Kanya warns him, "It's dangerous if you try to absorb that." But without hesitation, Frey places his hand on her stomach and begins absorbing the energy. Veins appear on his hand as he struggles through the pain. Kanya quickly says, "Young master, please stop. I'm fine now." He stops, catching his breath, and replies, "It was surprisingly quick." Kanya notices something and yells, "Young master, your left arm!" As Frey raises his left arm, he notices a massive wound. Smiling faintly, he says, It hurts a little, but it's fine. It's not my dominant arm, so it won't be much of a problem." Kanya looks away, guilt-ridden, and says, "However, it'll be difficult to restore it." He shrugs it off, replying, "You're just being dramatic. It'll all return to normal once it's over." Kanya feels even more guilt, knowing Frey got hurt because of her. Frey then says, "It's almost time for school." The scene shifts to the classroom, where the teacher announces to everyone, the midterm test will be a one-on-one match. Frey inwardly thinks, "My condition is terrible, but I've achieved my goals so far. With the points I've earned at the academy, I've acquired all the skills and items I could. Now I can focus on the main quest." The system reveals the main quest, to fight and defeat Irina in the midterm exam. The reward for completing the quest is the life charger. If Frey skips the quest, there will be no penalty, as it doesn't affect the storyline. Frey reflects the first main quest is focused on Irina. Nobles who lose to Irina in the midterm exam will hold a grudge and attack the commoner dorm. However, this time, the villain will change based on my choices. Whether I win, lose, or escape against Irina, I will decide that. The system then presents him with 3 options. 1. Avoid the fight and frame someone else as the villain, becoming the mastermind. 2. Fight Irina and win to earn the reward. 3. Fight Irina and lose. He then says, "I can handle the penalties casually. I'll choose the route where I become the villain by following the prophecy. It's much easier to play the villain myself than to choose an unknown route." The teacher addresses the class. Anyone who slacks off will fail immediately, so make sure to prepare properly. She then adds, "Pair up and report by the next period." With that, she leaves the classroom. Frey nervously thinks to himself, "This is troublesome. Fighting Irina is easy, but the problem is, right now she has no chance of beating me because of her previous mana depletion stunt." Later, outside the class, we see Irina and her friend being bullied by the nobles. Her friend yells at the bullies, "Stop it! This has nothing to do with you." The bullies shout back, "Nothing to do with us? You ruined Lord Frey's mood." She retorts, "But the ones who brought Irina to the banquet didn't say anything." The bully snaps, "Those idiots don't count," and starts stomping toward them. Irina's friend quickly casts a magic field to protect both of them. Frey suddenly appears with a smirk and says, "Oh, you're clever, huh? I didn't even have to order you to do this." The blonde girl blushes and replies, "Well, Lord Frey, how could you come to such a filthy place?" He then replies, "Ah, I was just thinking about that woman who ran away." The blonde girl says, "I see. The punishment will be over soon, so just wait a little longer." Frey stands in front of Irina and her friend. With a cold look, he asks, "Why did you run away?" Her friend, with tears rolling down her cheeks, quickly responds, "I can't do something so foolish as that." Frey sarcastically replies, "I see. So you can do everything except foolish things." He then points to Irina and says, "Then Irina, how about this? The winner of the test gets to have the other do whatever they want. This way it's fair, right?" Her friend yells, "I can't trust you." Frey holds his head and replies, "I'm asking Irina, or will you fight instead?" Her friend freezes in fear at his words. Irina grits her teeth and accepts the fight to prevent her friend from being dragged into it. Frey then says, "Oh, you said you'll do it now. If you win, I'll give you 1,000 gold. With an evil look, he continues, "But if you lose, you'll become my slave." He pulls out his pendant and says, "Then let's proceed. I'll make the death oath." Everyone gasps in shock. Frey adds, "You commoners are quick to break promises after all." Her friend pleads, "Stop, Irina. You can't beat him like this." Irina gently holds her friend's head and says, "All I have to do is crush him." She raises her pendant. When both pendants are brought closer, the mouths of the skull pendants open, and chains emerge, striking both Irina's and Frey's hearts, signifying that the death oath is complete. Frey smirks, holding his pendant, and says, "Do you know what happens if you break an oath? If you understand, you better prepare your own coffin." The blonde noble girl blushes as she inwardly thinks, even though it's a life-or-death oath, Frey doesn't even flinch. He's a true man. As expected, that person is special. Frey then turns to the nobles and says, "That's right, you all. Don't lay a hand on these guys anymore." They quickly respond, "Understood. We'll leave everything to Lord Frey." Frey adds, "I refuse to use others, so you'd better follow through." As Frey walks away, he inwardly thinks, "I've successfully paired up with Irina and dealt with the annoying flies. The problem now is, I have to lose to her while she's weak from mana depletion. Losing on purpose isn't going to be easy." A system notification appears, informing Frey that he gained 500 points for completing the pairing with Irina. Another notification pops up, stating that the skill store has opened with additional options due to the accumulation of false villain points. As he scans the new store items, he notices a skill called Mana Transfer, which allows the user to transfer mana to a target through physical contact. However, it warns that repeated use may lead to mana depletion and fainting. Frey then says, "Using this skill, now I can give Irina some mana." Later, we see Frey purchasing the Mana Transfer skill and contemplating how to spend his remaining points. After some thought, he decides to buy the Deception skill, which increases his persuasion power, reasoning that he'll likely face more situations where he'll need to lie convincingly. With a straight face, he decides to test it out by saying, "Ah, I'm a woman." As soon as the words leave his mouth, everything around him seems to freeze. Even a bird mid-flight halts, startled by his bold declaration. Seeing this, Frey comments to himself, "Well, I guess that was a bit much. I even scared away the birds." Felroche overhears his statement, her eyes widening in shock. "What did you just say? Was that true?" Panicking, she turns and runs off, muttering to herself, "Maybe I can threaten Frey with this." Frey watches her retreating figure in stunned silence, muttering under his breath, "Should I go after her?" He pauses for a moment before deciding, "Nah, I'll leave it be. It's all nonsense anyway, it won't harm anyone, right?" 3 days later at the school training ground, Frey is observing someone from the bushes like a creep. He is watching Irina train as she's out of breath, muttering, "Damn it, I don't have enough magic. It's not going well." Her friend then supports her, saying, "Take a break. You can't keep going like this." Irina replies, "I'm fine, I'm almost there. I just need a little more to make it work. If I can squeeze out one more shot, I have a chance." Frey watches with a tear of joy in his eye, seeing how hard she's training to defeat a scumbag like him. Irina summons a fireball in her hand. Frey is impressed, muttering, "Oh, to create a fireball with that limited amount of magic, as expected from a future great mage." He wipes away his nose and inwardly says, "But don't overdo it. I'll use my skill to give you some magic." Irina then falls to her knees from exhaustion. Her friend quickly catches her, asking, "Are you okay?" Her friend then says, "I guess it's impossible. I'll help you too." Irina looks at her a bit confused, and her friend replies, "He's probably going to use another dangerous artifact. You can't win with a direct approach, so I'll secretly find a way to help you." Frey, watching from a distance, claps his hands and tears of joy fall from his eyes. "That's it. Good job." Irina then says to her friend, "Sorry, but I don't want to end up like him. I'll try to do it on my own somehow." Her friend replies, "You really have a troublesome personality." Frey, still hiding in the bushes, inwardly mutters, "Just accept help, you dummy." Suddenly a bird flies into the frame and lands in front of him, delivering a letter. He opens the letter and reads the contents. To Frey, "I know your secret. Follow my instructions and come to the cathedral." Frey reads it and sneers, "She can't even write her own name properly. She doesn't even know the kanji for it. And she has the audacity to blackmail me?" He grips the letter tightly. "You're really a pain in the ass." Later, at the cathedral, Frey opens the door slowly while inwardly thinking, "Damn, this door is heavy." He then sees Felroche in the middle of the hall, praying. She turns to Frey and says, "Oh, you came? How dare you deceive me all this time?" Frey inwardly wonders, what is she talking about? If my true identity had been exposed, I should be fainting from blood loss right now. Felroche, with a cold tone, says, "But it ends here." She then, with a mischievous look, points at Frey while holding a maid outfit in her arms and says, "The rumors that you're a woman will cause a huge stir in the world." Frey, dumbfounded, sees her holding a maid outfit. She points to the outfit and says, "But I'm not a demon. If you become my personal maid and obey me for life, I'll keep it a secret, just for you." He looks at the outfit with disgust, then holds his head in disbelief and replies, "You actually believe that?" He turns to leave, saying, "Do whatever you want. I'm a man." Felroche grabs his arm and says, "Liar! I won't let you escape." He swats her arm away and says, "Let go!" Felroche's hand trembles slightly. Frey gets startled as she suddenly grabs his chest and rubs her hands all over it. She pauses nervously and says, "Wait, it seems too flat for a woman." He replies, "Well, of course I'm a man." She then says, "About that, do you want me to check below?" He yells, "Are you crazy? That's a crime. You pervert." She replies, "But what's the problem with a woman touching another woman?" Suddenly she gets embarrassed by what she just said, fidgeting all over while muttering, "But there are women with small chests, right?" Frey, creeped out by her wanting to touch below his pants, replies, "Enough already." Felroche then holds her head trembling and says, "Ugh, this wasn't supposed to happen." Frey, frustrated, exclaims, "Damn it, I'm leaving now, you pervert." As he turns to leave, Felroche says, "I thought it would go smoothly, then I could have spared you from being killed." Frey is startled and turns to look at her. In an instant, she grabs him by the neck and slams him to the ground, knocking the wind out of him. She begins to choke him, tears streaming down her face, while she says, "Klana has your weakness and plans to have you executed. But I wanted to save you somehow. You should have just followed me in silence. Now there's no choice but for you to die." As Frey struggles for breath, he thinks, "Damn, you're just misunderstanding things and venting your anger." His body grows limp, his eyes going blank as foam begins to spill from his mouth. Finally, she releases her grip on his neck, and he lays lifeless on the ground. Felroche, with tears streaming down her face, whispers in a trembling voice, "Now I'm a criminal too. I'll follow you soon, Frey." She brings her trembling hand closer to her neck, her voice cracking as she says, "After failing to convince you, I've caused you harm. In the afterlife, let's both repent together." As she prepares to end her life, Frey's protective skill activates, restoring him in a burst of energy. He jolts upright, gasping for air, and shouts, "Stop!" Felroche freezes in shock, her eyes wide as she stares at him. "Frey, I thought you were dead." Before she can process what's happening, she clenches her fists, her sorrow morphing into fury. I have no idea what's going on, but this time for sure I'll kill you. But Frey, still panting, calmly presses a red button on his shirt. A recording begins to play. Felroche's voice echoing through the cathedral. Klana has your weakness and plans to have you executed. Felroche's face pales and she stumbles backward, the realization of her mistake sinking in. What? Frey rises to his feet, his expression dark and menacing. You thought I'd come here empty-handed after you sent me a threat letter? His voice drips with malice as he takes slow, deliberate steps toward her. The saint and the third princess conspiring to kill the duke's son. How scandalous. Frey smirks, his voice dropping to a cold, taunting tone. If rumors of this spread, imagine the chaos. It would be quite inconvenient, wouldn't it? Later, the cathedral's silence is interrupted by a soft, hesitant voice. Master, is this okay? Will this really work? The camera pans to reveal Felroche in a maid outfit, sweeping the marble floor with visible frustration etched on her face from her humiliation. Frey lounges lazily on a chair, arms crossed, a devilish grin spread across his face. No, it's not. Clean it again. Felroche, clutching the broom tightly, say, But it's already the 5th time, she protests, her voice cracking. Frey, unfazed, casually holds up the miniature recorder in his hand. Even so, if I hold on to your weakness, Lady Klana will be executed. Her defiance vanishes instantly, replaced by panic. She frantically resumes sweeping, muttering under her breath, Ugh, I was supposed to have your weakness, not the other way around. Her frantic motions prove too much, and she trips, landing unceremoniously on the cold floor. Tears spill from her eyes as she slams her hands against the ground. I can't take it anymore. Frey then says, Oh, is that so? Do you want to do something else? His tone turns mockingly sweet before he continues with a menacing smirk. How about night service? Felroche freezes, her expression unchanging. It's better to spread rumors than to do something like that, she says flatly. Before she can process her words, a sharp slap echoes through the cathedral. Her head snaps to the side in disbelief. Frey's smile is gone, replaced by an icy glare. It was you who suggested it, he says coldly, so I'll just spread the rumors then. Felroche's breath hitches as her earlier bravado crumbles. Frey leans in closer, his voice dripping with venom. If you don't want that to happen, then just quietly obey me, understand? The system then notifies him by saying he gained 500 points due to being a scumbag master. Felroche, her voice heavy with frustration, says, Frey, what happened to you? You used to be kind. He sneers and responds coldly, Nice act trying to guilt-trip me, huh? Felroche glares at him, undeterred. When I was injured, you were the one who gave me the potion, weren't you? At her words, Frey suddenly clutches his head as fragments of a memory flash through his mind. He sees a younger version of himself handing her a potion with a soft smile. The memory makes his heart ache, but he quickly shakes it off, forcing himself back into his role. What was that? Frey mutters, confused and momentarily vulnerable. Felroche takes a step closer, her voice trembling. Right now, you're just saying things you shouldn't. You're such a scumbag. She grips the broom tighter and sighs. Fine. As you told me, I'll just do the cleaning then. The system suddenly sends a notification saying, Target's mental state update. Anger, disgust, discomfort, disappointment, sadness. Frey glances at her, her body language screaming defeat. There was just a little bit of affection left for me. He thinks bitterly. Seems like it's all run out now. The events a few months from now will make this worth it. By doing this now, I can shield them from what's coming. I'll take the penalty. As long as the people who care for me are safe, it doesn't matter what they think of me. Later, at the dormitory, Frey enters his room while walking wobbly. Kanya then says to him, You're late. As she removes his coat, she asks, Young master, were you drinking? He chuckles and says, Yes, I just couldn't resist tonight. She then worriedly says, Lately, you've been plagued by nightmares, and now you're drinking alcohol. He replies, I'm used to it by now. I've been like this even in my past life. Don't worry. He stretches his arms and says to her, I'll give you some of my life force now. Go on and lie down. She sits on a chair and starts to unbutton her shirt. Frey quickly looks away with a blush and says, "Ah, that's right, I forgot to mention. It's actually not necessary for you to strip in that place. There's no need to place my hand there, right?" She with a blush replies, "There's no reason to change though." He scratches his face and cheekily replies, "Yes, but the problem is, I don't know where to look." She pauses for a bit, then realization kicks in. She stammers, her face turning deep red with a blush, and says, "Wait, now that I think about it, it seems like a good opportunity. Maybe we should try changing things up." She removes her shirt and lies on the bed with a cloth on top of her back. He places his hand on the cloth on her back and starts the life force transfer process. Kania blushes a bit as his hand touches her back, and Frey asks her, "By the way, did you enter my subconscious?" She replies, "Yes, when the young master lost consciousness." He nervously says, "I see. So you were trying to help me? That's why you went so far." He then adds, "You don't have to go that far though. My past life was crap anyway." She becomes guilty and inwardly thinks to herself, "Saying things like that? You were probably like this in your past life as well. But still, it's something I don't like to hear. But you helped me in this world, didn't you? You threw your life away to save me." Later we see Kanya lighting the candles while Frey sleeps on the bed. He seems to be having a nightmare and yells, "Wait, where are you going?" She looks at Frey fidgeting in the bed while sleeping, and Frey yells, "No, don't. You shouldn't forgive me. You should stab me. Go on, do it." Kanya then gets close to the sleeping Frey and says, "Even if you couldn't, you still saved me. At least if I could ease your nightmares." She then sees her plushie, and an idea pops into her head. She takes the plushie and says, "That's right, I infused it into this cat with magic." She then closes her eyes and conjures her dark magic, saying, "If it's just this much, if it's not in human form, I should be able to get it inside his nightmare." We now see Frey trapped in a dark area, wondering what this place is and how he ended up here. He then sees a cat meowing, and he gets startled by the familiar sight. He sits down and pats its body while saying, "It seems familiar. I've seen it somewhere before. Let's go together. I'll search for the owner while I'm at it." Suddenly he notices a fog. He looks at the distant area and then sees two children. Frey says, "Are there people?" The atmosphere is a little different from before. He then sees a boy handing over a bottle of potion to an injured girl while saying, "I'll give you this potion. Did you get hurt?" Frey notices the scene unfolding and says, "Is that Felroche and me when I was young? Is this a dream, perhaps?" We see Felroche asking the young boy, "Who are you? And why are you giving this to me? Why would you give me something like this?" The young boy introduces himself as Frey Rayon and says, "When I see someone in trouble, I should help, right?" She then yells, "Liar! You are just going to use me." Frey, seeing those two, thinks to himself, "She's calling me a liar. The first time we met. It wasn't here, but it should have been at the cathedral. It's strange, isn't it?" The young boy says to Felroche, "I guess it can't be helped, even if you doubt me." He then places the potion on the floor and says, "Well, I'll leave it here. Do what you want. Throw it away or drink it. It's your choice." Felroche then asks him where he's going, and the young boy points to the cathedral in the distance. He then says to her, "Go check it out. You'll believe it, right? Even if I can't be trusted, the people there can be trusted." The young boy runs off while Felroche yells at him to wait. Felroche, seeing the potion on the floor, says to herself, "I couldn't see it clearly. But what is he thinking? Pretending to be kind?" Suddenly, once the mist clears, Felroche turns into stone. Frey, seeing all this happen, says, "It doesn't seem like this is just a dream." Felroche is a person who talks nonsense, but she doesn't lie. It's too vivid, too real to be just a dream. What I saw earlier, it likely happened in reality, but why don't I remember anything? He then gets a bit startled as he says, "This is probably someone manipulating my memories." Which means some of my real memories have returned because of what I heard those words from earlier in the day. Suddenly the mist starts to surround him, and Kitty gets confused about what's going on. Frey then hears a voice calling out for him to wake up, saying, "How long are you going to sleep?" The voice then yells, "Wake up already." He opens his eyes and gets shocked as the bloody figure says, "You finally woke up, huh? You're the criminal who put me through this." Frey stammers to the ground, as he sees Fel Roche crucified to a pole, staring at him with her horrifying eyes. Looking at her state, he inwardly says, "Of all the things you didn't have to show me this memory." Suddenly, a hand emerges from the darkness and grips his shoulders. It's none other than Klana, in a bloody and horrifying state. She asks Frey, "Was it fun killing me?" He touches a puddle of blood on the floor, raises his hand and says, "Where is this blood coming from?" Suddenly, he hears a voice calling out to him, saying, "Young master." He gets terrified as the bloody figures of Kanya and Serena appear, reaching out to him. They start to close in on him, and with horrifying faces they say, "Help us, Frey. It's painful. You tortured us to death. Are you happy now?" They all begin to devour him as he screams for help, begging for someone to save him. The kitty version of Kanya tries to pull him by his finger, but to no avail. She's too weak in that form. She inwardly says no. His subconscious is running wild. At this rate, the young master will become a living corpse. I came here to help him. I have to do something, but with a cat's body, there's not much I can do. Frey begins to fall into a void and suddenly finds himself submerged in water. He opens his eyes and realizes he's floating. As he gazes at the sky above, confusion sets in, and he says, "Where is this?" It's completely different from before. It's soft. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying, "I made it in time." He gets startled by the familiarity of the voice as a figure forms in front of him saying, "I'm glad that I left some power in your subconscious, just in case." He yells out, "Mother?" His mother gently holds him by the cheek and says, "With this, you won't be tormented by nightmares for a while. This is my final parting gift to you." She then places her forehead on his and says, "Frey, the path you chose is a thorny one. Things may not always go as you wish. At such times, remember what's important." As his mother's form begins to disappear, tears stream down Frey's face while her final words echo, "Remember what you truly want to protect." Later, Kanya wakes up with a jolt, calling out for Frey. She asks, "Are you okay?" We see that Frey has already woken up from the dream long before her and is sitting with a glass of alcohol, reading something. He replies, So that cat was you after all. Thank you, it helped me feel a bit better." Kanya responds, "No, I'm sorry. I was so useless." He trembles slightly and says, "I met my mother in the dream." Kanya exclaims, "The deceased Duchess?" "Yeah, she told me that if I got stuck, I just had to remember what I wanted to protect." He then holds his head in frustration and says, "But honestly, I'm anxious. If my memories were manipulated, what can I believe in? Even the prophecy book I rely on. It could all be a lie." Kanya hugs him from behind and says, "If that's the case, just believe in me. You have worked harder than anyone else for others, young master. Even if your memories are manipulated and all your efforts are in vain, at least I will never forget the splendid way you lived." Frey inwardly thinks, "That's right. From the beginning, I knew it was a difficult path. Even so, I stepped in with the determination to protect my loved ones." This is no time to be feeling down. With tears rolling down his face, he says, "Even if I fail, my effort won't disappear." Now the scene shifts to a few days later at the academy. We see the teacher addressing the students. "Now we will begin the midterm test. Please come forward in order." We then see Frey and Kanya sitting next to each other watching the stadium. Frey inwardly thinks to himself, "I bought as many mana transfer skills as I could and leveled them up. I practiced a lot with Kanya, so it'll definitely work out." The match currently taking place is Klana versus Fel Roche. As they prepare themselves, the teacher reminds them there will be no withdrawals this time. Fel Roche, with a confident look, replies, "No worries, I have no intention of withdrawing." As Klana raises her hand and prepares her magic bullet, she glances slightly at Frey. He notices her glance and thinks inwardly, "She seems to be plotting something. It's impossible to attack me from that angle, right?" Klana then fires her magic bullet toward Fel Roche. Fel Roche, with a menacing aura, readies herself and lands a clean right hook to the bullet, deflecting it in Frey's direction. Frey gets startled by the approaching bullet and thinks, "Damn it. Was the plan all along to deflect it in this direction? Shit, there's no time to dodge." The teacher swiftly appears in front of Frey and parries the bullet using her sword. Then, with a cold tone, she says, "I trust that was an accident. If it was intentional, then both of you will be disqualified." Seeing that her plan failed, Klana tells Felroche, there's no helping it. Let's settle this quickly. Both of them clash, and Klana quickly hits Felroche with consecutive strikes. Felroche spits out saliva from the rapid blows and falls to the ground in pain. The teacher then announces that Klana won and calls upon Irina and Frey to come forward. As Frey stands up, Kanya tells him not to push himself, and he replies, "It's okay. We studied how to lose properly, didn't we?" As Frey and Irina stand face to face, Irina summons her flame and says, "Prepare to crawl, you scum." Frey replies, "Quite confident, aren't we?" He then grips his sword and says, "You won't be able to talk big after I bang you up. Well then, let's put on a show." The teacher then says, "All right, are you ready?" As the teacher tells them to begin, Frey lunges toward Irina while Irina summons a fireball. Suddenly, Frey gets startled as Irina summons 7 fireballs at once. Irina then finds it hard to control this many fireballs and tries harder to concentrate. But she ends up disoriented as her magic dissipates. Frey then imbues mana transfer magic into his hand and says, "That's what happens when you push yourself. I'll have to stick to the original plan now." He then lunges at her, grabs her by the neck, and slams her to the ground, knocking the shit out of her. He then inwardly says, "That one hit would be enough," and says to Irina, as expected, "Being a worm and crawling on the ground suits you well." He presses her neck further while inwardly saying, "I'll share my mana with you." Irina yells, "Damn it!" and one of her fireballs tries to catch Frey off guard. Frey inwardly says, "Good job. Now I just gotta tank it like a Chad." As the fireball hits Frey's back, he drops his sword and rolls on the ground, screaming at her, "That hurts, you damn bitch." Irina then stands up and calls out to Frey as she summons a massive fireball, yelling, "Die." Frey gets nervous and inwardly says, "I mean, one hit is enough though." Irina grits her teeth and goes Super Saiyan mode, summoning all her might, but then suddenly her flames disappear, and she loses balance and falls to the ground unconscious. The teacher, seeing this, says, "If you don't get up within 10 seconds, Frey wins." As she starts the countdown, Frey inwardly panics, thinking, "Darn it, just one small hit would have been enough. Why did you try to use all your mana?" He then tries to come up with something while thinking, what to do. Even if her mana recovers, she won't be able to get up right away. He suddenly gets an idea. Wait, that's right. Maybe I can stall for time with useless talk. He then glances to his side and notices something ominous. A green magic circle begins to form beneath them. Frey grows nervous and says, "This spell, it's teleportation magic." Damn it, what is it this time? The area starts to burst with magic as the spectators watch in confusion. The teacher quickly yells, "Everyone, back off!" I couldn't detect the magic until it activated. There might be other traps too, so don't move from your spot. Meanwhile, Irina's friend grips onto a scroll and mutters, "Why? Don't tell me this wasn't a healing scroll?" The scene shifts to an ominous forest where a rat can be seen munching on something. Suddenly, it gets alert as a magic circle appears, and Irina and Frey fall onto the ground in the middle of the forest. Frey grits his teeth and says, "I thought my plan would work." He then looks at Irina's unconscious body and says, "Irina went berserk, and therefore my plan failed. And on top of that, there was an accident. It's truly one misfortune after another." He holds Irina and checks her body, saying, "Luckily, there's no injury. She's just fainted." He then says, "More importantly, isn't this the Grey Forest, home to most of the monsters on the continent?" He lets out a sigh, saying, "With a hero who can't use magic and one who is gravely wounded, can we really survive here? Well, I can roughly guess whose fault this is." He recalls the earlier moment, saying, "It's most likely Ariane. I saw her with a scroll, but it's hard to believe she came to help with a teleportation scroll. It must have been a mix-up or something." He lets out another sigh while saying, "Well, I'll ask about the circumstances later. First, we need to figure out how to get out of here. How should I take her out of this monster's nest?" He then calls upon the system inventory, and his mask appears. He puts it on, saying, "This seems useful. Due to the system adjustments, no one will recognize me even if they're nearby." After some time, we hear Frey calling for Irina to wake up. As she opens her eyes, she sees a hooded, masked man wiping the dirt off her face, while saying, "We need to leave quickly. This place is dangerous. Let's escape as soon as possible." Irina looks around nervously and says, "What is this place?" He replies, "You were abducted by Frey using a teleportation scroll." He then unties her hands and says, "It's okay now. Let's hurry." She looks confused as her hands start to tremble. She says, "Wait, I have no idea what's going on in the first place. And who are you anyway? He replies, I guess I have to introduce myself briefly. He continues, I was once an intelligence officer for the Starlight family, but I was stricken with illness and abandoned in this forest. When I asked Frey to retire, I was brought here to be silenced. They told me I'd be doomed if I left this place. Irina lets out a soft laugh and says, Isn't that the same as telling you to go and die? The man continues, Hence, he mistook me for a ghost and fled earlier. He thought I was long dead. He then points into the distance and says, There's a relatively safe place over there. Let's hurry before Frey returns with reinforcements. She hesitates and starts thinking inwardly. The story makes sense, but something feels off. It's weird that he's rushing me. It's unlikely that a friend of Frey would help me, so I should refuse, just in case. With a confident look, she says to him, Thank you, but I'll go alone. Despite appearances, I'm quite skilled. He retorts, That's reckless. She holds out her hand, summoning a bit of flame, while inwardly thinking, I have about 10% of my mana left, but it should be enough. Unless a mid-level or higher monster appears. Suddenly a bear leaps toward her with its claws ready to tear her apart. Irina yells, A giant bear? Why is such a creature here? It's an upper-level monster that should only be on the frontier. As the bear brings its claw down to strike her, Frey quickly leaps in and cuts the bear in half with his sword. Irina grows nervous at the level of monsters in this forest, and Frey says, That's why I didn't want to let you go alone. She then yells, Hey, behind you! As he turns, he sees a group of goblins chasing after them. He inwardly curses, calling Ariane a bitch for teleporting them here. Quickly, he grabs Irina's hand and tells her, Run! Later, we see them panting heavily. Irina asks the masked man, Why is there a high-level monster here? He replies, Because every type of monster lives here. He then starts to cough, and ketchup splatters everywhere. She asks him, Are you all right? And he replies, It's my chronic illness. I push myself a bit too hard. Worried, she reaches her hand out to his face and says, The mask is covered in blood. You seem to be having trouble breathing, so you should take it off. He swats her hand away and holds his mask, saying, I don't want others to see my ravaged face. She nervously scratches her cheek and says, I see. Then just wait a minute. I'll find you some fruit or something. Believe it or not, I'm quite knowledgeable about this place. He replies, All right, but don't stray too far away. She then says, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Irina. Frey quickly comes up with a name and says, I'm Rihanna. She replies, Rihanna, huh? Thanks for saving me twice now. He responds, No, I could never leave someone in such a situation. Irina waves at him and says, I'm just going to get some fruit quickly, so stay put. As she leaves, he sits next to a tree while muttering, I never thought I'd be grateful to a monster. He removes his mask, revealing ketchup dripping from his mouth, and says, I was worried that hastily made cover story would fall apart, but saving her eased her suspicion. Speaking of which, what happened to Irina's quest? He checks the system, which shows that it's currently awaiting judgment on victory or defeat. He says the Academy is holding off on the decision. Well, with a student disappearing during the test, that's not surprising. There's no penalty either, so I should focus on getting out of here. This forest is full of dangers. One wrong step could mean death. 3 days have passed, and they are still in the gray forest. Irina inwardly thinks, Rihanna said, he'd take me to the edge of the forest. I felt bad, but since I can't use much magic, I had to rely on his help. I needed to gather food on my own, avoid monsters, and keep moving. There were no major problems, and we safely reached the vicinity of the entrance. As Irina places some fruits on the ground, she says, Ariane must be worried by now. I need to apologize when I see her. We then see Frey holding a boar as he says, I'm back. She notices it and says, You caught a boar in that state? He replies, Don't worry, for some reason there are fewer monsters in this area. He then asks, By the way, Irina, do you really need to stay here? She retorts, Are we having this conversation again? You can't stay here forever. He replies, My answer hasn't changed. Either way, I don't have long to live, nor do I have the confidence to escape from Frey after leaving here. Irina firmly says, I'll figure something out. He responds, I don't want to hold you back. Frey will definitely seek revenge against you. In such a situation, you can't take care of me. Besides, once you get used to it, living here isn't so bad. Irina smiles a bit and says, You're a stubborn guy too. You've been unwavering for 3 days. I give up. She then says, All right, eat some fruit and wait until the meal is ready. Then I'll take you up on that. She inwardly thinks leaving behind the person who saved my life feels wrong, but there must be a reason for it. As the masked man takes one of the fruits, he exclaims, "Oh, that's a frost dragon fruit." Irina, confused, asks, "Frost dragon fruit?" He replies, "Yes, I used to eat it often as a child. It's delicious." She glares at him suspiciously and says, "As a child?" She inwardly thinks, "That fruit, it has another name, but I didn't know it and named it myself. It was much later that I learned its real name. But only me and Frey know that, though." Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted as the ground begins to shake. She asks, "Was that an earthquake?" Frey replies, "It seems the worst-case scenario has occurred." He inwardly says, "This place is where the Demon King's army disposes of all sorts of powerful monsters. It's both a habitat and a dumping ground. Modified monsters, failed chimera experiments, and various creatures live here. Of course, I can take down most of them, but the only one I can't defeat is the Dark Golem." He unsheathes his sword and says, "I can't fight it while protecting someone." Readying himself, he says, "I'll buy you some time. Escape however you can." He inwardly thinks, "I talked big, but will this really work?" The system shows him the attributes of the golem, and its special attribute is unawakened, with an energy absorption rate of only 21%. Frey then says, "It appears as the final boss in the latter part of the scenario. It absorbs the power of defeated enemies, so the Demon Lord's army later retrieves it. Right now, the golem is weak because its numbers aren't high yet, but its combat power should rival that of an army with its absorption ability. I can't use stellar mana, or it would reveal my identity." The golem's eyes glow as it identifies and locks onto its targets. It then fires a laser beam toward them. Frey quickly grabs Irina and dodges the incoming strike. The blast leaves a path of destruction, and they narrowly avoid it. Frey then says to her, "There's no time, you must escape." She replies, "But I can't just leave you behind." The golem then prepares for another strike. Frey grabs Irina's shoulders and says, "I won't last much longer anyway. That's why I want to use what's left for you. You're the only one who can avenge me against Frey." She then mutters, "I'm seriously mistaken. Comparing yourself to that scumbag is ridiculous." He gets a bit confused, and she holds his hand saying, "Don't worry about it. I was just talking to myself." She then smiles softly at him and says, "Thank you, Rihanna. I won't forget this debt, even in death." She then runs off, saying, "Don't worry. I'll make sure that bastard gets what's coming to him." He then inwardly thinks, "Damn, my Oscar-level acting just keeps getting better every day." He then says, "Well, whatever. Now that Irina's escaped, I guess I'll show my true power." The golem notices that Irina's missing and tries to pursue her, but Frey leaps toward it, shouting, "Your opponent is me." He effortlessly slashes the golem's leg using his aura, and the golem falls with a thud. Frey then says, "I've immobilized it for now. If I can just destroy the core." Frey then taunts the golem, "At least for once try standing up for yourself, or I'll keep slashing you to pieces." He then sarcastically adds, "Oh, that's right. You're missing a leg." The golem has had enough and activates its missile launchers, firing at him. Frey says, "You've got to be kidding me. Do you not understand restraint?" Frey slashes the missiles with consecutive sword strikes, but the explosions cause his mask to crack, and ketchup starts spilling from his face. He inwardly thinks, "Damn, they just keep firing non-stop. If this drags on, it'll be fatal. I need to destroy the core quickly." The golem's system then says, "Revising target data, recognizing as a Class 1 danger, executing self-destruct code." Frey watches in disbelief as he quickly runs toward it, thinking, "If it self-destructs, not only will I die, but Irina will be in danger too. I have to stop it somehow." He then leaps toward the golem and strikes its core. He then notices something wrong as a massive wave of energy starts to emit toward the sky, followed by a powerful shockwave blasting through the forest. We see that Frey has successfully destroyed its core just in time before the self-destruction could take place. He falls to his knees and starts coughing, and we can see that his mask has completely shattered from the blast of the shockwave. With ketchup dripping from his mouth, he says, "Damn it, I ended up tanking it. That golem, surely it can't move anymore, right?" He then hears the sound of a crow flying and looks up saying, "That's a reconnaissance crow." Come to think of it, with all this commotion at the forest entrance, it'd be strange if the nearby villagers didn't come to investigate. If they find out I'm here, My identity will be exposed to Arena. He tries to stand up, saying, I can't let that happen, but ends up falling, as his body isn't responding anymore. Suddenly, a figure catches him before he falls. As Frey opens his eyes to look at it, he sees Kanya. She says to him, It's all right now, young master. Leave the rest to me. As Frey grabs onto her for support, she adds, I have a carriage waiting nearby. I'll take you home without anyone noticing. He then closes his eyes and says, I'm counting on you. 2 days later at the dormitory, we see Frey finally waking up. Kanya says to him, We were so worried. You didn't wake up for the whole 2 days. He rubs his head and replies, I'm fine. I was just a little tired. For now, explain the current situation. Kanya starts to explain, saying, We received a report that the search party investigated the place where you were found. Frey then says, So they are questioning and also investigating the techniques that Ariane used to help Arena. She replies, Yes. But even though it was supposed to be a healing scroll, they say the two of you teleported. Frey responds, In other words, it was an accident? If multiple testimonies point to the same evidence and Ariane's story is proven valid, it will likely be dealt with as a serious crime. He inwardly thinks, could such a coincidence really happen? It's not impossible that I got counterfeit goods from the shop. He says to Kanya, For now, investigate the source of the scrolls. She replies, Understood. Someone is already investigating it. He then asks about Arena. She replies, She was taken to a nearby village for protection and has reportedly recovered and returned safely. Frey says she had pushed herself to the limit throughout the night, so her stamina was completely drained. He then says, Oh, right. What was the result of their match? She replies, Yesterday it was finally decided as your victory, young master. He grips the sheet and says, So it turned out that way in the end. If I had lost, things would have been easier later. No, I should just be grateful that there's no penalty. We see that he has received the life charger as the reward for completing the quest. He then thinks to himself, the difficulty is high, but it's not an impossible quest. There's still time. Taking the necessary steps and then finding a solution won't be too late. He then says to Kanya, Thank you. I've got a general idea of the situation, and I'm a little... Kanya cuts him off and says, Young master, actually, there's one more thing I need to tell you. She nervously clasps her hands and says, It was thanks to the Duke that we were able to locate you so quickly. He then looks startled and says, Dad? Wasn't he traveling with Arya? She replies, Upon hearing the news of the accident, he immediately went to the magic tower and asked where the scrolls were headed. The answer was obtained without any problems, but the Duke collapsed from stress on his way home. He is shocked by this, and she adds, He still hasn't regained consciousness. He then bites his lip and says, Kanya, can I borrow your chest for a bit? If you don't mind. With a sad expression, Kanya closes her eyes, gently places his head on her chest, and cries while comforting him. Now the scene shifts to a few weeks later. We see Kanya saying to Frey that it would be better if he waited until his body recovered a bit more before going back. Frey replies saying, No, I can't just sleep when my father has collapsed. After Kanya puts on his coat, he says to her, I don't plan to stay long. I have preparations for the main quest to take care of. Kanya then says, Understood. Also, Arena is waiting in front of the room. He gets startled and says to her, Let her in. As Kanya opens the door, Arena enters. Frey, crossing his arms, says to her, I heard you were saved by Rihanna. You know you lost the match, right? She then trembles in humiliation, drops to her knees, and begs, saying, Since I lost the match, I will obey you as promised. Please give Ariane her freedom. Frey then thinks inwardly, I thought she came to get revenge for the incident in the forest. So, the reason she came here was to negotiate with me, the person involved, on her own terms. Frey then tells Kanya to prepare the carriage and holds out his pendant, while with an evil smile says, Why would I do that? You're my slave, you bitch. She then says, I'll listen to anything you say. He then, with an evil smirk, says, Is that so? Then I'll do what I couldn't do in the forest. So before I leave, why don't you strip and have some fun with me? Arena, with tears pouring down her face, says, Yes, I don't mind. Please be gentle. As she begins to strip, he looks at her with disgust, turns to leave, and says, I'm not interested in you. You're such an obedient bitch. He then yells at her, Go clean up first. I'll decide what to do with your friends, based on how well you work. She quickly nods. Frey then receives 300 points for threatening Arena. After Frey leaves, she inwardly thinks, I thought Frey was Rihanna, the one who helped me in the forest. but now that I've checked his body, he doesn't seem to be injured at all. Little did Irina know, Frey had already prepared for such an incident, as Kanya had used her dark magic to cloak his body and make it appear as if he had no injuries. Later, we see Frey walking toward the carriage as Kanya approaches him, saying, "What was the matter?" He then says, "Let's get in first. I'll explain it to you once we're inside." As they enter the carriage and it starts moving, Frey says to Kanya, "She asked me to free Ariane." He crosses his arms and adds, "It's troublesome, but I'll release her when I get back. There are plenty of ways to handle it, whether by asking for it or offering a bribe." He then asks, "Kanya, how are you feeling? You were using black magic in the forest, right?" She replies, "I'm fine. It wasn't a significant spell, so it didn't take much life force." He looks at Kanya and says, "Kanya, you're my only support right now. Since you're here, only I can smile in this crappy world. From now on, I'm gonna need your help." She replies, "Of course my life belongs to you." He retorts, "That's not what I'm saying. If you put your life on the line to save mine, then you're not helping me at all. Like this time, if I lose consciousness, or am transported to a distant place, you're going to save me. That's why I need you to take care of yourself." Kanya then says, "I mean, the only way to help you directly is..." Frey quickly cuts her off and says, "No, there is another way." He then opens up the system and shows her the Elixir of Potential, saying, "This item will help your sister fully awaken her ability." Later they reach the Duke's mansion, and inside, we see Frey's father, Abraham Rayon Starlight. We then see Frey holding his father's hand to his cheek while saying, "I'll definitely come back when it's all over." Frey then leaves the room, and Kanya asks him, "Are you really sure about this?" Frey, with a stern look, says, "There's no other choice at this point. Now, I'm a foolish son who's disrespectful to his parents. If I stay any longer, it might cause misunderstandings." Kanya then tries to say something, but he cuts her off, saying, "It's okay. His life doesn't seem to be in danger. As long as I handle this properly, everything will go back to how it was." He then says to Kanya, "Well, let's go to my sister's room, where your sister is." As they walk, Frey asks how Katia is doing, and Kanya replies, "I put her to sleep with magic because it wouldn't be good if she got flustered seeing the young master." He then says to her, "All right, wait in front of the door. I'll be out shortly." He sneaks into the room and looks at the sleeping Katia. He then says, "She really is the spitting image of Kanya." He raises the Elixir of Potential and says, even though the ability she was born with is completely opposite, unlike Kanya, who uses black magic to take away her own life, Katia's powers are specialized in controlling and calming down dark magic. Furthermore, she can control the dark magic of others. It will be a great help to Kanya, because she is still young, and only a part of her abilities have been awakened. He starts to pour the elixir into her mouth and says, "This medicine can help you maximize your potential." He then smiles at her and says, "According to the prophecy, the effect will be seen in about half a day." Suddenly, Frey was hit by a shimmering flash of light and his body flew across the room, crashing into the wall. A girl then approaches him, and with a disgusted look on her face, she yells, "What did you do to Katia, you filthy bastard? It's a narcotic, isn't it?" Frey then stands up and calls her by her name, Arya. With tears rolling down her face, she says to him, "Your father collapsed because of you, and all you can think about is such disgraceful things?" She then grabs him by the collar and yells, "My mother died because of you, and now my father is also going to die because of you. Did you return home just to threaten a maid and drug a girl the same age as me?" He stares at her coldly as she says, "You should have died instead of my mother. You devil." He swats away her hand and pushes her to the floor, saying, "Don't be ridiculous. Your father collapsed on his own. And what's wrong with touching what's mine?" She retorts, "Katia is not a thing, you idiot." Frey then, with an evil smirk, replies, "Now that father has collapsed, I am the head of the Starlight family. This house, that girl, you and everything, I can do whatever I want with them, you know? So if you understand, leave immediately, or I'll do something to you as well." Arya grabs Frey's arm and cries, "Stop it! Please stop, I beg you." With tears pouring down her face, she says, "Please, big brother." He gets startled as she calls him that. Arya then says, "Please go back to the kind brother you used to be." He pushes her off to the ground and says, "What a killjoy." He then looks at her coldly and says, "I'll stop here for today. It would be troublesome if someone ends up crying nearby." As he leaves the room, he says, "Make sure to stay out of my sight as much as possible, you filthy bitch." The system notifies him that he has gained 300 points for showing no mercy, even to family. Arya then cries, muttering, "Big brother, what really happened to you?" Frey then slumps to the ground, leaning outside the door as Arya cries out loud, "Big brother, who was kind to everyone? Why did it turn out like this?" Later, we see Frey on his bed saying, "I thought I had gotten used to this act, but it really gets to me when it's family." He then says, "No, I should just let go of all these emotions. Afterwards, anyone who shows concern for me in events will receive penalties." He then hears Kanya knocking on the door, asking whether she can come in. He tells her to enter. Frey then says to her, "There's no particular problem, right?" She replies, "Yes, it went smoothly, and the effects are remarkable." She raises her hand and summons her dark magic, saying, "Until now, dark magic had been overflowing excessively." She then stabilizes the magic and says, "Thanks to the treatment, I can now control and use only the required amount." She then creates a clone of Frey and says, "Now even large-scale tasks, like creating a duplicate, seem manageable." He replies, "Good. This will make it easier to conceal my true identity." He then says to her, "When you return, enter the subconscious of the residents in the commoner's dormitory and have a few of them keep watch on the surroundings." As Kanya bows, accepting his order, he says, "Now I can focus on the main quest without worry. Irina has sworn loyalty to me, and I have the weaknesses of the other two in my grasp. As long as nothing extraordinary happens, I should be able to complete the quest safely." He then says, "Come to think of it, Serena must already be back from her trip, right?" Meanwhile, somewhere on the western continent, we see a woman asking Serena, "What exactly are you holding?" Serena tells her, "Take a guess." And the woman replies, "It looks similar to the worm-like script we saw at the ruins." The woman then continues, "Surely, when you suddenly said that you wanted to head to the hero's ruins from 1,000 years ago." Serena cuts her off by giggling and says, "It's because I didn't have time, so I took a shortcut." She then inwardly reads the script. "I was suddenly made a hero and went through quite a lot of hardship, but my distant descendants will probably face an even harsher fate. By the way, it's tough here because there's no chicken." Serena then smirks, while inwardly thinking, "At this moment, the very first main quest should be ongoing, right, Frey? I already know your plan, Frey. If you return after learning everything, I wonder what kind of expression you'll have." The scene now shifts to the next day as we see Frey heading into a carriage, while Arya watches him from the mansion above. She looks at him with sadness as he leaves without saying a word. She then closes the curtain sorrowfully, with a hint of disdain toward him. Kanya then instructs the carriage to head out and asks Frey whether he's sure about not wanting to meet Lady Arya. He replies saying, "It's fine. Meeting her will only bring pain." Kanya notices his saddened expression and changes the subject by asking about the first quest's content, since she wants to know the details to assist him better. He responds, "That's true. If I tell you, you'll be able to act in my stead in case something happens." The first main quest is to capture the culprit behind the attack on the commoner's dormitory. If I had lost the battle against Irina, I would have become the culprit myself. I would have been able to clear it easily by committing the incident and turning myself in. After all, the quest only requires that I capture the culprit by any means necessary. Even if I got caught, I could just bribe my way out. But that plan failed, so now no one knows who the culprit will be. Kanya then says, "In that case, why not stage it yourself now?" He tells her if you do that, then another assailant is likely to appear. She then says, "I see, what a troublesome system." And he responds, "Indeed. For now, let's look for demons lurking around the commoner's dormitory." She gets startled and asks, "Why demons instead of nobles?" Frey replies, "That's a possibility too, but this is the perfect opportunity for demons to infiltrate the empire. The empire is completely corrupted now. The arrogance of the nobility has pushed the commoners to the brink of rebellion. If a noble does anything to the commoners in such a situation, riots will break out everywhere." Kanya then says, "They're probably planning to take over the empire during the chaos?" He replies, "Indeed. It's even written in the prophecy that if I fail, the Demon King's forces will take action." Kanya then says, "Then let's think of a way to find the demons disguised as humans first." Frey reassures by saying, "Don't worry. If we buy a certain item, it'll be an easy fix." Later, we see them in the Empire's back alleys, wearing robes as a disguise to blend in. Frey then says to Kanya, "Now we're all set," as we see him carrying some shady items with him. Kanya then takes out a device and asks, "Will this demon detector really work?" Frey reassures by saying, "It should be sufficient for anything below the Demon King or his executives. The system window should identify higher-level demons, so there shouldn't be a problem." Kanya sighs and says, "Well, it's useful every once in a while." Frey responds, "It's usually a source of trouble, but sometimes it can be helpful." He then asks her, "Have you started investigating Serena?" She replies, "Yes, I've asked an informant in the back alleys. I also plan to mobilize my shadow decoys. But to be honest, I'm not confident if she's seriously hiding." Frey sighs and says, "That's right. With our power, we probably won't find her. After all, she's the heir to the Moonlight family, which handles all of the Empire's intelligence and assassination missions. For now, we just have to give it a try." Frey then stops in his tracks as he spots some kids huddled together, lamenting that they are starving. He inwardly wonders, are those the children who were captured by the succubus queen? A boy then says, "We should have used the gold coins the masked guy gave us more carefully." The girl retorts, "Even if we had, the adults would have taken it anyway." Kanya's attention shifts to Frey as he says, "Looks like I was the naive one here, thinking I saved the children just by giving them a little pocket money." He then says, "This won't do. I'll build an orphanage." Kanya, shocked, asks, "What are you saying?" He replies, "Since I'm a hero, I can't just turn a blind eye. I have more money than I could ever use." She retorts, "You can't. If you do that, your identity will be exposed." Frey then shows her a device, and she curiously asks, "What is that?" He replies, "It's the lifespan measurement device I got as a reward for defeating Arena. As you can see, I've got about 4 to 5 years left. I'd like to do what I want while I'm still alive. If I can save someone like them, it might atone for my sins." Kanya, with a saddened look, replies, "Saying something like that, that's unfair, isn't it? Fine then, we'll do it under my name." She then walks toward the children and gives each of them a piece of bread with a gentle smile. Frey smiles at the sight of the excited kids and inwardly thinks, "This should bring peace for a while, right? I'll attend the palace ball as my father's representative, but it doesn't matter because I already have a fiancé. If anyone approaches me, I'll just drive them away." The scene now shifts to the royal palace, where we see the Empress saying to Klana that the Moonlight family becoming the hero's partner would pose a threat to the palace. Klana inwardly thinks, she's just saying something that sounds plausible, but she's really after the Starlight family's immense wealth. The Empress then leaves the room saying, "Anyway, do as you're told and make sure to marry Frey. If you fail, I'll sell you off, so keep that in mind." As the door closes with a thud, Klana stands there, clenching her trembling fists. With tears pouring down her face, she says, "That's impossible. If I had to marry that piece of trash, I'd rather die." A few days later at the academy, we see Frey checking the detector and remarking that there's no reaction today either. Kanya then says to him, "If it's just hiding, wouldn't it be fine for me to do it alone?" Frey changes the subject and says, "Anyway, there's nothing to do for a while, so being with you is more relaxing." She then blushes and says, "Oh, that's good to hear." She hands him a letter and says, "I believe it's about the ball in a week." Frey opens it while saying, "So it's about coming in place of my father?" He then reads the contents aloud. "I, the Emperor of the Empire, order Frey Rayon Starlight to annul his current engagement with Klana Solar Sunrise and engage with her instead." He then gets petrified as he says, "It's based on the second vow made between the first Emperor and the previous hero." Kanya gets startled and asks, "Why so suddenly?" Frey then holds his head in frustration and says, "I feel like I read about the second vow in a prophecy. I think it was related to the marriage of the first Emperor and our ancestors, right?" Suddenly, a group of women rushes toward Frey, yelling out his name. He gets startled as one of the women says, "I heard you're looking for a marriage partner at the upcoming ball." Another yells, "If it's me, I feel like I could be a good match for you." Frey then gets frustrated and inwardly thinks, "It seems like someone caught wind of the engagement annulment and came by. Please don't spread half-baked rumors." Kanya then steps between the women, pulls them aside and says, "Please step back. The young master's fiancé has already been decided." The group of women glares at her as she holds out a letter saying, "This is an order from the Emperor, so glaring won't change anything." They then leave in anger, saying, "Just wait and see. I'm definitely going to marry Frey." As they leave, Frey says to Kanya, "It's going to be troublesome if so many people gather because they heard rumors like that." Kanya then retorts, "The problem is not that. Engaging with Klana is the issue." She then sighs and says, "If I keep running into you while being frustrated about almost killing the young master." Frey cuts her off and says, "No, this situation might actually be in my favor. I was also worrying about how to keep my distance when Serena returns." She then says, "It would indeed be difficult to keep avoiding your fiancé, Serena." Frey then smirks and says, "Oh, that's why I'll use this opportunity to distance myself." The scene now shifts to the Academy Library, where we see Klana reading a book and scoffing, saying, "There's no useful information here either." She then places it on the shelf and mutters, "I'll have to check out the secret archives of the palace." But she ponders that she can't enter there without her father's permission. She then inwardly says, "I want to investigate the vow that became the pretense for the engagement." 1,000 years ago, when the Demon King disappeared and the first emperor, my ancestor, created this country, there were two noble houses that provided help. The Starlight family, who defeated the Demon King and garnered overwhelming support from the populace, and the Moonlight family, who handled various dark dealings behind the scenes. To honor them, the emperor granted both houses extra legal privileges. Since then, even the emperor has not been allowed to intervene in their decisions. She then mutters, "The master-servant relationship is just a name, and for 1,000 years the royal family has requested cooperation from both houses." Yet suddenly, to order an engagement annulment, what kind of vow would make that possible? Suddenly a voice calls out, "What are you thinking so hard about, my future wife?" She gets startled as it's none other than Frey. Klana then glares at him and says, "How leisurely of you to come just to tease me." Frey, with an evil grin, says, "Don't glare at me like that. We'll be living together from now on, after all." She then says, "It seems you have no particular business, so I'll take my leave." Frey retorts, "Since I came all this way, you might as well show a little more friendliness, don't you think?" She then gets shocked as he says, "We're both caught up in the love quarrels of our ancestors from 1,000 years ago, after all." She then asks him whether he knows about the second vow, and he replies, "Well, yeah. It was written in our old manuscripts. It's famous that the first emperor was in love with the previous hero, right?" He then takes out a manuscript from his pocket and says, "It was written that the first emperor, having lost his rightful position as first consort, made a vow so that his descendants wouldn't suffer the same fate." She then gets shocked and asks him what he just said, as it sounds ridiculous. He then throws it toward her and says, "I don't know anything beyond that. The rest was encoded." He then turns to leave, saying, "Go ahead and pick it like a bitch. See you at the ball." She then gets frustrated and asks whether he's okay with being forced to marry her. Frey replies, "It's not like I want to do this or that it matters who it is, right?" With a smirk, he adds, "But thinking about it, there's no power in being the head of the Moonlight family." With an evil grin, he says, "You might have it easier just being you." He then leaves saying, "Don't worry. If you behave, I intend to let you have some freedom. After all, you're only worth your body." He then inwardly thinks, "I've given you a hint. The fact that the invitation does not state anything about the party's right to refuse. I'm sure you'll notice and avoid the marriage." The scene now shifts to somewhere in the Western continent, where we see an old woman in a cloak walking toward a humble villa in the distance. She then opens the door and is greeted by a voice saying, "Welcome, you old witch." It's none other than Frey's fiancée, Serena, who is eating a sweet cake with a mischievous smile. The woman takes off her cloak and replies, "Only you would call the head of the magic tower of the Sunrise Empire an old hag, daughter of the Moonlight family." Serena then replies, "But don't you like this nickname better than the one for the magic tower master?" The old woman then sits across from her, saying, "You really are a shrewd bitch." The woman then asks her what the urgent request is, and Serena replies that she wants to erase her memory. Upon hearing this, the tower master bursts into laughter and asks, "Did you get dumped by Frey? Or did you witness an affair again?" Serena replies, "Not just a specific memory. I want to erase everything from the past month." Upon hearing her words, the smile on the hag's face completely disappears. With a serious expression, she says, "Don't be foolish. What's your goal? If you erase that much, your body won't be able to handle it." Serena then says, "But there's no choice. It looks like I'm about to reveal the hero's true identity, and it's becoming impossible to keep doubting." The Tower Master, confused, asks what she's saying, but Serena interrupts her and says, "I have one more thing. I want you to cast a spell on me that makes me obey unconditionally." The woman gets startled and asks, "Who will you obey?" Serena replies with a subtle smile, "Frey Rayon Starlight. I have to do that, or I might end up killing him at the ball." Later, in the Imperial Palace, we see a maid telling Klana that the dress prepared for her suits her well before excusing herself. Klana then sighs and says, "There's 6 hours left until the banquet." She then looks at a bunch of books on the table and says, "I have to break the encryption somehow before then." Suddenly she hears a sound and turns, only to see that it's just a cat. The cat then leaves the room while signaling toward a book with its tail. Klana wonders, where did it even come from? She bends over, picks up the book, and starts going through its contents, only to be shocked by what she uncovers. Later, we see the doors to the banquet hall opening as they announce that the provincial head of the Starlight family, Frey Rayon Starlight, has arrived. Everyone's attention shifts toward them as Frey and Kanya enter the hall. Frey then takes a glass of wine and asks whether Kanya had successfully delivered the item. She replies that she delivered it to Klana. Frey then says, "With this, I am finally free. The engagement with the Moonlight family has been cancelled, and the arrangement with Klana will surely be annulled as well." Kanya retorts, "You can't say surely just yet." He cuts her off and says, "No, it's certain. I've given enough hints. If it comes to it, I can reject it myself." Kanya then says, "Now the only thing left is the deal with the Empress, right?" He replies, "Yeah, but that won't be too difficult." Suddenly a voice calls out to him saying, "Frey-sama, may I have a moment of your time?" Frey then remembers that this is the girl who bullied Irina, and he asks her what she wants. With a smirk, she says, "Oh, nothing? I just feel sorry for you." Frey asks, "Sorry for me?" She then sarcastically says, "Yeah, to think you're marrying the most untamed of the royal daughters. And on top of that, Lady Klana is only a princess in name. She's even inferior to a rural noble. Her looks being passable is her only saving grace." Frey then tells her that she should be careful with her words, as she'll never know who might be listening. She then sarcastically adds, "It's such a shame. If only you were marrying someone like me, the daughter of an earl, I could offer you all the wealth and power you desire." She then takes her leave, telling Frey to enjoy himself and have a wonderful evening. Kanya then gets close to Frey and mutters about how a peculiar person like her even exists. Frey then takes a sip of his wine and says, "That's just frustrating." Kanya then says that nothing she says will change anything, and Frey agrees. He then tells her that it's time for his appointment and hands over his wine glass to her, as she hopes it goes well. As he passes by Klana, she gives him a side-eye, wondering what's he's scheming. As Frey enters a bedroom, a maid tells him to wait a moment, as Her Majesty will be arriving soon. He then inspects the decorations of the room and says, "What a ridiculously girlish room. What kind of crazy person designed this?" As the maid informs him that the Empress was the one who designed it, he quickly changes his words and says, "On second thought, it's cute and pretty. It's pleasant because it gives off a newlywed atmosphere." The Empress then enters, apologizing to Frey for keeping him waiting, and asks him how he feels now that he is becoming a member of the royal family. She then takes a seat, saying that now no one can stand in his way. Frey replies, "That's quite a wonderful notion. Anyway, has there been any backlash from the Moonlight family?" With a smirk, she says, "None. We've demonstrated an appropriate level of sincerity." He then inwardly thinks they threw money at the problem. Well, with that lunatic old man from the Moonlight family, that does make sense. 1,000 years ago, they may have had a righteous cause against the Empire. But now, the only thing that can move that family is money. Even marrying their daughter to me was ultimately for financial gain. Frey then sighs and says to her, "It's a relief, honestly. I wasn't too keen on this arrangement. As I'm becoming royalty, I must express gratitude appropriately." She then laughs, saying that he's quite an understanding person. He then hands her a paper, telling her to review it as it's regarding the donation in exchange for the royal status being granted to him. She gets excited as she reads that she'll be receiving 6 million gold, double the amount she expected. He then tells her to sign the contract if there are no issues, and she says, "Very well. It wouldn't do to have any disputes later on." She then notices something and asks, "What exactly is this clause?" Frey Rayon Starlight cannot be arrested for any crime except treason against the state. He then calmly replies, "I intend to do some dirty work for the royal family once I'm married, handling Her Majesty's political enemies, collecting funds, and so on. In exchange for dirtying my hands, I want you to guarantee my protection. Don't you think it's necessary to have at least one such person?" She grins and replies, "I'm impressed. Every word you say is just as expected, if not more." He then stands up and holds his chest while saying, "It is an honor beyond my worth." The Empress then says, "There's one final puzzling clause here. If the engagement is dissolved in a manner unintended by Frey Rayon Starlight, the donation will be considered null and void." Frey replies, "I don't think it will be an issue, but it's just in case." She then laughs and says, "You are quite the cautious one, Lord Frey. As long as we agree this engagement is absolute, Klana can't defy us." Frey grins and says, "I see. Please don't take offense, it's truly just a precaution. She then playfully winks and says, "Don't worry, I will ensure the matter of the donation is properly handled." He then leaves, saying, "Of course. Then I'll take my leave." She lets him off by saying, "Yes, I will stamp this immediately and send it back to you." As Frey closes the door and leaves, he inwardly thinks, a nation run by people blinded by greed is doomed to fall into ruin. He then grins and says, "Anyway, it worked out perfectly. This should make playing the villain a bit more tolerable." He's then interrupted by Klana as she says, "It seems the matter has been settled regarding the transaction involving me." He inwardly thinks, "Why is she here?" and replies, "What are you yapping about? We were merely exchanging opinions on strengthening the nation." She then glares at him and says, "Don't make me laugh. You're only thinking of satisfying your own selfish desires." She then walks past him saying, "You'd better wake up. Things won't go the way you want them to." He then stands there as she walks away and smirks while inwardly thinking, "It seems I've found a way to avoid the marriage. Well, everything seems to be going according to my plan. Guess I'll enjoy a front row seat to her rampage." After some time, we see the nobles dancing with each other while Kanya glances at Frey curiously as he's reading the finalized contract. He then says, "The Emperor has properly stamped his seal, so no issues here. This should ensure that no one suspects me of pretending to be a villain." As he takes a sip of his wine, Kanya says to him that she doesn't see Serena anywhere. He replies, "That's true. I heard she was sent an invitation since it's a ball after all. The Moonlight family must have refused to attend." Kanya then says, "Indeed, the head of the Moonlight family rarely appears at these events. And considering Serena's position after her engagement was annulled, it's not surprising she wouldn't feel inclined to come." Frey then says, "That's true, but I thought she might at least come under the pretense of reconnaissance to kill me." Kanya then says, "However, does she even really intend to kill you? It's not just that we aren't receiving any intel from her side, there's also been absolutely no movement at all." Frey agrees and says, "Normally, like everyone else, she would have immediately taken steps to go after my life. But instead, it's like she's just observing for now." Kanya then sighs and says, "In any case, we'll continue to stay on guard." Then, as the main event is about to start, they announce, "The Emperor, Raikon Solar Sunrise, the glorious son of the Empire, and Empress Raimi Solar Sunrise are entering." The next moment, the Emperor and Empress of the Sunrise Empire enter side by side. The Emperor emanates radiant solar mana. Frey frowns as Kanya is vulnerable to solar mana. The Emperor then withdraws his solar mana and says to everyone, "As you all might be aware, the reason I invited all you lords here today is to announce the engagement of the third princess and Frey Rayon Starlight." The Emperor then, with a bored expression, yawns in the middle of his speech and says, "This union is in accordance with the pledge of the first Empress." He then sits on his throne and says, "Rami, please explain on my behalf." The Empress then smiles and continues, "In place of the Emperor, I shall continue." She then tells the two involved to step forward, Frey Rayon Starlight and Klana Solar Sunrise. As they stand before each other, she asks, "Frey, do you consent to this engagement?" He then kneels and says, "Yes." And holding her hand, he asks, "Princess Klana, will you marry me?" Then the Empress, with a smug expression, asks Klana whether she consents to this engagement. Klana hesitates and then declares, "I do not consent to this engagement." And in the next instant, the ballroom is in utter chaos. The Empress then yells at her, "What are you saying? You don't have the authority to..." Klana quickly cuts her off and says, "I do, and that's why I'm saying it." The second pledge between the Starlight family and the first Empress clearly states that without the mutual consent of both parties, the marriage cannot be formalized. She turns to the Emperor and asks, "Am I wrong, Father?" He nonchalantly replies, "This has taken an interesting turn." He then continues, "I was under the impression that both of you had already agreed to the engagement. I thought this would merely be a formal exchange of vows." Klana then says, "I didn't know I had the right to refuse." He responds, "It seems the Empress, in her busy schedule, forgot that your consent was required." He then says, "Returning to the matter at hand, even I cannot overturn the pledge of the first Empress, which means that since you have refused, this marriage is invalid." He then asks Frey, "Can you accept this outcome?" Frey stands up with a mischievous smile, quickly using his Oscar-level acting skills, and says, "Your Majesty, how could I possibly accept this?" With tears, he continues, "My heart is nearly breaking from the sorrow of unrequited love. However, if Princess Klana's happiness is not to be found in this union, then I will bid farewell to my feelings for her." Klana seems frustrated by his acting skills. while the Emperor, with a delighted expression, praises Frey, saying, "You're surprisingly generous." He then adds, "You might have been quite offended, but your understanding has saved us." The Emperor then holds his wine glass up and apologizes to everyone who came to witness the engagement, saying, "Enjoy the banquet to your heart's content." The Empress then runs toward Klana, yelling, "You little brat, didn't I tell you? If you failed this engagement, I'd sell you off." With a stern look, Klana retorts, "Feel free to do so if you wish. I'll just expose every last bit of your corruption." Frey then intervenes by coughing to get their attention. With a sorrowful tone, he says, "Your Majesty, it is truly regrettable." With tears, he continues, "But I will be taking the prepared donation back with me." The Empress becomes nervous at the turn of events and says, "Surely there's no need to go through the trouble of reclaiming it, right?" Frey then cheerfully winks at her while saying, "Oh, and about the immunity clause, I'll gladly make full use of it." Klana then gets surprised and asks how they could grant such a thing to that devil. She yells, "Mark my words, I won't let you be the only one to come out ahead." As Frey leaves, he inwardly says, "It's all part of my plan. This ball was such a hassle, but unexpectedly it turned out to be quite rewarding. Now I've rid myself of the burden of a fiancé and am free." Suddenly he's interrupted by a woman saying, "Oh, poor Lord Frey. I told you that manly princess was trouble, didn't I?" Frey sighs at the blonde woman and inwardly notes that she never learns. She then gets closer and says, "How cruel of Princess Klana to humiliate you in public. Surely someone like me, so obedient, would be a much better match." He then waves his hand nonchalantly and says, "I'm sorry, but could you just disappear? You're revolting with your transparent, ulterior motives, you delusional woman." She is shocked and yells, asking what he just said. She retorts, asking what's so wrong with her, and Frey replies, "Didn't you hear me? You're annoying. And on top of that, you have a terrible personality. So disappear and never show yourself in front of me again." As Frey leaves like a Chad, she yells, "How dare you insult me? Just because you're the son of a duke, you think you can do whatever you like? Just because you're a little handsome." Frey mutters, "What an unpleasant person," and waves at Kanya, apologizing for keeping her waiting. Kanya then looks at him in shock and says, "Master, it's terrible." Frey is confused and wonders what on earth could make Kanya lose her composure like this. She then hands him a letter and nervously says, "Well, the truth is, just moments ago, Lady Serena came by and left this letter and a message for you. It says, 'Come to the courtyard. If you don't, I'll kill you immediately.'" The scene now shifts to the courtyard as we see Frey calling out to Serena. She then looks at him and says, "It's been a while." Frey then nervously says, "What do you want? We're not engaged anymore, are we?" Frey gets defensive as she walks toward him, saying, "I thought you'd ignore me if I didn't push you, so I resorted to threats. I know we're strangers now, but I've decided to help you, though I don't really remember what I'm supposed to be helping with since I've lost my memory. I know about the ball and our broken engagement from some notes I found, but other than that..." Frey, confused, cuts her off by asking, "What are you talking about?" She then winks and asks, "Do you mean about the ball?" He yells, "No, not that part." She smirks and says, "You mean how I lost my memories?" Frey grows frustrated as talking to her only throws him off. He asks her about it, and she says that her memories from the last month of travel were erased by magic. He then asks, "Who would do something like that?" She replies, "It was me. I asked the master of the magic tower to do it for me." The viewers then get to see her feat, and with a mischievous smile, she continues, "I also had them cast a spell of absolute obedience on me, binding me to you." He gets confused and yells, "Why would you do something like that?" With a smirk, she replies, "Who knows, maybe to help you. If I had my memory erased while also being bound by absolute obedience to you, it's highly likely that what I forgot is related to you." He is still confused and asks, "What's related to me?" Serena, smirking, says, "I don't know what I saw at the ruins, but..." Frey is shocked and inwardly thinks, "Ruins? Don't tell me she read that?" Across the world, there are ruins tied to the hero. In these ruins, records about the hero's identity and penalties within the system are preserved. They're written in kana, so I thought no one would be able to read them. Could she really have deciphered this through context and guesswork? So she found out who I really am and erased her own memory to prevent me from suffering the penalty? I knew she was a genius, but this is beyond comprehension. Serena then smiles and says, "I decided not to think too deeply about it. If I remember while thinking it over, that would be a problem." Frey sighs and says, I understand the situation now, but even so, there's no reason for you to help me, is there? She replies, oh, there is. She then winks and says, it's because I love you. He gets confused as she adds, you're truly a scumbag, but even so, I still love you. She then leaves, saying, see you later then. Call me if you ever need help. Frey mutters, I feel like I've been completely played, but I guess I should look on the bright side. If I can make use of Serena's abilities, with the overwhelming intelligence network and manpower of the Moonlight family at my disposal, if I use that well alongside the legal immunity I just acquired, I should be able to clear the first quest without any problems. Meanwhile, around that time, the Tower Master, who had returned to the Sunrise Empire from the Western continent, was walking down the street while grumbling in pain. She mutters, she asked me to cast a mind restoration magic spell on the last letter before she lost her memories. Does she think it's a magic spell that can be cast on a whim? Even the Emperor needs to stand in line for a year before receiving that magic spell. She then grits her teeth and says, if you weren't my apprentice. Suddenly she's interrupted as a little girl asks her, do you want to buy some bread? The Tower Master, feeling pissed off, tells her to get lost since she's busy right now. Folks, it appears that this is the kid Frey saved from the succubus queen. This kid is smart because, unlike others, she actually used the money he gave her to start her own business. The kid then asks, don't you have time to eat? The Tower Master quietly watches and smiles at the adorable appearance of the girl, whose eyes twinkle as she speaks. She then accepts the slice of bread the girl offers and says, yeah, that's right. The Master of the Magic Tower is a busy person. The little girl then gets confused and says, Magic Tower Master? The woman replies, that's right. I sensed an enormous amount of magic power in this area, so I came to investigate. The Tower Master then hands over a gold coin to her and mutters, that was delicious. The girl gets excited and says, thank you very much. Is there anything I can help with? I may not look like it, but I can use magic. The woman then says, you brat, you can't lie like that. I don't sense even a trace of magic from you. The girl then creates a magic circle and emits a radiant light from her body. The Tower Master, with her mouth open wide, looks at her in disbelief and says, no way! That massive magical power was all from this kid? She quickly warps and appears right next to the girl. The little girl stares blankly at the spot where the Tower Master had reappeared after vanishing for a split second. The woman then asks the little girl her name, and she replies, it's Glare. The old woman then says, all right, Glare, from today onwards, you're my apprentice. Glare tilts her head in confusion, and the lucky ring on her left finger, which she had cherished until now, glows radiantly. Meanwhile, around that time, in an unknown room, a girl was sitting on a splendid throne with a bored expression on her face. She smirks and says, I'm sick of being stuck in hiding because of this penalty. An emerald-eyed crow flies in through the open window and calls her, Your Majesty, asking whether she summoned it. The girl, who was called the Demon King by the crow, smiles and says, I've decided it's time to start making our move. It should be about time to attack the commoner's dormitory. During the chaos of the attack, we'll use it as cover to infiltrate the Empire with the Demon Lord's army. The crow then says, Then I shall seek out suitable attackers? With a smirk, she replies, Yes, find humans overflowing with jealousy and pride, those with strong negative emotions. They're easier to control, and black magic works more effectively on them. The crow then says, Understood. I'll begin searching at the academy immediately. She then replies, I have one more thing. She hands over a crimson pendant and says, If you wear this, no one will figure out your true identity. The Demon King then remarks, This is exciting. An opaque system window floats in front of her eyes as she grins evilly and says, I can't wait to see what kind of fight the hero puts on for his very first main quest. The scene now shifts to some day later as we hear Kanya calling out to Frey on what he's doing. He tells her that he's just making some plans, and he continues saying, looking ahead, I think it's wise for us to gather strength. Kanya then asks, saying, You mean preparing for the date of the attack and the aftermath? He then replies saying, There's no need to worry about the aftermath. Since I have immunity from arrest, I can just spread false rumors and earn points. That means we can focus entirely on finding the real culprit. Kanya then says, What should we do? We'll search, but if we can't catch them, of course we'll do our best. He then smiles at her and replies saying, That's not possible. As written in the prophecy, the demon detector is a special item. Disguises and magic have no effect on it. The only exception is the system, but I'm the only hero who possesses it. Kanya then says, So in reality, it's possible to deceive. He then shrugs it off and says, yeah, so don't worry. But suddenly they are startled by Serena barging into the room and greeting Frey a good morning. Kanya then glares at her and says, Serena, I'd appreciate it if you didn't enter without permission. Serena then mischievously replies saying, do I need permission to enter my fiancé's room? Kanya yells, saying that her engagement was annulled, but Serena forced herself into the room and began inspecting every corner. She then says, well, at least it doesn't seem like you're up to anything suspicious. Frey holds his head in frustration and says, you told me to call you when necessary, yet you're here. Serena then pauses and gazes at Kanya with a stern look and asks why she's here. Kanya replies saying that she's his butler, but Serena sternly cut off Kanya and asks whether she's planning to harm him. Kanya then replies saying that she would never do such a thing, and Serena looks at her sternly and says, your pupils and body show no unusual signs. It seems you're telling the truth. She then looks at Frey and says that it looks like she can trust his butler. Frey then nervously thanks her for checking her out. She then asks him whether he needs any help with something as she's about to leave now. He then clears his throat and says, yeah, but before that I have one order for you. Don't be certain about anything related to me. The absolute domination then takes effect, and she agrees, saying that she understood. Frey then inwardly says, this should prevent any penalties from triggering. Penalties only activate on absolute certainty, just like with Kanya, since absolute certainty is the activation condition. He then hands over her a map and a device saying that he has a request. She then asks, isn't this a map of the area around the commoner's dormitory? He then says it's a device that detects demons. We received intel that demons are planning a terrorist attack in that area. I need the Moonlight family to station personnel for surveillance and security. She then agrees to it but asks why he's suddenly doing good deeds. He tells her that's an order and not to pry any further. The absolute domination takes effect again, and she says that she understood. He tells her that if she senses anything suspicious, then to immediately report to him. She then agrees and prepares to leave. As she leaves, she peeps and says, well then, see you later. Then with a loving smile, she says, I love you. They both get frustrated by her behavior, and Kanya tells him that Serena is as unpredictable as ever. Frey then agrees and says, yeah, but her skills are undeniable. Let's just wait patiently for now. The scene now shifts to the evening as we see the Moonlight units scouting the area for any suspicious activities. We see them do the Naruto run, and a woman reports to Serena that they have stationed the personnel as ordered. Serena then says that she did a good work and inspects the device, saying that there are no particular reactions so far. The woman then says that they have also deployed the demon specialists, so it's only a matter of time before we catch them. Serena then tells her that she's counting on her, and the woman uses her ninjutsu and teleports, saying that she'll take her position as well. Serena then looks at the map and says, then I suppose I should check the designated locations. But little does she know, a crow is monitoring her plans, as she says that there are about 6 key points. The crow then inwardly says, that person is not the culprit either. I can barely sense any emotions from them. The Demon Lord said that not just anyone can be the assailant. It must be someone capable of casting powerful dark magic to break the Demon Lord restraints. Someone who can draw a magic circle to sacrifice the entire commoner's dormitory. It then hears a woman's footsteps and shifts its attention to her. It's none other than Isabel. She bites her nail in frustration while calling Frey a bastard. She says, I never imagined I'd suffer such humiliation at the ball. That scumbag thinks he can get away with anything just because he's a little good-looking. I'll find his weakness and make him regret everything. The crow senses immense negative emotions from her, and it says that it has finally found her. It then spreads its wings and fly towards her as its feathers start fall near her. As it's now right above her, she looks up at the crow, but as the feathers touch her shoulder, she gets possessed as an evil aura surrounds her. The crow then says, answer me, wicked human. Who are you? She replies saying, I am a servant of the Demon Lord. As you wish, I will attack the commoner's dormitory. Next day, we hear Kanya telling Frey that his coffee is ready. He takes a sip of it and says, it's been a while since we had such a peaceful morning. She tells him that's true since there have been a lot of incidents lately. He then says, oh right, do you want to go out for a bit later? She gets confused and he says, I've put you through a lot of hardships. I wanted to buy you some clothes and share a good meal together. She then gets gloomy and he nervously says, of course I don't expect this to make up for everything. Kenya then starts to blush hella hard while inwardly saying, wait, is this a date? She then says to him, Well, we never know what could happen, so if it's somewhere nearby. But suddenly Serena burst open the door and stormed in calling out for Frey. She catches her breath and says, "There is suspicious magic energy leaking from the commoner dormitory." Kanya and Frey then looked at each other nervously and says maybe they should postpone the outing. They then arrive at the commoner's dormitory and see that it's surrounded by a strong magic. Frey then looks at the system window and inwardly says, "The quest has reappeared. That means there's definitely an intruder." He then says, "That magic power is terrifying. Ordinary people won't last long." Serena then says, "Yeah, that's why we pulled the troops back." Frey then asks what exactly happened, and she replies saying, "The surveillance was never lifted, and the detection devices didn't pick up anything. But this morning, all of a sudden, evil magic started flowing from inside." Frey then says, "Could it be that a noble student entered?" She gets confused and asks, why would he bring that up all of a sudden? He then holds his head in frustration and inwardly says, "This is bad. I was careless. I should have warned them that the culprit was a noble, but I was too cautious. But why didn't the detection device activate?" He then tightens his fist and says, "No, I'll think about that later. Right now the priority is dealing with this situation." Kanya then tells him to properly investigate before taking action, but he replies saying, "There's no time. Let's get in there and capture the culprit. Once we find them, I can just use this to take control." Kanya then sees the stone and says, "Isn't that the stone of domination?" He says, "Yeah, I don't think there'll be any problems, but I brought it just in case, if I capture them and say it was my order." However, the next moment he notices something and quickly grabs Serena and Kanya, then flung themselves into the bush next to them. It appears that Klana, Felrosh, and Irina are running toward the dormitory. Serena then asks Frey on why he's acting like this all of a sudden, and he tells her to not make any sound. As the girls pass through them, Felrosh says, "Now that we're closer, I can definitely sense an evil presence." Irina agrees, saying, "Yeah, I noticed it this morning when I went to visit Ariani. The people inside are in danger. We have to do something to save them." Frey then inwardly says, "I understand why Irina, who lives in that dorm, is here. But why are Klana and Felrosh with her too? Have those three formed a connection without me knowing? Everything is already so unpredictable." Serena gets confused and asks him to explain what's going on to her, or she won't be able to help him if she doesn't even know what to do. He then straight up ignores her and tells Kanya to cast a recognition blocking spell to make sure no one gets close. Serena gets hella pissed by this as he's ignoring her. She gets up and unfolds her the fan she was holding and creates a recognition blocking spell of her own. She then looks at him and says, "I can do it too. For now I've made sure no one can get close. So tell me, what exactly are you planning to do?" Frey then sighs and inwardly says, "Given the situation, as soon as I find the attacker, I'll use the Stone of Domination to take control of their mind. Then I'll reveal myself as the mastermind and complete the quest. It'll cause a huge uproar, but with my immunity from arrest and enough money, I can easily cover it up. But instead of explaining all that, it's faster to just give them an order." He then says to Serena, "I'm going inside now to find the source of the magic. Don't overthink it, just help me." The absolute domination takes effect, and she says she understood. He then extends his hand into the barrier and says, "All right then, let's get this over with." We now see them inside the commoner's dormitory as it looks ominous. Suddenly Kanya tells Frey to look out, as he sees the interior of the commoner's dormitory was transformed into a dungeon and an intermediate rank demonic monster charges at him in full speed. As it was about to strike him on the face, he reached for his sword, but it's already too late. But suddenly Serena stepped forward, easily blocking its claw with the fan in her hand, and in the next moment she lightly waved it. Soon afterwards, the ugly demonic monster was flung away helplessly and collided with its rushing companions. The monsters who witnessed this scene began faltering due to fear. Serena, who stared at these demonic monsters condescendingly, flapped her fan in a relaxed manner, and then launched an attack infused with lunar mana towards them. Thus, the demonic monsters squeal in pain and were swept away by her lunar mana. Then they faltered and began collapsing one after another. Soon only silence lingered in the dormitory's lobby. Frey, witnessing her skills, inwardly says, as expected of Serena, she has already completely mastered the Moonlight family's arcane skills at this point in time. I'm really glad she's on our side. If they were an enemy, they'd be a real nightmare to deal with. He then notices something on the ground and says, "Is it graffiti?" Serena notes, saying there's an ominous magical aura lingering around it. Kenya then calls out to Frey to check something out, and as he looks inside, he sees two people collapsed on the ground. He remarks saying, "Isn't that the dorm manager and the maid?" She says that they've been put to sleep with magic. He then inspects them and tells Kanya to try entering their subconscious. As she tries to use her dark mana on them, she gets startled. She tells him that something is blocking her from getting in their subconscious. He gets confused and inwardly says, when it comes to subconscious magic, no one surpasses Kanya. A strong will can resist intrusion, but completely blocking entry should be impossible. Even Felroche, or the Master of the Magic Tower, wouldn't be able to do that. Not even the Demon Lord's army had someone with this ability. He then gets a realization and says, wait, could it be? Is the Demon Lord involved? Kanya then gets worried and says, Demon Lord? And he replies, saying, yeah, but the ones actually moving are probably high-ranking officers borrowing the Demon Lord's power. But would the Demon Lord really need to get involved just to attack a commoner dorm? Well, no point in overthinking it. First, we need to deal with the problem in front of us. Serena then runs into the room hella gassed out, and she calls out to him saying, I scouted the area, and some things are off. There are monsters swarming everywhere, but I haven't found a single casualty. It's like someone is controlling them. And that someone is, Frey then says, the attacker. Serena then agrees and says, also, do you remember that graffiti from earlier? It was drawn on every floor, from the first to the third, which means the entire dorm is inside massive magic circle. Frey gets startled by this revelation, and inwardly says, a magic circle using living humans in the Demon Lord's army. That can only mean a sacrificial magic circle. I remember now. It was in the prophecy book, but the details were so vague that I completely forgot. That's a subsidiary magic circle of the sacrificial magic circle. There must be a separate activation circle like the one I saw with the succubus queen. And that place is almost certainly a location where magic power can be unleashed all at once. That means it's on the top floor. The culprit should be there too. We have to get to the top floor, capture the culprit and break the magic circle, or else everyone here will be sacrificed. The scene now shifts to the top floor as we see Isabel in middle of a magic circle, emitting immense negative energy as her eyes look hella creepy. The crow then says that choosing that woman as the host was the right decision. The stronger the negative emotions, the faster the completion. At this rate, it should be finished in an hour. But then, Frey suddenly appears, saying that it made Isabel the host of all people. The crow watches him as he says, yeah, she really resents me. Which means for you guys, she's the perfect prey. As Frey swings his sword, sending his stellar mana towards it, suddenly it gets blocked and it appears it was Isabel's doing. Frey gets a bit frustrated that it wasn't enough to take it down. The crow laughs as we see Isabel conjuring up a spell. It then says, fool, did you really think this would be easy? You figured out that I'm the real body, not bad, but knowing that changes nothing. She then launches her attack. But suddenly, Serena comes in with her fan and swings her lunar mana towards her, which causes Isabel to get pushed back as her own spells blow up behind her. They then tell Frey to leave it to them and to take care of that crow. He then says that he's counting on them and they prepare to fight Isabel as she's also conjuring up her spells. As Frey walks towards the crow, he sheaths his sword and says, hey crow, don't tell me you're the only one here. It then gets frustrated that there are others helping him. But it says that it's not over yet since if it can take control of his mind. It then tells Frey that he's going to turn him into its puppet. He smirks and says, that sounds fun. Why don't we see who wins? He then holds out the Stone of Domination and says, well, it's 100% my victory though, because I have this. The crow then gets hella anxious seeing that, and his consciousness starts to slip away gradually, and it falls to the ground. Frey looks at it for a moment and says, what a weakling. So when the controller loses consciousness, the brainwashing naturally fades. Kanya then says, if this had dragged on, it could have gone either way, that was a close one. Serena notes that their attackers were simple, but the raw power behind each strike was impressive. Frey then says, I'm glad it ended quickly. Now, if we can just take care of the magical circle. But suddenly a voice calls out to him, asking on what he's doing here. Don't tell me you're the culprit. It's none other than the trio. Irina grits her teeth and says, do you even need to ask? Obviously, he is the one behind this. Felroche then starts to ask the sun god to grant her the power to punish this sinner. Frey then inwardly says, no wonder everything was going too smoothly. And of all the times, they just had to show up now. Klana then asks on why he is here with Serena and Kanya. Kanya gets nervous and says that they sensed something suspicious coming from the dormitory, so she came to check. She quickly goes to their side and flips him off, saying that disgusting scumbag was here, but she inwardly hopes that he will forgive her for doing this. Serena quickly defends him, saying that he's not a bad person. She continues saying that even now, he was just trying to find and take down the real attackers. But then she gets confused and says, "Wait a minute, why was Frey here again?" He then gets alert and inwardly says, "The strain on their bodies is too much. The more they think, the more contradictions they'll notice. I need to change the situation before they start asking strange questions. If I run away now and turn myself in, I'll still clear the quest. But the real issue is the sacrificial magic circle. I'm the only one who knows how to completely disable it. If someone else makes a mistake, it could turn into a massive disaster." He then gets frustrated and says, "Damn it. If only the Stone of Domination didn't have a usage limit. If I could control them, I could just make them dispel the magic circle easily. It's a waste, but this is the only way." The Stone of Domination starts to crack and Frey unleashes the dark mana he stored from Kanya. The next moment, all the demonic monsters in the commoner's dormitory began rushing to the top floor. They all then get scared and Felroche asks what that light was just now. Irina tells her that Bastard is summoning his minions this way. We then see the crow fly and land right on top of Frey's head. With an evil grin he says, "If I force the Stone of Domination into berserk mode, it'll temporarily confuse beings with no self-awareness. While they're distracted by the monsters, I'll pretend to be controlled by the crow and discreetly dismantle the magic circle." Frey then laughs, saying, "Foolish humans, become offerings for the Demon King." Klana then yells out, saying that he's finally revealed his true nature. Kanya comments saying, "Don't you think something is off? Would Frey really act so boldly? He was always a more devious and insidious villain." Seeing Kanya cover up for him, Frey inwardly says, "Nice work. That was the perfect way to back me up. I'll leave the explanation to Kanya and focus on my acting." Soon the crow's eyes lit up. Frey concentrated stellar mana around his throat and began imitating his voice. It then says, "It's useless. He is under my control." The crow continued to speak to the heroines in a condescending tone, and Kanya pointed at it, saying that it seems to be that the crow is controlling Frey. Felroche agrees, saying that she can feel an overwhelming evil presence coming from it. Klana then prepares her solar mana, asking whether they are ready. She tells them that they'll decide whether he's being controlled or not after they take him down. Frey smirks and says, "All right, bring it on." As the both sides charge at each other, Frey inwardly says, while keeping them busy, "I just need to secretly break the magic circle." As one of the beasts leaps towards them, Felroche delivers a knuckle sandwich. They then get surrounded and she says that there are many monsters and it seems it's endless. Klena then tells her to target Frey and the crow controlling him. Kanya warns them, saying, "If the host dies, who knows what will happen to the magic circle, so don't kill him completely." Klena then asks, shouldn't they break the magic circle first? Irina rejects the idea, saying, "Magic circles like that are extremely delicate. If we mess with it carelessly, it could go out of control." Klana then says, "So we have no choice. Felroche and I will restrain Frey. In the meantime, you two handle the monsters." As she fires her solar bullet, Frey parries it with his sword. Felroche then goes for a strike, but he blocks it with his sword. As he swings it, she gets pushed back. As she begins to catch her breath, he inwardly says, "Good. No one recklessly tampered with the magic circle. If it's handled the wrong way, it'll explode immediately. I'm the only one who knows how to safely break it. But if they don't attack from farther away, it'll be hard to break it subtly." He then quickly parries an attack and wonders what was that just now. That attack had the perfect angle and force. Serena's attack power should be way stronger than this. Serena then holds her fan close to her face and winks, saying, "I don't know the details, but I'll just go along with the plan for now." He then wonders whether she noticed from the inconsistencies that he's actually sane. He then brushes it off and says that it makes things a lot easier now. Klana then fires another bullet towards him, telling him to surrender already. He then notices it and parries it. But this time, he sent some of his stellar mana to the direction of the magic circle by using the excuse of parrying her attack. He inwardly says, "There's only one way to erase this magic circle without side effects. I have to mix my magic, an attribute opposite to that of the demons, to neutralize it before activating the spell. That should be enough. Once it activates, it should disappear on its own." The crow then calls the heroines fools, saying that do they really think they can stop the sacrificial magic circle with such a trivial trick? Klana tells them that they should stop him now, and Serena informs her that most of the monsters are taken care of, so she'll now assist them. Felroche tells them to buy her some time to recover, and they all prepare for the assault. Irina then inwardly says, "The way he is parrying the magic spells reminds me of Rihanna, the woman who saved me from the Ashen Forest." Frey, noticing that their attacks have stopped for a moment, he tries to devise a plan to undo the magic circles. But suddenly pain shot through him as he coughed up some ketchup and collapsed on the floor. As a result, the crow ends up falling over. He inwardly says that his body isn't moving at the most crucial moment. They then walk closer to him, and Felroche warns her to be careful, as this might just be an act to make us lower our guard. Klana then tells her to don't worry, as in close combat she's faster than him. Frey then inwardly says, "No matter this, if I use up all my magic, I can still activate the spell. I'll be completely drained and bedridden for days, but Kanya should be able to handle the rest." Frey then smirks, asking whether she's sure about her being faster than him. The moment his voice resounded, graffiti from the top to the first floor started shining in unison, and the entire building quaked in the aftermath as Frey was engulfed in a pool of mana. As Klana gets pushed back, he stands up saying that the magic circle is complete. He then starts to sinisterly laugh, saying that now all of you shall become offerings to the Demon Lord. Klana yells at him to stop, but he tells her that it's too late. Then a massive explosion occurs, and smoke starts to engulf the area. They all stood in shock at what just happened. Klana gets confused and says that the spell was definitely activated. So why is nothing happening? Felroche then points out that the magic circle is also disappearing. Serena then walks towards him and inspects, saying that it looks like the spell went out of control and failed. Kanya then gets relieved and inwardly says that he did a good job and that she'll do the rest for him. She tells the others that it seems Frey has fainted from the backlash of failure, so let's capture him while we can. Felroche says she thought they were cooked for a moment, and Klana agrees, saying even if he's rotten to the core, he's still a descendant of heroes, a real pain as an enemy. But they are confused on why it failed since the activation was going smoothly. Meanwhile, Irina looks at Frey in suspicion, as they say at one point the evil energy suddenly weakened. They wonder maybe Frey used up all his power. They agree that it makes sense since holding the Demon Lord's power inside a human body isn't exactly easy. But Irina can see right through it as she's the best future mage. She knows that Frey was the one who deactivated the magic circle. Irina then recalls the past, saying, "To be honest, there were many suspicious things about Rihanna when I met her in the Grey Forest. Her tone always seemed rushed. She never once showed her face, claiming it was because of an illness. And most of all, she knew about the ice dragon fruit, something only Frey and I should have known about. For a brief moment, I even wondered if Rihanna was actually Frey pretending to be a woman. But I quickly dismissed the thought, saying there's no way that bastard of all people would ever help me. But why? The more I watch them fight, the more Rihanna's face keeps appearing in my mind. And that glowing mana, whenever it touches the magic circle, its power weakens. When he said that the magic circle was complete, I thought we were cooked. But a sudden explosion occurred, and when I saw through the smoke, I saw Frey laying there unconscious. That was the moment my suspicions became solid. He cancelled out the magic circle's power with his own magic. In their panic, no one else seemed to notice. But I saw it. The magic circle's energy being erased by Frey's spell. There's no doubt about it. The magic circle didn't fail. Frey stopped the activation of the magic circle and saved everyone here. But why would that bastard do something like this? She then gets a realization, wait a minute. If that's the case, then is he really Rihanna after all? But why would he need to hide his identity? Suddenly, Serena screams out in horror, and they all get startled. She holds Frey and cries, calling out to him as we see ketchup starting to flow out of his body. Irina then gets startled and wonders, what the hell is going on all of a sudden, as he's coughing up blood? Folks, I guess it's because Irina found out about Frey's secret. As a result, the penalty is kicking in now. The scene now shifts to the Demon Lord's castle, as we see her seated on her throne, saying, it looks like the crows have stopped responding. And on top of that, the quest failure notice has appeared. So in other words, I lost. So basically, I can't leave the Demon Lord's castle. The system then tells her that the penalty is activated and that she must obey the fate of the hypocrite. She then says, well, whatever. I'll just think of this as a warm-up. But seriously, how long am I going to be stuck in here? She calls out to the unknown entity and says, you're the one who insisted I prioritize the system's commands and fight the hero, aren't you? And yet, I'm the only one being locked up here? This is beyond unfair. If only I could go outside, I wouldn't have had to do something as half-baked as sending subordinates. The system then tells her that it even bought her the pendant which concealed her identity, and yet she couldn't complete the quest. She then dismisses it, saying, the fact remains that I can't go there directly. Besides, for something that suddenly appeared and started giving me orders, there sure are a lot of restrictions. The system then tells her that it's because if she used her full power from the start, the hero wouldn't stand a chance. It then hesitates for a bit and then says, "Very well. Even if there's a failure penalty, some of my abilities will have to be unlocked anyway." It then unlocks the ability to use a duplicate, which can transfer her consciousness to the duplicate, allowing her to act outside while her real body remains here. She then smirks, saying, "Fine. I don't like losing while being beaten one-sidedly either." The system tells her that the output of the duplicate is about 10% of her power only. She then creates a clone of herself and says that the system is too stingy. The system tells her that it's unfair to say since, unlike her, the hero doesn't even know who he's fighting. She then dismisses it, saying, "Even if I can't use my full power, the result will be the same anyway." It appears that she has successfully transferred her consciousness to the clone of her. She then starts to leave the castle. As the gate starts to open, she gazes at the sky, telling Frey to wait for her, as now that I'm here, you no longer have any chance of winning. The scene now shifts to Frey. The past event starts to flash, and then they shatter, as he's starting to get engulfed by darkness. His consciousness starts to fade, and then the surrounding darkness began fading. Eventually, green fields and trees entered his field of vision. He holds his head in pain and wonders what's happening. He's sure that he was in the commoner's dormitory just moments before. He then stands up and looks around saying, "This place? It feels similar to when I was in Felroche." He then starts to think, saying, "The possibility that space itself suddenly changed is extremely low. I must have been thrown into another part of my own memories again. Hopefully, nothing as unpleasant as last time happens again." He then hears someone call for their mom. Frey starts to go towards the voice, saying that it's familiar. He then sees his younger self, and all alone in the forest. Frey inwardly says, "I remember now. There was a time when Mom and I got lost behind the mansion in the mountains. But wait, where is Mom?" Then suddenly a werewolf approaches behind the young boy. Frey gets startled as it's a werewolf. He inwardly says, "I don't remember ever encountering something like that before." The werewolf then sneaks behind and lunges at the young boy. Frey gets startled since if this keeps up, he'll die. But then someone summons a fireball and blasts it towards the werewolf. It then starts to run away with its tail still set on fire. Then a red-haired girl calls out to him, saying that she finally found him. She asks what the hell he's doing all the way out here. Frey notices that it was Irina and he quickly goes for a hug, thanking her for saving him. But then she holds him back in annoyance and pushes him away, saying, "Don't get the wrong idea, you're not my friend or anything. I hate nobles, so don't even think about hugging me." Frey, observing them from the bushes, notes that judging by the situation, this seems like when I first met Irina. But I don't remember meeting her in a place like this. In my memory, I met her by chance while she was working as a bounty hunter. Then sometime later, my mother and I got lost in the forest behind the mountain. But back then, neither the werewolf nor Irina appeared. There was a commotion, but my father found us and we made it home safely. Thinking back to what happened with Felroche last time, this probably isn't just an illusion. What I'm seeing now is most likely my manipulated memory. He then slumps to the ground and holds his head in pain, saying, "My head feels like it's about to explode." Toying with people's memories like this. Who the hell is doing this? And when? The young Irina then examines the crude paper and says, "Anyway, we're leaving. I need to bring you back quickly and collect my money from the Duke. If I get the amount written here, I can live on my own for a year." The young boy with a scared expression says, "But my mother told me not to move from here." Irina replies saying, "What are you talking about? Your father is out there looking for you. Your mother should be at home with him." The young Frey then excitedly says that he'll go back too. He catches up to her and they both start walking. Frey watches them and says, "I have no idea what's going on, but for now I should just go along." After some time passes, we hear the young girl ask, "How long was he hiding there?" He thinks about it for a while and replies saying, "About 3 hours, I think." Irina then says, "This place is crawling with wild beasts, yet you managed to survive without being found?" She then holds up the paper saying, "Wait a minute, 3 hours ago you say? But this request form is definitely from 2 days ago." The young boy doesn't hear her well and he asks her whether she said something. Irina then crumples the paper and starts increasing her pace, saying, "Nothing. It's not like it has anything to do with me anyway." Frey then says, "But it's weird. I can't remember why I was hiding there. I remember playing hide and seek with my mom and getting separated in the forest, but I wonder why." Irina then gets irritated by his constant questions and she yells at him saying, "How should I know? Maybe your mother tampered with your memory or something." Then suddenly there is a howl heard behind them. The young boy quickly turns and nervously says, "A wolf." Irina starts to emit her flames saying, "Geez, Don't be so dramatic. Even if a whole pack of wolves comes at me, I can handle them just fine. So don't worry. But then Irina gets terrified by what she sees. It's a massive, high-level female werewolf. Irina says, "So it wasn't just the one from earlier?" The young boy starts to tremble in fear, saying, "What should we do? This one is twice the size of the last one." Irina nervously smirks, saying, "Damn it, what do you think?" She then yells at him to run for his life. But then the werewolf grabs her and lifts her midair. The young boy watches in horror as Irina kept struggling to free herself. He then clenches his fist, saying, "No way I'm running." He starts to punch the werewolf while yelling, "I'm not leaving my friend behind." The werewolf then tightens the grip, and Irina starts to tremble. A teardrop pours from her eye, and she yells, saying, "You idiot! What the hell are you doing? Just run away." The werewolf then turns to the young boy, and it locks onto him. It brings its face closer to him and starts to sniff at the young boy. It seems like the werewolf is trying to control itself from harming him. Frey looks at this scene and says, "Why? It's just sniffing me and not attacking?" And this thing, the more I look at it, the more familiar it feels. He then holds his head in pain and says, "But I shouldn't know any werewolves." He then slumps to the ground saying, "I feel like I'm about to remember something, but the pain is getting in the way. Who is this thing?" Irina then casts a fireball spell, and it lands directly on the werewolf. But then it starts to howl and kicks Frey with full force. The young boy ends up hitting a tree, which knocks the wind out of him. Irina nervously calls out to Frey, and the werewolf glares at her irritatedly due to her previous fireball stunt. It then slams her belly hard, and using its claws, it slashes her face, thus causing her a scar. Her eyes then starts to roll up, and she inwardly says, "Am I going to die in a place like this?" But then suddenly a blue light can be seen. It directly hits the werewolf's head, catching it by surprise. Blood starts to gush out of its eyes, and Irina sees a bunch of starlights, and she gets surprised by it. The young Frey with a branch starts to emit stellar mana. He says, "Hang on, Irina, I'll save you, I swear." The werewolf then changes its focus to Frey. The young Frey then lunges towards it, and the werewolf also goes for a strike, but then suddenly the werewolf stops and retracts its claws. But then it gets pierced by the branch, and blood pours out of its mouth. It falls limp to the ground. Irina then wipes the blood off of her face and looks at the dead werewolf, and says, "Frey was hiding this kind of power?" She calls out to him and asks why he did not use it sooner, if that's the case. But then she sees him falling to the ground. It seems like he used all of his magic at once and passed out. Irina starts to yell out his name, asking whether he's okay, and she frantically tells him to stay with her. Frey then sighs and says, "What's going on? That werewolf raised its fist, but it just froze. That headache earlier was strange. Something's definitely off. There's no way a child's attack could work on a monster of that level. It only landed because the werewolf lost the will to fight. No doubt about it. This werewolf knows me. More than that, even in this berserk state, it couldn't bring itself to attack me. Folks, I think that werewolf was his mother all along, and that's why she didn't attack him. So it seems like Frey killed his own mother." Frey then starts to get surrounded by a dark fog, and he wonders whether that's the end of this memory. He then says, "Now I'm getting worried. By now, things outside must be in chaos." The scene now shifts to Klana's dormitory room in the academy. We hear Felroche saying that she's back. Klana praises her, saying, "Good work. It's been a week since then." "How's Frey?" Felroche replies, saying, "Same as always. There's nothing physically wrong, but he's still unconscious." She then asks why, and Klana replies saying, "It's strange, isn't it?" She then dismisses it and says, "Well, let's do what we can in the meantime." Felroche asks what she's talking about, and Klana replies saying, "We spread the rumor that Frey was behind that incident." Felroche then says, "But we can't say that for sure yet." Klana then says, "Felroche, we don't have the luxury to be cautious if we want to take him down. Now, while he's unconscious, we have to corner him." Felroche then says, "Maybe so, but a saint shouldn't lie." Klana firmly says, "Hesitation will be the death of us. Even if we don't have solid proof, we can at least make people suspicious of him. The fact that he infiltrated that place, and that he ultimately ended up helping the Demon King's army, those are undeniable facts. Just those alone are enough to make people suspect a connection with the Demon King. Even if his privileges prevent us from pushing him outright, his position will still be in jeopardy." Felroche clenches her fist and says, "I don't fully understand, but I'll follow your lead, Klana." Klana smiles and says, "Good, just trust me." But then she's interrupted by her subordinate saying, "Princess Klana, "Excuse me for interrupting." Isabel has regained consciousness. Klana then replies saying she understood, and that she'll immediately go. She further says if we can find out why she was there, it might work in our favor. She tells her subordinate that she'll leave the rest to him, and she exits the room. As they leave, a female voice then calls out to the man. As he turns, he sees a red-haired chick who is none other than Ruby, the Demon King. She asks him whether she could just come in for just a little bit. He firmly says, "No, this room contains important investigation materials." Her eyes starts to emit some red aura as she says, "Oh, come on, don't be so stiff." He looks straight towards her eyes and says, "No one is allowed to enter this room except for Princess Klana." But then he gets trapped in a hypnosis. Ruby then says, "I can enter, right?" He lets her through, and as she enters the room, she spots her pet crow. She inwardly says, "Even though the quest failed, if I trace this child's consciousness back, I should be able to uncover the hero's true identity." She then starts to go through its memories and sees Frey's actions. She starts to grin, and with a sinister smile, she says, "I see. So this is the hero, huh?" She then uses dark magic and disintegrates the evidence, saying, "Now that we've identified our target, all that's left is to crush them completely." The scene then shifts to 3 months later. We see Serena yelling at Kanya saying, "What the hell going on? Kanya, you know the truth, don't you?" Kanya nervously looks to the side and asks what she means. Serena replies saying, "A magical outburst, leaving someone bedridden for 3 whole months. Is that even possible? It's more likely that Frey has some kind of chronic condition. And if that were the case, there's no way you, who's always by his side, wouldn't know." Kanya then bows, saying, "I'm sorry, I really don't know anything." Serena gets frustrated by her behavior and yells, saying, "Are you planning to feign ignorance until the end? If that's the case, then I have my own methods." Irina then enters the room saying that she's here to clean. Serena then tells her to do it later because they're in the middle of something. Irina replies saying, "I'm sorry, but I have sworn a death pact. If I don't complete my task on time, I will die." Serena then holds her head in frustration, saying, "A death pact? Those are such a hassle to deal with." Irina bows, saying, "I don't mind as long as I can clean, so please continue your conversation." Serena then stays silent as Irina tries to listen to what they were talking about. But then, our smart girl tells Kanya to continue this conversation outside. As they leave, Irina inwardly says, "Now's my chance to investigate." But then she gets startled as Frey starts to cough up blood. She gets close to him and asks whether he's all right. He then opens his eyes, looks at her, and asks why she's there. Confused, he also inquires how long he had been unconscious. She tells him that he's been unconscious for about 3 months. He then gets surprised that he was sleeping for that long. He inwardly says, "It didn't feel that long in my subconscious." He then looks at the system window and inwardly says, "So it was a system penalty after all." It appears that Frey's lifespan and vitality has been significantly reduced, and he has gained 2 stacks. Frey wonders who noticed him. Serena's memories are under my control, so it definitely wasn't her. That leaves only 3 others. But how? They don't know me well enough to recognize my act. He then gets a realization and says, "During battles, I avoided using my abilities and hid my habits to prevent my identity from being exposed. But there was one time when I didn't have the luxury to do so when I was in the Grey Forest with Irina." Irina then gets his attention by saying that she'll go call a doctor for now. Frey inwardly says, "There's no doubt after watching how I fought in the commoner's dormitory, that person realized my true identity." He then says, "Should I press them for answers?" He quickly dismisses it, saying, "No, not yet. If I'm jumping to conclusions, it'll just cause unnecessary trouble. It won't be too late to confirm it first." Then suddenly the door opens and Serena and Kanya calls out to Frey as they see him awake. Serena quickly gets to his side saying, "Are you sure you should be getting up already?" He then commands her to leave and that he wants to talk to Kanya alone. Irina gets confused by this as Serena agrees to him without any resistance. Serena then turns to leave, and Irina follows her out, casting a suspicious glance in her direction. As the door closes, Kanya remains nervously at what he's going to say to her. Frey then asks whether she has any idea who found out his identity. She thinks, and replies saying, "No, everyone seems to be acting the same as usual." Frey then says, "From what I can tell, Irina is the most likely suspect." Kanya curiously wonder why, and Frey says, "She saw me fighting in the forest. I tried my best to suppress my usual habits back then, but it might not have been perfect." Kanya then says she understood, and that she'll look into it. Frey replies saying, "I'm counting on you." He then says, "Sorry, but could you prepare some food for me? I'm starving." She tells him to wait a moment and leaves. Frey then gets a new notification and wonders what is it this time. He says, "At least I managed to clear the first quest. I also racked up quite a few infamy points." He then notices something unusual and sees the system window notifying him that an enemy has realized his true identity. As a result, they have gained a beneficial effect. He gets frustrated that the enemy has gained a special stack. He inwardly says, "Give me a break. I already have to complete quest while hiding my identity and fight against the Demon Lord's army, and now I have enemies too?" He then sighs and tells himself to calm down since this is just the usual. The system is full of irregularities in the first place. But still, deceiving them is much harder than I expected. No matter how much I try to avoid them, I keep ending up in situations where I have to get involved. In times like these, Kania's presence is truly reassuring. The scene now shows Kania preparing Frey's meal while humming to a song. She resolutely says, "I have to keep pushing forward. I won't let the young master's lifespan be shortened any further." Frey continues his monologue saying, "If it weren't for her, I'd probably be dead by now." The scene shifts to Irina, and Frey wonders what she's thinking. Irina wonders why the hell is he hiding his identity. She ponders whether she should just ask him directly. But then she dismisses it, saying, "No, there's still chance I'm mistaken. I should watch him a little longer to see if he's truly rotten." Frey continues saying, "For now, I'll wait for Kania's investigation results before making a move. Klana will likely continue treating me as an enemy." The scene shifts to the royal palace as we hear Klana saying, "How is it possible that we can't arrest him, even though he's clearly part of the Demon Lord's army?" Raimi then replies saying, "The Emperor's orders are absolute. It's not something that can be overturned so easily." Klana retorts, saying, "Are you seriously trying to dodge responsibilities at this point? Fine then. Cling to that rotten rope and see the consequences for yourself." Rami clenches her fist as Klana leaves. Frey continues saying, "They'll try to gather allies and strip me of my privileges." The guard apologizes to Klana saying, "Sorry, if only we had just kept that one crow, we might have been able to shake Frey's position." Klana then says it's fine. They should stay quiet for a while. In the meantime, we'll frame him as part of the Demon Lord's army and make sure he ends up on the execution stand. Frey then continues saying, "They can't possibly match me in wealth or power." And as for Felroche, the scene now shows the cathedral as Felroche wonders what exactly is Frey's illness. There's no medical reason for him to fall into a coma. It's strange. Frey then continues saying, "She's simple-minded, which makes her easy to manipulate." Felroche stands up and says, "Now that the first quest is done, and I'm tired of playing the fool, I suppose it's time to start making my moves. That red-haired demon should be making a move soon too." Frey then continues saying, "Even if they sometimes act unpredictable, besides, I have a reliable ally, Serena." The scene then shows a garden as Serena picks some flowers, saying, "What a beautiful flower. I'll pick some for Frey too." Then a messenger owl of the Magic Tower Master lands on her hand, delivering her a letter. She opens it, and then the spell casted on her reverses, and she gains all her memories back. The letter reads, "As promised, I'll return your memories to you." Serena then smirks, saying, "Everything has gone exactly as I planned up to this point. Now that my memories are back, maybe I should tinker with the system a bit." Frey then continues saying, "There's no risk of penalties, so I can issue commands freely." He then clenches his fist, saying, "All right, the road ahead is tough, but I'll see it through. This time, I will protect the world where everyone belongs." The scene then shifts to an ominous cave, where the sound of water dripping echoes through the darkness. A foot steps past a small puddle, and moments later, a pair of glowing eyes pierces the shadows from deep within the cave. A hooded figure stands before them, unmoving. A menacing voice growls, "Who's there? Who dares step foot here?" Suddenly, a large reptilian foot emerges from the darkness, followed by the towering form of a dragon. With a thunderous roar, it demands, "Are you prepared to die?" The hooded figure calmly removes her hood, revealing a woman beneath. The dragon freezes, stunned by the sight before him. You're the Demon Lord," he utters in disbelief. "Correct," she replies coolly. "Though this is merely an avatar of mine." She then commands the dragon to summon the Demon Lord's army. The dragon hesitates before asking, "Is it finally beginning?" With a smirk, she answers, "That's right. The time has finally come to put an end to the hero once and for all." Before we start Season 2, let me give a quick recap of where we left off. Frey Rayon Starlight, the protagonist, killed the 5 heroines in the previous timeline to activate a secret path of the system. They were Klana the Princess, Felroche the Saintess, Serena his fiancée, Kanya his butler, and Irina his closest friend. After killing them and also betraying the Demon Queen by self-destructing himself along with Ruby the Demon Queen, Frey was sent back in time to the day before he enrolled in the academy. But the catch was that all 5 of his friends retained their brutal memory of Frey murdering them. Kanya, his butler, tried to poison him, but she failed. The reason why Kanya can't straight up kill him directly is because of her sister, Katia. She wants to protect her from any repercussions. By the way, the system will consider the world doomed if even a single heroine dies. So Frey has to protect the 5 heroines while they try to kill him. Isuret Alham, who is a teacher in the academy, is also Frey's adoptive older sister. Frey uses a demonic artifact and defeats Isuret in a duel in front of the students. And this causes a rift in their relationship as she's worried that Frey is going on a wrong path. But she doesn't know that when Frey does bad things, the system rewards him with points. Isuret demands him to take her to the store he bought that illegal artifact from, and Frey agrees to it. When they went there, Frey gets distracted and goes somewhere else, and realizes that the succubus queen is planning to summon the demon queen using a magic circle by sacrifice the orphan kids. But Frey takes her down without mercy and saves the kids, and creates an orphanage using his own money. As a result, he gets a reward from the system. A girl who he saved comes forward and thanks him. The system reveals that the child is a pure heart girl, so Frey decides to give the ring he got as a reward to that little girl. But little does he know that this will cause an unimaginable change in the story. Later, after dealing with the store, Isuret and Frey goes to an illegal auction site. There, his sister had to pretend like they are a couple. They wore masks and entered. Over there, Klana, Felroche, and Kanya have arrived in secret, wanting to buy the Stone of Domination. Frey outbids everyone and successfully secures it. But Kanya gets enraged and decides to forcefully take it. All hell broke loose, as Klana and Felroche also join in. But to his surprise, the great demon Eucharius appeared. He defeats Klana and Felroche easily and brainwashed Isuret, causing her to attack Kanya relentlessly. Eucharius tries to steal the stone, but Frey easily takes him down, because at this point of the story, Eucharius is weak since he still hadn't stolen the stone yet. As Kanya was about to get killed by Isuret, Frey gets in front of her, tanking the blow instead, saving Kanya and accidentally dropping his badge. Later, when he returns to his dorm, Kanya confronts him with the badge. Then she lifts his shirt and finds his injuries. This makes her suspicious solid, as she had found out that Frey was the one who saved her. Due to him being exposed, the system gives a penalty. His lifespan and vitality is greatly reduced as he had gained 1 stack. If he gains 5 stacks, he'll die. Kanya goes through his subconscious by using her dark mana and observes all his memories. Then she realizes the truth and decides to help him by becoming a spy. We now move on to Felroche, the saintess. She tried to act innocent and offer Frey a blessing, but he knew that she was trying to curse him. So he flips her off with his middle finger and walked off like a Chad, leaving Felroche to cry like a fool. Later, Felroche tried to blackmail him, but she failed. Then she lunged at him and choked him to death while revealing that Klana has his weakness and planned to get him executed. Frey loses conscience and dies. But then he suddenly comes back to life as his protective skill saves him. He then blackmails Felroche with a recording of what she just said, that Klana is planning to kill him. In the end, Felroche gives in and becomes his personal slave. Meanwhile, Frey starts to become suspicious of everything. He gets multiple different memories, which are completely different from what he knew. Even the prophecy book he relies on could all be a lie. We now move on to Irina. She used the Curse of Midnight to try and kill Frey, but she failed as Frey had used an emergency defense boost. The penalty of using the curse is mana depletion for a year, so Irina is affected with mana depletion for a whole year, rendering her completely useless. During the midterms, Frey and Irina made a bet. In the end, Frey won against her in the midterm because of her mana depletion, and made her his personal slave as well. If she tries to defy his commands, she'll die instantly. As a reward for defeating her, the system rewarded him with the life charger. By the way, during the midterms, Irina's best friend, Ariane, had used a scroll from the black market to cheat by healing her and make Irina win. But it had backfired and teleported Frey along with Irina to a dangerous forest. The scroll had not been a healing scroll, it was a teleportation scroll. In the Grey Forest, Frey disguises himself as Rihanna and saves Irina and helps her escape from the forest. Frey's father, Abraham Starlight, had collapsed to coma when he heard that Frey was missing. Frey then visits his father and then pours the elixir of potential into Kanya's sister's mouth to help her abilities to grow. But at that moment, he was confronted by his biological younger sister, Arya, also known as Amaryllis Rayon. She screams in anger that he was the reason why their mother died, and she accuses him of trying to drug Katia when his father is collapsed. But Frey acted cold and shrugged her away. And this causes their relationship to crumble, as he has no family left supporting him. Frey did all these to prevent his loved ones from getting penalty, because if they help him, they will be in danger of the system's penalty. We now move on to Serena, his fiancée, the heir of the Moonlight family. She had found the scroll of the first hero. She visits the Magic Tower Master and orders her to erase some of her memories and make her obey only Frey Rayon Starlight. Serena wanted to not interrupt Frey's plan because it could hurt him if she found out about his true intentions. We now move on to Klana. The queen had made plans to marry Klana to Frey because he has immense wealth and influence as the son of the Duke. And as a result, the engagement with the Moonlight family was cancelled because the queen had given money to the head of the clan. During the banquet, Frey makes a deal with the queen. If he agrees to this engagement, Frey Rayon Starlight cannot be arrested for any crime except treason against the state. But if Klana breaks off the engagement, he'll still receive this deal. The queen agrees to it and signs it. But during the engagement, Klana puts on a scene. She reveals the rules of the pledge they made years back. The second pledge between the Starlight family and the First Empress clearly states that without the mutual consent of both parties, the marriage cannot be formalized. And as a result, the engagement between Klana and Frey was prevented. And Frey got away with the free pass of being able to commit any crimes and not face any punishment. We now move on to the Demon Queen. She also has a system similar to Frey's. Her main quest is to attack the commoners' dormitory. Her minion brainwashed Isabella, a noble, and made her target the commoners' dormitory to sacrifice the students and summon the Demon Queen. During the attack, Frey used the Stone of Domination and took control of the Crow, which was controlling Isabel. He fought against Klana, Irina, and Felroche, while discreetly disarming the Magic Circle, which was casted to sacrifice the students. Once he successfully disarmed the Magic Circle, he activates the broken spell, and it causes a small explosion, causing Frey to collapse and make others believe that Frey failed and he is the mastermind. But Irina, the best future mage, noticed what Frey was secretly doing. Everything finally clicked on her mind. His fighting style is similar to Rihanna, her savior, and as a result, Frey got a penalty for being exposed. He has 2 stacks of debuff now. He collapses and goes to a long coma. The quest was a success, and the Demon Queen lost the quest. The Demon Queen rage baits the system, saying that she can't even leave her castle, so it's difficult for her to win. So the system reluctantly offers her the skill to transfer her consciousness to a clone with 10% of her power. Meanwhile, Frey during coma got some missing memories of him facing a werewolf with Irina. It is suspected that the werewolf was his mother, and Frey killed her. We now move on to Klana. She had retrieved the evidence of the Demon Crow and the pendant it wore to prevent itself from getting discovered. She left her subordinate to keep guard of it, but the Demon Queen Ruby sneakily mind-controlled the guard and erased all the evidence. But before she erased them, she went through the memories of the Crow and found out about Frey's identity as the hero. And as a result, the system awards her with a special stack. In the end of the season, Serena gets her memories back as planned. And with that, I'll begin the recap for Season 2. The story kicks off in an orphanage. We see Frey singing while walking carefree. Felroche scolds him that if he keeps slacking off, they'll never finish. But Frey shrugs it off, saying that he doesn't really mind it. He then teases her that if she keeps staring at him like that, he'll get flustered and won't be able to work. This pisses her off as he had been joking around all day. She sternly points at him saying, "You better remember this, you are currently under disciplinary punishment." Frey just nods along and inwardly says, after resolving the commoner's dormitory incident, "I managed to avoid being punished as the mastermind." But because it was a large-scale incident that even involved the Demon King's army, rumors spread instantly and couldn't be suppressed. The Imperial family and the Order desperately defended me, but even if only for show, they had to punish me. The punishment was to assist with preparations for the Sun God Order Orphanage Festival under Felroche's supervision. However, since I can't perform overtly good deeds on the false villain route, I'm slacking off as much as I can like this. But still, even if Felroche is the supervisor, isn't this a bit too much? He then calls out her name and she flinches backward. With gritted teeth, he asks, "Is it really okay for you to just be watching me? The Holy Maiden must be busy, right?" Felroche retorts that it's because he might do something bad again. Frey responds to the allegation saying, "You summon me right after I wake up for the first time in 3 months, and have the nerve to say that. Doing bad things requires preparation too, you know?" Felroche then asks, "What about the thing in the Order's basement?" Frey turns in confusion, and she reveals that there's been something bothering her lately, and that she's sure the Demon King's army and Frey are involved. But then she freezes as she realizes she's spilling her info. She quickly tells him to forget what she just said. Frey wonders about what she said, that the Order's basement being involved. He hasn't been to that place, though. Just then, the system reveals an important event. A terrifying conspiracy is swirling in the basement of the Sun God Order. Uncover the conspiracy with Felroche and thwart the evil plan. If he succeeds, the hero's armament awakening level slightly increases. If failure, then Felroche will die. Seeing this, Frey's eyes widen. There was no such quest in the prophecy book, and he can't ignore this event because Felroche's life is on the line. If she dies, he will die too. So basically, he has no choice. Frey then acts as if he knows what she's talking about and says to Felroche, "So that's what you're talking about." She crosses her arms saying, "As I thought, you know something, don't you? Please tell me, what are you planning to do this time?" Frey with a sly grin replies, "Who knows? If you want to find out, why not see it with your own eyes?" Meanwhile, a mysterious cloaked figure is observing their movements, their red eyes sharply focused. The scene now shifts to later. Inside the Order's basement, Felroche and Frey walk deeper into a dusty old area. Felroche looks around, remarking that she can't believe there was a place like this in the Order's basement. Frey comments that it seems like an old facility, but he sarcastically turns to her saying, "But you, for a holy maiden, you're only learning about this place's existence now." Felroche shouts that she did try to investigate. She explains saying, "For a while now, a sinister aura has been drifting from deep in the basement, and when I tried to see what was inside, I was turned away. They said that they are storing illegal items here, so there is no need for her to confirm." Hearing this, Frey looks around for guards, but realizes that due to the festival preparations, security is thin, so he considers that he's lucky. Felroche beam with excitement that this is their chance to explore the Demon King army's conspiracy. Meanwhile, Frey is amused that she's saying it in front of him, who might be the Demon King's ally. Just then he notices something. His eyes widen as he reads a glowing engraving. It reads, "In the beginning, there was the Sun God, the Moon God, and the Star God. Through the protection of the three gods, the world's balance and prosperity was realized." Frey is surprised that it's a stone tablet written in kana form. He inwardly says, "Why does kana exist in this world? Not to mention the Sun God. And the Star God? I've never seen this content before." Just then, Felroche reveals that she's seen these characters before. This surprises Frey, and she explains saying, "There were stone tablets written in very similar characters on the Western continent too. I tried to decipher them, but I gave up part way." Frey inwardly ponders that if he went to the Western continent, he might get the information he's looking for. They then come across a sealed door, and Felroche asks whether the corridor ends here. Seeing the heavily sealed door, Frey replies, "This door has multiple barriers placed on it. It has all sorts of troublesome reinforced spells sealing it. Even if 10 mages working together might not be able to break them." But Felroche readies her Blessing of the Sun God and gives a solid punch to the door, breaking it easily. Our boy is left in shock. She nonchalantly asks whether he was saying something, and he sighs that he said nothing. Later, as they enter the secret passage, he notes that there's much more open space here compared to the corridor. Felroche, in a worried tone, affirms. Just then her eyes widen as she tells him to look over there. Then the ground shakes. Undead rise. Not ordinary undead. Undead paladins, holy power fused with dark mana. Felroche, in fear, mutters, "Impossible, to have evil undead right beneath the main hall." Seeing this, Frey inwardly frets. No, these guys, they emanate an aura mixed with sunlight and black magic. They're paladin undead made from paladin corpses. But for what purpose? Did they make such a huge quantity? Felroche calls out to Frey and points up at the ceiling, asking why that is over there. Above them, a sacrificial magic circle, far larger than the one from the commoner's dormitory incident. Frey is caught off guard by this. Felroche, in worry, mutters that it's larger than the one they saw in the commoner dormitory. Frey then realizes why all this is happening here. He lets out an evil laugh, saying, "So, have your questions answered?" Felroche stutters. He grins, saying, "To follow me all the way here, you're dangerously defenseless." She covers her chest in fear that he might try to use her holy body, and she asks what he's planning to do. She threatens that she'll use her sun god's protection if he tries to assault her. Frey sarcastically responds, saying, "The sun god's protection can only be used once a day. So what will you do? You already used today's portion to break that padlock, didn't you?" Felroche panics as she's completely defenseless. Frey smugly states that she can't stop him, so he'll tell her the plan. He points up to the ceiling, saying, "Here's the question. What's directly above that magic circle?" Felroche thinks about it, and then she freezes as she realizes what's above the magic circle. It's the place where underprivileged children take shelter. The sun god orders orphanage. Frey, with an evil manner, says, "If I trigger it to coincide with the peak of the festival, the humans above will become an offering to the demon king." Felroche then runs off hurriedly, calling him a monster, and that she won't let him do that. Frey laughs maniacally, saying that she better hurry, or if anyone is left behind, they'll all become his prey. He keeps on his act, and once she's gone, he drops the gig. He sighs that she'll definitely make sure everyone escapes no matter what. He then walks towards the approaching undead paladins, while saying that it's going to be a tough fight, but this is the only way to save everyone while playing the scum. The undead charges its arrows towards him and fires in unison. Frey starts emitting a blue aura as he prepares to unsheath his sword, and he effortlessly cuts the arrows in half, resolving that he might as well fight like a hero for the first time in a while. Frey slices a paladin in half and swiftly cuts down the head of another. He continues his assault for a while, but the undead keeps spawning. Frey is tired by the relentless approach of the undead. He's sure that Felroche must have gotten out safely by now and warned the others. But the problem for him now is that these undead paladins just keep coming one after another. Then blood pours out of his mouth as the penalty kicks in. He has 2 stacks of debuff, so if he drags on, it will be the death of him. He increases his aura and decides to pick up the speed. Meanwhile, from a safe distance, the cloaked figure is observing him. It's none other than Irina. She's now sure that her hunch is correct. 1 month ago, she had gone to the Grey Forest to investigate. She had found the remnants of the fight Rihanna faced alone. She picked up a debris, which is still emitting a blue aura. She mutters, "Just as I thought, it's faint, but this is clearly the same stellar mana as Frey's." So it's true. Rihanna's real identity was Frey. But if that's the case, it makes even less sense. Why would he curse me yet protect me here? What exactly is his goal? Why does he only commit evil deeds in front of others? Frey, just who are you? Meanwhile, Frey gets pushed back by the paladin's strikes. He grits his teeth while thinking, its speed is dropped, but his power is on a whole other level. If only I could recover some stamina. If I push myself any further, my stamina will bottom out and I'll faint. But I fought desperately, and the numbers have dwindling without me noticing. If I can take down the rest one by one. Beyond the charging undead, the colossal undead guarding the opposite entrance are manipulating something. Frey's eyes widen by this. The undead priests gather their power and channels it to the magic circle. This causes it to light up dark. Frey is startled that the sacrificial magic circle is starting to activate. He desperately tries to approach them, but the paladins prevent him. The undead priests are going to force the activation of the spell, so with gritted teeth, Frey leaps towards them and braces to cut down the arm of the first priest. With precision, he cuts them both down and lands safely. Priest-type undead are weak for close-range combat, so our boy took them down with ease. The magic circle then dissipates as the activation spell is disrupted. With this, Frey had made sure the orphanage is safe from the sacrificial magic circle. Due to the system debuffs, he couldn't hold on for longer and collapses. The undead paladins finally get their opportunity to finish off the enemy. They raise their swords, ready to finish their target, but Irina casts a fireball by throwing a scroll at them, which detonates on contact. She rushes at Frey's side, and with the help of some attack scrolls, she gains the mana to deal more damage to the nearby paladins and buy more time to escape. She tries to support Frey to his feet and tells him to get a grip, but he's unconscious. She then decides to carry him instead. But then the flames dissipate as the undead paladins approach them and starts aura farming as the flames are consumed by their dark aura. Irina is left in a dilemma as she had run out of attack scrolls. But then she feels something as she went through her pocket. She pulls it out, and it's a scroll. She recalls her buying a lot of attack scrolls from a shady dealer since it was cheap. So the dealer gave her a free attack scroll as a service for buying that many. Irina then prepares to use it, as this would decide their fate. The ground is engulfed in a green magic circle, and Irina stares in confusion as this isn't an attack scroll. As the paladins charge towards them, they both vanish in thin air and reappear somewhere else. Irina has a splitting headache by the side effects of the teleportation spell, and she wonders what just happened. She checks whether Frey is breathing, and confirms that he's still alive. She holds a piece of the scroll, wondering what on earth just happened, because it was definitely supposed to be an attack scroll. With a stern look, she puts the evidence inside her pocket saying, "There's no way the shop would mix up attack and teleportation scrolls. I'll have to politely complain to them later." She then looks around, wondering where they are, and that this doesn't seem like the Grey Forest. Then she freezes. Before her stands a shabby structure. A familiar one. Their secret base, which Frey built when they were kids. She examines the structure while saying, "This means we're in a nearby forest. For a coincidence, it's way too close to the Starlight Estate. It feels like someone's intentions is at work here." She stares at the injured Frey and thinks that he holds the key to this mystery. She then takes out a potion and decides to ask him directly. Night falls, and the small hideout is quiet. The next day, when the sun rises, Frey coughs out blood and wakes up with a headache while wondering where he is. Then a voice calls out to him saying, "Young master, are you all right?" Frey gets alert by the familiarity of the voice. It's Kanya. Frey mutters her name, and Kanya, with a sweet smile, replies that she's relieved to see him awakened. But he doesn't know that it's Irina who had disguised into Kanya using a spell. She's determined to find the truth about what's going on. Frey then thanks her for saving him. Irina is relieved that he didn't notice the distortion in his perception. She says to him that she had a bad feeling, so she was secretly on standby nearby, and it was just a coincidence. She also reveals that she used up all her dark mana to conceal him from others, therefore he can't sense any right now. Frey then asks where they are, and it seems strangely familiar. He goes to say about his childhood related to this place, but Irina quickly changes the subject by offering him a well-prepared meal containing fish, apples, and various berries. Seeing this, Frey thinks it's strange for Kanya to offer these. Anyway, he looks around, observing his surroundings well. Then he calls out to her, causing her to get startled. He holds up a berry, saying, "These berries brings back memories. We often ate them after meals, didn't we? What were they called? I think it was a pretty unusual name." She replies saying, "They're ice dragon berries, young master." Frey perks up, remarking it's such an exaggeration. She then holds her arm and hesitantly calls out to him saying, "Young master, could you tell me in detail what exactly happened this time? I just can't seem to grasp the situation." Hearing this, he replies, "Well, I guess that's understandable. Where should I even begin?" Time now passes quick as he explains his ordeal, and just like that, it's nighttime already. After he finished explaining, Irina states, in short, "You as the hero are trying to save the world right now, but unexpected things keep happening, one after another. Is that it?" Frey replies that it's a bold summary, but it's correct. Irina then becomes silent, thinking about his ordeal. She stands up, saying she's just going out for a moment. Frey allows her, but stares at her suspiciously as she leaves. Then he sighs, saying, "Good grief! I told you acting is impossible for you." We then see Irina sitting next to a lake, deep in thought as her head is still in a mess. She recalls the midnight curse she placed on him, realizing that all this time she was hindering the hero. But it's also a fact that he killed her once in her past life. She slumps her head, wondering what on earth she should do. Just then, stellar mana combined with water heads straight at her. She notices it and quickly counters with her fire magic. She shouts, asking who's there. Just then, a voice says, "Just as I thought." This stuns her as Frey says he found her. With a smile, he calls out Irina. She stands there silent for a moment, and then says, "Guess I'm still not cut out for this either." She then dispelled her disguise, saying she should have realized when she saw that mana. Then she points at his face, while holding a fireball on her other hand, saying, "Answer me, Frey. Why did I have to save you?" He silently replies, "You didn't have to save me. I've been prepared to be hated for a long time now. So just wait a little while for me." Hearing this, Irina becomes worried and dispels her magic. He then says, "When everything is over, I will definitely apologize to you properly then. Until that time, I want to protect you." She then lets out a deep sigh. She tightens her fist, muttering, "You're still such a pain. Protect me? You've been the one almost dying over and over again. If you end up dead yourself, you won't even be able to apologize, will you? Remember this. I won't let you die until I get that apology from you." Frey is touched by the fact she's worried about him this much. She then acts like a tsundere, lamenting that she used a high-value item for nothing. They both walk back to their dormitory as the dilemma is solved. Frey, though, inwardly thinks, that mysterious quest scroll that teleported us here, it's way too suspicious no matter how you think about it. Could it be that this whole situation was created by someone? The scene then shifts to a back alley. A mysterious woman stands in front of a bar. She quietly opened its door and walked in. A man in a neat suit wipes a dish while simply saying, "I'm afraid we are closed for today. Please come again later." Hearing his audacity, she smirks, saying, "Looks like you have a lot of free time, Demerkin." The man then stops what he was doing, and with a smirk he channels his aura, and the space around him shifts. As the bar, along with everything, had been part of his spatial magic, he steps forward saying, "Since you know my true identity, what is the purpose of your visit?" Using his spatial magic, he creates sharp shards out of the plate he was holding and points it directly at her, asking if he should slowly ask her after cutting off her limbs. Multiple projectiles launch towards the woman, ready to tear through her body. But she simply stands there, and with a flick of her finger, the space around them shatter, and she uses the same magic against Demerkin. He's surprised by this, and the domain forcibly dispels as he crashes on it. The woman walks towards the fallen man as he mutters in disbelief that his spatial magic shattered by a mere flick of a finger. Then the cold realization hits him. He mutters that she's the Demon King. She, with a smirk, removes her hood, saying, "It's been a while, Demerkin." The scene now shifts to the next day. Frey wakes up with a yawn. Kanya asks if he was able to get a good rest, to which he affirms, saying, "I slept soundly for the first time in a while. I even slept without having any nightmares, which is rare. Perhaps it's because I overcame my trial?" Kanya remarks that it's a wonderful news and then says, "Please rely on me anytime you are troubled. After all, I'm—" But before she can finish, Irina bursts into the room, greeting Frey a good morning. Kanya then changes her words, saying she's no longer his sole confidant, but she remains his loyal subordinate. Frey then reads a newspaper about the undead paladins. He inwardly says, "It seems quite a commotion occurred while we were away, but once again, it didn't escalate into a major issue." Kanya and Irina seem to have talked things through to their satisfaction, though he sees them both glaring at each other. And he hopes everything is all right. He then puts on his tie, preparing for the academy. He thinks, according to Irina, the one we should be most wary of from now on is Klana. She has already sensed the change in Kanya and was keeping information from coming to light. Ever since the incident at the commoner's dormitory, she has apparently been devising plans to kill me as soon as possible. Irina then reveals that Klana has won over the elders of the Moonlight family to her side. Frey becomes uneased by those troublemakers. Irina warns that it seems Klana intends to stop at nothing to assassinate him. Hearing that the Moonlight family is trying to assassinate him, Frey is visibly tensed, since the Senate is beyond Serena's power to control. He wonders what he should do. For now, he decides to focus on the main quest. The next chapter is about liberating the slave market. The Demon Lord's army should be making their serious move soon. That's what was written in the prophecy book, after all. He needs to formulate a detailed strategy and avoid the danger of assassination. It's a hassle for him, but since they have relatively more free time at the beginning of the vacation, he can carefully devise a plan. They then attend their class. Isolette gets everyone's attention, revealing that during this vacation a special exam will be administered. This unexpected revelation catches him off guard. He thought during the vacation he can relax a bit. He raised his hand, saying he doesn't understand what she said since the exams are already over. She affirms that it's over. But her next words hit him like an arrow as she says, however, because someone spread bribes around, it was judged that the scores held no discriminatory power whatsoever, and the decision was made to administer a retest. The students then start complaining about the re-examination, stating that it's too far for even the professor. But Klana raises her hand, telling everyone to stay silent. She reveals that it is a strict command from the imperial family. The professor is merely complying. Anyone with complaints should feel free to voice their complaints to her instead. Hearing this, the students shimmer down. Frey is surprised that the imperial family is demanding fairness in exam. Without a doubt, he thinks that this is Klana's doing. She's gained some powerful backers. Isolette points to the board saying, "The exam format is a defensive siege centered on a representative. Simply protect your team's representative until the period ends. Each team's representative will be decided by vote. Now, separate into nobles and commoners and vote for the person you most support." Frey then walks to the Belate to place his vote, thinking that all the commoners will probably vote for Klana. As for the nobles, he's sure that anyone sensible wouldn't choose him, someone who's called a member of the Demon Lord's army. But to his dismay, he and Klana were the candidates who won. Frey laments that the nobles are all idiots. Isolette then states she will announce each team's representative. Klana smirks as Isolette reveals that Klana Solar Sunrise will be the representative for the noble team. Frey is confused as Isolette states that the commoners' team will be represented by him. The students go silent, and then they all question Isolette, that she said to choose who they support. So why is it like this? Isolette affirms, saying, "I did say that, but I never said they would become your team's representative. So decide among yourselves, by team, where and how you will defend." Incidentally, the representative of the winning team will be granted the right to expel any one person from this grade level. Frey inwardly exclaims that it's an outrageous condition. The basic condition for his mission clear is maintaining the status of an academy student, so he absolutely have to win this match. The scene now shifts to later. Frey is traveling in a carriage with Kanya and Irina. He gives the names of the students who should be taken to the Starlight Mansion. He thinks that it's a desperate measure. To begin with, they are at an overwhelming disadvantage. If things get bad, the other side can flee to the Imperial Palace. Since Klana managed to pass the Imperial decree that trespassing on the Imperial Palace is illegal for the students, Frey can't do anything to counter her, and her team can easily take refuge in the palace. She had planned everything thoroughly. Irina then says to Frey that she explained the situation to everyone, that Frey might be more cooperative than expected. Irina and Kanya lock eyes in worry as Frey mumbles on why the prophecy book's content always end up slightly off. He then goes to say that he needs the two girls' help, but he's interrupted by the carriage suddenly coming to a stop. Frey scolds the coachman that it's dangerous, but the coachman reveals that someone suddenly jumped out in front of the horses. He then yells at the mysterious man, asking if he knows who the master of this carriage is. The man pulls back his hair, saying it seems there's no mistake. "Please forgive my rudeness." He introduces himself as Domirkan, and that he came to meet Duke Frey Ryan Starlight. The trio become uneasy by the revelation. Kanya mutters that Domirkan is the Demon Lord's army's number 2. Frey wonders why would someone like that be here. He tells the two to stay here, and that he'll go out and see. The girls oppose, that it's too reckless, but he gives a reassuring smile saying, "Don't worry." The fact that he isn't attacking immediately suggests he has some purpose. But Irina insists that she's coming too. She reasons that they both should know about the things concerning him. Kania also joins in saying, "Miss Irina is right. Please let me accompany you as well." Frey then agrees to it, that in return they should let him do the talking. The trio then approach Domirkan, and Frey asks what business he has with him. Domirkan confirms the identity of Lord Frey, and asks who the ladies on either side are. Irina is visibly pissed as Frey calls them his subordinates. He then asks what his business is. Domirkan with a grin says, "Lord Frey, I have come to request that you accompany me now." The trio gets alert, and Frey asks if he's boldly planning to abduct him. Domirkan replies, "Perish that thought. That is a grave misunderstanding. The meeting cannot begin unless you are present." Upon the mention of a meeting, Frey asks what he means. Domirkan with a grin drops a bombshell that Frey has become a member of their Demon King army's highest echelon. Frey is confused by the sudden revelation. He wonders whether it's a trap, but quickly drops that thought as he realizes he's not lying, because the system window shows that Domirkan's mental state is trust, reassurance, and anticipation. Frey inwardly says, "I don't know the details, but he seems to genuinely want me at the meeting. This is a perfect chance to grasp the Demon Lord's army's current military strength." Even if it is a trap, I don't want to miss it. Frey then calls out to his subordinates, instructing them to take all the marked students to the mansion first. Kanya and Irina tries to insist, but Frey firmly tells them to trust him, since this might be an opportunity. Kanya then obliges to it, though warning that if anything happens, he should run away immediately. Irina reassures him that she'll explain the students what to do. Frey then walks towards Demirkan, telling him to lead the way. Demirkan creates a spatial rift and appreciates Frey's cooperation. He holds his shoulder, warning that he might feel slightly lightheaded, so he should be careful. Then, as they warp, leaving the two girls behind, they call out to Frey in worry. The scene now shifts, and we see multiple executives of the Demon King's army. Frey notes that they all have such vicious-looking faces. A demon chick with dangerous airbags whispers to the nearby executive that it's a human. Then the word spreads to all the executives, and Demirkan states that the Demon Lord's thoughts are beyond them. He then points Frey to an empty seat, saying it's his. Frey stares at the empty seat, and seeing this, Demirkan says, as you have guessed, from this point on you will become the Demon Lord's army's number 2, just like me. Frey mutters that it's a trap, though from the start, the treatment seems a bit too good. Demirkan replies saying, this is all according to the Demon Lord's will, and I merely follow it. The system window shows that Demirkan's mental state is pride, confidence, and elation. Frey thinks that if the Demon Lord truly decided this, that would actually be convenient. It's better than some half-hearted treatment. Just then, an executive stomps the ground, ordering Frey to wait. The demon wields a long, great sword, its body emitting a fierce aura. With a commanding tone, he declares, I, Rehir, objects to this final decision. He then approaches Frey with his sword dragging in the air while saying, I have reluctantly obeyed Demirkan, who acts as the Demon Lord's proxy until now. However, he shatters the ground using his sword, then furiously points at Frey saying, is this truly the Demon Lord's will? I absolutely cannot permit a weak human to stand above me. Draw your sword, brat. I'll crush you like a bug. Frey asks Demirkan whether this objection is valid, to which he nonchalantly replies, oh dear, so it has come to this. The Demon Lord's army is thoroughly meritocratic, but if you believe you are stronger, you may challenge your superior at any time. This is a perfect opportunity, is it not? Let us prove the correctness of the Demon Lord's decision. Otherwise, we cannot proceed with the meeting. Then, with a flick of his finger, he warps the space around them, creating an arena, which surprises Frey. The executive then pounds his chest, saying, I am Rehir, descendant of great demons and orcs. I hear you are the descendant of the hero? I will defeat you here and now, and then I'll prove to everyone that Demirkan is a fraud. He lunges at Frey with his massive sword, and Frey manages to block it head-on. Rehir laughs hysterically. That for a frail body he took that well. But he asks how long Frey can keep it up. Hearing this, Frey exhales coldly, wondering who does this guy think he is. Rehir jumps, charging straight at Frey, taunting him to show his power. Frey stands there thinking, the prophecy book is unreliable, unexpected things keep happening. I was already furious enough as it is, and now I'm supposed to prove my strength? Give me a break. Frey's expression darkens with rage, and seeing this, fear grips Rehir. Frey coldly mutters, you said to show you my power, right? Fine. Then a blue aura surrounds Frey as he unleashes stellar mana. With an annoyed expression, he warns that it'll be too late for regrets, since he's in a really bad mood right now. Rehir becomes uneasy by the power he's emitting. He quickly tells him to wait, declaring that he surrenders and that he seems to have misjudged. But Frey attacks him with all the pent-up rage, sending Rehir flying by the destructive energy, creating a massive crater as he crashes onto the wall. As the smoke clears, we see Rehir laying defeated as foam guzzes out his mouth. Frey then, with his sword plunged into the ground, firmly asks, anyone else with complaints? Step forward now. I'll take care of you all at once. But the other executives remain silent, so Demirkan claps his hands, commenting that it's truly splendid. He changes the space back to normal while exclaiming, such overwhelming power, a figure truly worthy of the Demon Lord's army. Now, no one will dare to challenge your authority. He then points to Frey's seat, saying they should begin the meeting now. But Frey says no. He holds up his sword, saying, now it's my turn to exercise my right. He then points the sword at him, saying, Demirkan, I challenge you to a fight. He reveals that having two number 2s would be inconvenient for various reasons. Demirkan is impressed that his capacity for adaptation is terrifying. Frey inwardly says, If neither the system nor the demon lord will go as I want, from this very moment I'll become the unpredictable variable myself. Domirkin strokes his chin, saying that he never imagined he would challenge him to a duel. He remarks that he's a truly intriguing individual, and proceeds with the duel. Domirkin flicks his finger, and the space around them begins to shift, as he says that they must not let this delay the meeting, so they should settle it in a single bout. Frey confidently agrees to it. Domirkin is the demon world's number 2, who freely manipulated space with magic. He never did prefer drawn-out battles, and in that regard Frey is exactly the same. Frey unleashes his stellar mana, ready to strike him. Domirkin, with a confident smirk, reveals it's been a while since he last accepted a challenge. So if he had misjudged his own strength output, he apologizes for it in advance. Then his spatial magic heads towards Frey, ready to engulf him. But Frey confidently smirks, and counters with his stellar mana. Both their forces collide, evenly matched, resulting in cancellation of each other. Domirkin comments that, at this rate it seems the match will end in a draw. Frey knows that Domirkin wants this duel to be a draw, so there will be 2 number 2s in the Demon Lord's army. So he can use Frey to take care of their enemies instead. Frey then reveals to Domirkin that there is still other moves left, and he uses his sword to reflect some mana towards Domirkin. Domirkin is caught off guard by the flash from the trajectory of Frey's blade. He quickly tries to block his side, but then a grim realization hits him. Frey has occupied all available space at once, banking on ending it in one bout. There's no usable space left for Domirkin to manipulate. He realizes that Frey calculated everything from the very beginning and was waiting for this very moment. Stellar mana from all directions strike at Domirkin, as he couldn't do anything to defend himself. He coughs up blood and drops to his knees, declaring Frey as the winner. Frey then confirms whether the number 2 position is his now, asking the others whether they have any objections. And since no one dared to speak up, Frey decided to begin the meeting. We then see the once rowdy executives behave obediently, as Frey had proved why he's the one in charge of leading the demon army. Frey notices the tensed atmosphere, thinking that it became worse. Frey lazily raises his hand, saying, "Well, things are mostly settled. Since it's my first time, I don't plan on speaking up." Frey then leaves Domirkin to proceed with the briefing. Domirkin, with cold sweat running down his face, acknowledges his order and begins the meeting. Frey notices his unusual behavior and inwardly says, "He's gotten awfully docile all of a sudden. This is creeping me out. So this is the effect of the hierarchy. I'm glad that it went well. With this position, I should be able to obtain all of the Demon Lord's army's information without fail. I just have to carefully select what's useful." Domirkin moves on to an important agenda. He slides some pictures towards Frey. Frey gets alarmed as he checks them. It's about the slave market from the main quest. Frey decides to pay close attention to this topic. Domirkin reveals that at the slave market opening in the near future, they plan to secure a large number of slaves for the Demon Lord's army. Frey thinks that these guys are foolish for revealing their plans to him. He decides to use them like pawns to the very marrow of their bones, and all he has to do is interfere. The scene then returns to the heroines. Irina hesitantly goes to ask whether Frey might be okay, but Kanya cuts her off, saying, "He will be fine." The young master is undoubtedly safe and sound. I am not worried in the slightest. But when we see Kanya's expression, things appear different. She's panicking a lot inside. Irina lets out a sigh, concluding that it's good. She then remembers something and goes to ask about it, but Kanya misunderstands and shouts that the young master is absolutely safe, so they are solemnly carrying out their assigned duties. Sometime later, we see that Kanya is still panicking about Frey's situation. Irina snaps her thoughts, pointing they arrived at the Starlight Mansion. She heads out, telling her to hurry, and reminding her about what Frey asked them to do. Kanya adopts a serious expression and affirms. We then see her leading the students into his mansion. Once everyone is present, she informs the servants that, as of today, all of them should leave this mansion. Then she turns to the students, revealing that starting from today, they will take their place and serve as the new servants of this mansion. Felroche, along with the others, complains, asking if she's joking. And why should they do something like that? Shouting that it's unbelievable. Kanya claps her hands, stating that it's enough chatter. She firmly instructs everyone to change into the prepared uniforms and begin their work, and that no complaints will be accepted. She reveals that this is all the command of their superior officer, which is Lord Frey. The scene now shifts to later. A student writes a note while muttering that this should be enough. She carefully ties it to an owl's leg and bids a safe journey. Then her expression darkens as she mutters that this time for sure she'll kill Frey. But this student doesn't know that Kanya is spying through a doll. Folks, I'll drop a small part from the novel. When Iselet announced that Frey will lead the commoners, Felroche refused to follow Frey's orders and threatened that she'd rather be demoted to a lower grade than follow him. Frey reminded her that the Sun God Church would be in chaos if she got demoted, but Felroche firmly stood her ground, that she doesn't care. So Frey decides to threaten her by revealing he's going to surrender to Klana and end the exam within 10 minutes. All the commoners started pleading to Frey, and Felroche was confused by that. Frey reveals that since he is in charge of the commoners, if he loses the exam, the commoners will be the one who get affected the most by it. A good chunk of them will be forcefully dropped out. Upon hearing this, Felroche started to beg on her knees, pleading for Frey to not do that, and she'll listen to all his commands. Folks, now we shall return to the present. Frey had arrived home, calling out to Irina and Kanya. Irina goes to welcome him, but Kanya with tears runs towards him, exclaiming that she's glad he's safe. Frey reminds her that he said he'd be safe. Then he asks why Irina looks so pale. Irina seems drained, and she goes to say that Kanya was constantly asking about him. But Irina decides not to say it loud. She asks the main question, what on earth was he doing with the Demon Lord's army? He sheepishly reveals that he's no longer just an executive, but is now the number 2. Irina is shocked by this, asking how it ended up like that. She grabs his shirt, and he hurriedly replies, "Don't worry, I'll explain everything in detail. Since it was a good opportunity, I issued an order to the Demon Lord's army that works in my favor. I told them to attack the Moonlight family's Council of Elders in my stead." Irina is impressed, remarking that he had thought it through well. Frey affirms, and then asks Kanya on what happened with the matter he requested. She responds saying, "Everything you commanded has been executed during your absence. Just as you predicted, young master, there was a spy for Princess Klana among the commoners' students." Frey comments that she's quite sharp. Irina asks who the spy is, and Kanya reveals that it's a student named Alice. Frey decides that for now he shall share the information he gathered at the meeting, but Irina tells him to wait a moment, and says, "Why don't you save the details for later and get some rest? I mean, look at you. Haven't you lost quite a bit of weight since I last saw you?" We then see that Frey is looking quite frail. He had not eaten anything today. His stomach growls, and he jokes that the demons didn't serve any food. The scene now shifts to the dining hall. A plate of food is served to Frey, but furiously says, "Are you kidding me? There's no way this qualifies as dinner, right?" We then see that the served food is visibly disgusting. He stares at the green nasty soup, wondering what on earth they put in here to make it this color. No matter how you look at it, this is clearly poisoned. He inwardly thinks whether they are trying to assassinate him. For some reason, he's getting a déjà vu of when Kanya tried to poison him. Frey confronts them, stating there should be plenty of ingredients. "So what is this?" The woman coldly responds, "With all due respect. As a commoner, I am unfamiliar with most of these ingredients. I have done my absolute best with what was available. I hope you understand, Frey." He then asks her name, and she reveals that it's Alice. Frey smirks, realizing she's the spy Kanya mentioned. Speaking of Alice, Frey could never forget her, because she's a key figure related to the commoner dormitory incident. Originally, she was supposed to prevent the attack, and eventually become the leader of the revolution within the school. For Klana, who is supported by the commoners, there's no way she wouldn't make use of her. Frey then decides to put on an act. With gritted teeth, he stands up saying, "This is why I hate commoners. You can't do a single thing right. How is this even considered food?" He shoves the tablecloth, resulting the dishes to be flung at her. She's startled as they shatter upon hitting the ground. Frey places his hand on her shoulder while coldly saying, "Don't you ever serve me this kind of livestock feed again. I am different from the likes of you." With that, Frey walks off and Kanya calls out to him, but he commands her to be quiet. Alice bends down to pick up the broken shards. She bites her lips in anger. Then a nearby student worriedly asks if she's okay, and Alice quickly changes her expression, saying, "I'm actually glad it ended with just this. I just have to endure it until the vacation is over." They then start cleaning it up together. The scene now shifts to outside. Frey is relaxing in the woods while inwardly saying, "I didn't expect to earn so many villain points, but it's about time I look for an opportunity to earn a bit more." Still, it's been 6 days since the siege battle started. Has Klana really not made a move yet? I set up insurance for the Council of Elders using the Demon Lord's army, but they said they wouldn't be able to move immediately. Just then he hears sounds of swords. He quickly sits up, noting that it's coming from the direction of the mansion. He quickly runs towards it, wondering if it's an attack from Klana and the others. Once Frey gets to the entrance, he sees some fallen students. He tries to question them on what happened, but they don't reply, and Frey realizes they have just been knocked unconscious. He wonders if everyone inside is safe. When he goes to open the door, he quickly covers his nose, sensing that there's poison infused with the mana of the Moonlight family. It's not a lethal dose, but if carelessly inhaled, he won't regain consciousness for several hours. He then uses stellar mana to neutralize the poison around his body, clearly knowing that it will be a burden. But he has no other choice. Once he entered, he noticed everyone had been knocked out. He then hears someone say that they heard noises near the entrance. He quickly hides as someone is coming this way. A masked man appears, searching for the cause of the sound. Frey peeks out, and as the figure's back is turned to him, he decides to ambush him and knocks him out. Frey thinks that it looks like someone from the Moonlight family. Since that's the case, this isn't part of the siege battle, but an independent operation by Klana. He then notices that the clothes the man is wearing might fit him well. The scene now shifts to later. We see a figure report back to their team leader that there were no abnormalities, and it seems someone moved before the poison fully took effect. The man shakes his head, lamenting that it's a waste of time, and they need to move quickly to make up for the delay. It appears Frey had infiltrated their team. He plans on finding out their goal for coming here, and make him tell him the plans of the Council of Elders and Klana. The scene now shifts, and we see Felroche unconscious. Alice's friend is worried about this, and Alice reassures her, saying, "Don't worry, she's just lost consciousness. It should be safer here than on the hallways or the rooms. It looks like everyone else has evacuated too. There were so many unconscious people. I don't think we could have taken them all by ourselves." Her friend, though, still worries, and Alice tells her that for now they should go outside to call for help. Then as they walk cautiously through the corridors, Alice inwardly says, "Frey is a piece of trash who deserves to die." But to involve everyone like this wasn't part of the promise. The timing wasn't as scheduled either. Did the Council of Elders change the plan on their own? Then she shakes away her thoughts, saying, "No, that doesn't matter right now. First, I have to get as many people as possible safely outside." The scene now shifts, and the leader asks if everyone is present. He then tells them to begin the search, and the target is Frey. It doesn't matter what happens to the others. If they see their face or interfere with the mission, they can kill them. Frey is alarmed by this. They all then scatter as the leader tells them to move out. Frey decides to hurry, as he felt a reaction of mana near him. He finds the room which is emitting the mana and quickly enters it, but is taken aback as the air is remarkably clear. Seeing the green mana residues, Frey realizes that the students have pushed the poison out with mana. He finds the source of it and pulls the curtain up. Then he finds the scared students who were hiding inside, barely holding themselves from screaming in fear. Frey, though, calmly gestures them to stay silent. Just then, another masked figure asks if something is in there. Frey realizes that this is bad, so he comes up with a lie, saying that he found a hidden passage. The man becomes curious and approaches it. Then, as the man checked inside, Frey knocked him out cold, surprising the students. He requests the confused students to follow him and instructs them to stay quiet until they get outside. The scene now shifted to later. Upon safely arriving outside, they hesitantly thanked him and asks why he saved them. He signals them to be quiet, as through the radio a voice says that the plans are now changed. Some communication with allies has been cut off, so it's presumed the students resisted. Just then, another voice spoke through the device, sharing an emergency info from the headquarters, stating that the Council of Elders has been attacked by demons. Therefore, current operation is cancelled, and switching to Plan B, Frey is delighted that the random attack he requested the demons to do actually came in handy. However, he's startled upon hearing that the Plan B is actually setting his mansion on fire. But then the voice abruptly cut off, and Frey wonders what happened. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, we see the assailant on the floor and flames surrounding him. Irina was furious that they tried to set things on fire while the students are still trapped here. Right then, a student informs her that they could go down to the first floor from here. They then hurry together. However, their path is blocked by a masked figure. Irina grit her teeth as things are getting tedious. But to her surprise, it was Frey, as she realized it through the faint stellar mana he's emitting. The other students looked in confusion, and Frey quickly ran past them. A student wonders aloud on why he let them go. Irina just kept moving forward saying, "Who know? Maybe he has some urgent business. Anyway, let's get out of here." Meanwhile, hiding in the distance, Frey let out a sigh as Irina had evacuated too. Now only the basement is left. He needs to check it quickly and organize the situation. However, as he ran down the stairs, a girl screamed in terror upon seeing him. Alice was also there, and her face grew pale. She quickly stepped forward, saying, "She has nothing to do with this. I will take full responsibility as promised, so please don't lay a hand on anyone else." Hearing this, he wonders whether she was directly connected to the Council of Elders instead of Klana. He now signals them to leave already. Alice thanks him. However, she stops midway and hesitantly says, "Many students are lying unconscious in the basement warehouse. This may be an impudent request, but please guarantee their safety as well." Frey just walked down the stairs, saying he'll do his best. Once he reached the basement floor, he faltered. Neutralizing poison with just mana puts a heavy burden on the body. Because he overexerted himself to maintain tension during the Demon Lord's army meeting, his body is still not in top condition. There's no time now, so he has to act fast. Just then he turned, as a dagger struck the ground below him. A masked figure slowly approached him, pointing out that he doesn't seem part of the Council of Elders. With a dark aura, he asks who he is. Frey prepares to duel, lamenting that the big boss had to show up of all the time. Since Frey remained silent, the man took a combative stance, ready to tear his opponent into 8 pieces, leaving only the mouth intact. However, Frey exudes confidence and charged at the man, declaring that they are the ones who's going to get torn for involving the students. As their weapons clashed, the man quickly used the one in his other hand and slashed towards Frey's neck. Frey managed to evade it. Right then, he sensed another presence and quickly ducked under, narrowly evading an ambush. He realizes they were hiding from the start, and there are 3 of them. However, with this body, this might be more troublesome than he thought. Now, as the 2 assailants charged at him, Frey managed to block and slice one of the assailant, while the other dodged his slash. However, he felt a sharp pain, and as he looked down, an assailant had stabbed his knee. Frey then swung his sword and kicked him away. Now 1 more was left, but he's nowhere to be seen. Right then, he got stabbed from behind, and the leader comments that it's over. However, to his surprise, Frey held the blade and emanated stellar mana, which engulfed the man as well. The assailant couldn't believe what's going on, as he can't move his body. He needs to get away fast, or he's cooked. The next moment, stellar mana struck him as Frey reverse gripped his sword and stabbed the man, knocking the wind out of him. Originally, Frey's goal was to find out about the Council of Elders plan. But thanks to the Demon Lord's army, that's no longer necessary, so he's changing plans. Holding his wound, he decides to go to the warehouse and get everyone. However, he feels dizzy due to the blood loss and the poison. Right then, a familiar voice called his name. It was Irina, concerned about his injuries. He says it's fine, but she calls him an idiot, as he's clearly not fine. She supports him and says they are heading outside to get him treated. However, he's firmly against that, revealing there are still several people left behind in the underground warehouse. Irina then took him to that location, and once there, she shouted Felroche's name as she's unconscious along with the others. Since there are more than expected, Frey suggests they split up and carry them out. However, Irina dropped him to the floor, ordering him to stay here and rest. She firmly says she can handle this many people by herself, as she had learned a lot from Kanya while he was away. Using a new type of spell, Irina made the unconscious students levitate on air. She now says to him, "I'll be right back after I get everyone outside. Don't you dare move around on your own, not if you don't want to get hurt any worse." Frey sheepishly agrees to listen. Once left alone, he has nothing to do. Right then, he spotted a diary. As he picked it up, he saw the name of the owner. It was Felroche. She had written a warning, stating no one should read this. However, Frey opened the diary, as he can't resist the temptation, when Felroche had said not to read it. He's confused upon seeing the first page, as it says she must not forget this important thing. Frey thinks that it looks like she scribbled down in a huge rush, but the other parts seem to be written neatly. She had written an instruction to read the first character of each date together. He wonders whether this is some kind of a code. He decides to read it first. Half a month has passed. Humans who live beyond their means are so shameful. But it's no longer relevant. Did a demon possess me? Why did I act that way back then? God, why do you test me so? Frey now connected it all together and read, half-demon god. That's what must not be forgotten. He has no idea what that's supposed to mean. Why did Felroche leave a record like this? Could she have noticed something that he don't know about? If so, then what on earth could it be? Right then, Irina arrived. She hunched back to carry him. But he asks her to use magic, as he's probably heavy. However, she carried him saying, I have no choice. Unlike a certain someone, my mana is limited. Miss Iseret and Klana are outside the mansion. It will be a pain if they find us. So let's hide quickly. Frey affirmed, knowing that Klana surely came to confirm whether he's alive or dead. Meanwhile, outside the mansion entrance, we see Klana crossing her arms and muttering that they failed. After escaping to the forest, Irina placed Frey on the ground, noting that the bleeding is severe. She tells him that Kanya should be arriving soon. Right then, she heard an owl approaching her. She was confused by the cute owl and noticed that it seems to be holding something in its beak. The owl then gave a death glare upon seeing Frey hurt, and it charged at Irina and began attacking her, thinking she's the one who injured him. Irina was frustrated, threatening that she'll turn this little fellow into a roasted bird. Frey woke up by the noise, and Irina quickly orders him to stay down. Frey examined the owl and realized it belongs to Serena. The owl landed in his hand, twisting its head to the side, signaling the letter it's holding. Frey wonders what Serena is trying to tell him all of a sudden. As Frey opened the letter, he noticed a pen inside. Serena had written whether he's safe, and pleads him to reply. Seeing this, Frey smiled that she has feelings for him and that she already knows what happened. He writes back that he escaped safely. The owl then flew back to deliver the letter. Irina was annoyed that it only attacked her. Frey laid on the ground, waiting to rest. Irina tells him to not push himself. Right then, Kanya arrived and quickly went to heal him, asking whether he's all right. He asked whether everyone is safe, and she affirmed. Since the matter is settled, he closed his eyes, wanting to rest for a while. The scene now shifted. For the few days until he recovered, this incident was handled by the imperial family. More precisely, it was quietly dealt with under Klana's leadership. Meanwhile, we see Klana frustrated that they have underestimated the Moonlight family. To think they would ignore the plan and carry their own operation. Alice then says, "It is not your highness's fault. I missed the timing. I believe the Council of Elders lost patience." Even so, Klana points out that she said not to touch anyone except Frey. They had resorted to such a reckless act. Right then, someone knocked on the door. Klana gives permission to enter, revealing she called her here because there is something she wished to report. It appears the woman was Iseret. She bowed, and so Klana had told Frey's sister about the exam being dismissed. As a result, the existing scores were kept, and the commoners were allowed to remain in Class A. Now Frey read that this garbage of an exam has ended quickly. He shouts at his servants that if he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have hired these commoners. He throws the document to the ground, shouting that they are all fired right now, and they should stop dawdling and get the hell out of here. The commoner students were shocked, and Kanya approached him saying, "Young master, according to the previous Duke's regulations, dismissal without cause is." However, before she finished, he interrupted her saying, "Those are the rules my father made, right? I don't care about that. Just drive them all out here. Otherwise, you'll be thrown out with them." Kanya quickly shimmered down. The students were left worried, as being fired at a time like this is bad. It's not like they can find new jobs right away. What can they do now? A girl began crying that she won't be able to pay for her family's medicine at this rate. Seeing this, Felroche assured her to not worry, as she will heal them with her power. However, the girl sobbed that the Saintess's treatment fees are too expensive, so she could never afford them. Felroche is confused, asking what she's talking about. She has never accepted any treatment fees. There must be some misunderstanding. The girl explained saying, "You must not know this, Saintess, but it's the church's doing. Even if you treat people for free, within a few days, a church collector visits their home and collect payment for the treatment and prayers." Hearing this, Felroche's face darkens. However, the girl says her kindness is enough, and she'll manage somehow. Just then, Kanya interrupted them, saying, "Everyone, please don't worry. If an employment contract is terminated unilaterally, there is a rule that livelihood compensation will be paid. Your contracts are processed with magic, so Frey can't tear that apart. I handled the contracts myself in case something like this happened." Hearing this, the students are in tears. They hug Kanya, repeatedly thanking her. Kanya blushed by the praise. However, she knows that the one who should be thanked is Frey. We then see Frey looking down at them from the window, thinking that now the commoners can focus on their studies without worry for a while. Meanwhile, Irina was standing behind. She asked whether this was his plan, and he affirmed. He then stared at the letter received by Klana and decides to finally read it. An official notice is issued as follows. We have received a request for support from the Cloud Kingdom of the Western Continent. Due to highly confidential matters, we wish to hold discussions and intend to use Mr. Frey's upcoming birthday party at the Imperial Palace as the venue for a secret meeting. Reading this, Frey notes that she's short and clear as usual. As expected, there isn't a single word about the Moonlight family's Council of Elders. He now focuses on the Cloud Kingdom and his birthday party. It came sooner than he expected. The confidential matter mentioned in the letter is the slave market raid incident that will soon occur. The Cloud Kingdom requested support because their prince and princesses are being held captive in that slave market. For certain reasons, this cannot be made public right now. So while progressing the main quest, there are two things he must do. First, free the slaves. And second, to be hated by the princess of the Cloud Kingdom. Folks, why do I feel that Frey is going to buy the princess as a slave and make her hate him? Anyway, now he decides to start immediately. As preparation before the meeting, he needs to meet a certain woman. Later, the carriage departed with Frey and Kanya. Frey was rocking a Playboy hairstyle and asked whether he tried a bit too much. Kanya blankly affirmed. Then she asked whether his feelings change or what. He usually don't dress up, even when going to the Imperial Palace, so why now suddenly? He replies that this is the outfit most likely to make him disliked. Kanya was totally confused. Anyway, Frey tells her to wait outside, as only he's allowed to enter. Kanya curiously asks whether he could briefly tell her about the person he's about to meet today. He thoughtfully replies, "You could say she's the key person of this plan. She's also the most unfriendly toward me of anyone." Elsewhere, a servant knocks on a door, informing Lady Roswin that the VIP Duke, Frey Rayon Starlight, has arrived and wishes to meet her immediately. Upon hearing the name Frey, Roswin closed the book she was reading and stood up saying, "I have been strangely irritated since morning. Showing up without notice is unpleasant. Send him away." After a while, we are introduced to this chick, Roswin Solar Sunset. Externally, she is known as the daughter of the Information Guild, but that is not her only true identity. In fact, she is a collateral blood relative of the Sunrise Imperial family. Sitting on the couch, Roswin elegantly sips her tea. She then greets him saying, "It has been a while. Good day to you, Lord Frey." Frey held a bouquet of flowers, greeting her with a playboy smile. He knows that she has also been summoned by Klana to the secret conference which would be hosted soon. He then sat and held the flowers towards her, remarking that she has grown even more beautiful. Roswin hides her disgust and says, "Oh my, what lovely flowers. What business brings you here today?" He smiled, saying, "Why, to buy information, of course, and also to catch a glimpse of your beautiful face, of course." Roswin hides her irritation, while Frey knows she absolutely despises dim-witted playboys. She then asks him to say in detail about what information he needs. He asks her to give all the information about the slave market that will be held soon. She thoughtfully replies, "You're quick to hear about things. Well then, for now, I'll tell you what I know. This upcoming slave market is expected to be the largest in the last 100 years. The venue is a magical space hidden in the back streets. It's the dark market, held once a year, where the largest variety of races and species in history are bought and sold." Frey asks whether she knows the exact date the market will open. She replies that it's still under investigation. She'll contact him as soon as she finds out. Hearing her kind gesture, he says, "Really? As expected, you're the only one for me." But folks, we all know she's just acting as if she will contact him soon. Anyway, now she moved on to the final report saying the Imperial Palace, the Imperial Investigation Corps, and even the Religious Order. All have confirmed that the slave market has been bought off. Frey is surprised, asking, "Whether is something like that is even possible?" She replies, "Yes. While slave trading is normally illegal, this time it will be effectively legal. That is all the information we have. Are you satisfied?" Frey cheekily says, "Ah, yes, completely satisfied. By the way, do you have time after this? If you'd like, we could have some tea together." Roswin, with tears, puts on a fake act saying, "I would love to join you, but today is fully booked, so I'm afraid that might be difficult." Frey then goes to say he'll wait here till she's free, but she quickly pushed him outside, saying she'll escort him to the entrance as a special exception. Once outside, he tells her he'll see her around soon. Roswin cheerfully waved at him, and as his carriage departed, Frey shouted her name, causing her to keep waving lovingly. However, once he's gone, her demeanor completely changed. She flipped him off with her middle finger and threw the flowers away, saying, "Geez, what a disgusting man. A slave market? I can see right through your scheming. You really are a worthless human being. I need to clean this room right away." Folks, it appears that Roswin thinks Frey is going to buy a slave. Anyway, now at Frey's mansion, Kanya presents him the item he had requested to complete enchanting. Frey thanks her, and she asks whether this is a gift for Princess Klana. Holding the item, he affirmed. He then asks whether the curse took effect properly. Kanya affirmed that she made sure it would cause no harm to the human body. However, she asked whether this is really all right. He shrugged it off, saying, "It can't be helped. It would be strange for me to remain silent after someone tried to assassinate me. By now, rumors that I have allied with the Demon Lord's army should already be spreading in the capital. I think it's best to confirm those rumors in front of a large audience. My birthday party will be that stage." Now as Frey entered the royal palace, the announcer loudly says, presenting His Excellency, Lord Frey Rayon Starlight. However, Frey felt awkward. No matter how many times he experienced these occasions, he never get used to them. He then noticed that the other nobles are not coming near him. Can't blame them, because the subject of the rumors just arrived. Right then, he spotted Roswin standing next to Serena. They had came early. Serena happily waved at him, while Roswin's face seemed completely pale. Frey notes that Roswin has always been afraid of Serena ever since way back. He doesn't really know the exact reason. He now wonders whether Roswin could even speak during the meeting looking like that. Right then, Klana passed by, commenting that he's late. Turning his attention towards her, he greeted her. She crossed her arms and glared at him, saying, "I'm relieved to see you in good health. It was truly unfortunate that such an incident occurred during the castle defense battle." Meanwhile, Frey inwardly laments that her expression and her words don't match at all. He then says to her, "Well, thanks to you, Your Highness, it didn't become a serious matter. More importantly, since I have the chance to see you, I would like you to accept this as a token of my loyalty." He then held out the suspicious item which Kanya enchanted with dark magic. He says to Klana that it represents his wish for reconciliation with her. Klana cautiously stared, wondering what he's planning. There's no way he would ever give her something out of goodwill. She then slapped it away angrily, shouting that he brought dark magic into the imperial palace. However, to her surprise, when the item hit the floor, they were simply flowers. She couldn't believe it. They are not poisonous flowers. She recalled her past, that Frey used to pick the same flower for her, which represented her hair color. She wonders whether Frey is serious, but she definitely sensed dark magic from the box. She goes to ask what he's plotting this time, but then she held her head in pain. It felt as if her head was about to explode. Shattered memories began forming, and she began screaming in pain. Alarmed, Frey approached closer to inspect what's going on. Suddenly, her solar mana burst violently, causing a ruckus inside the palace. The system window appeared, revealing her spirit points have decreased, and so her berserk mode is active. Frey doesn't understand why this is happening all of a sudden. He didn't cast any curse like this. For now, he decides to get out of here, but then he saw the nobles acting strange and charging at him. He realized they seem possessed by something, and he absolutely has no idea what's going on. This must be the work of someone he doesn't know. Meanwhile, outside the palace, a cloaked figure laughs hysterically by the power he's emitting. He thanks a red-haired woman for lending him this power. Removing her cloak, she replies, "No need to thank me. Just work hard to earn it. You're quick to act. Giving you power was the right choice. Well then, it's about time. I think I'll try becoming the hero." It's then revealed that it's none other than the Demon Queen, who now pretends to be the hero. Meanwhile, Frey tried to snap Klana out of it. If this mana rampage continues, it will be dangerous. In the status window, abnormal conditions only show changes caused by curses or magic. So right now, Klana is in a rampaging state because of some kind of dangerous power. He wonders whether the nobles also went crazy for the same reason. As her solar mana was berserk, Frey moved away from Klana, worried that her reputation will drop fast if he doesn't find the culprit. Right then, a noble lunged at him. Frey evaded it and knocked him out cold. Frey thinks that the culprit's target must be him, and he can't carelessly attack the nobles. For now, he decides to leave this place while protecting himself with minimal attacks. Right then, the fallen noble grabbed his leg, but Serena trampled him, surprising Frey. She gave a naughty smile, asking whether he's okay. She reveals that she moved Roswin outside the banquet hall, and it seems the affected area is only inside here. She also pointed out that this is a type of hypnosis used by the Moonlight family's Council of Elders. Frey replies that he thought so, but this is strange. This technique shouldn't have such a wide range. Anyway, now he tells her to get Klana outside quickly. As Serena held Klana, her eyes widened upon someone calling her name. As she turned, it was the cloaked figure from before, and it's revealed that he's the shadow head of the Moonlight family. Frey quickly tells Serena to leave it to him, but she tried to argue. Frey firmly says that this is an order. The obedience spell worked on her, and she took Klana away. Now the man asks whether he thinks he can face him alone. He lunged at Frey, calling him a fool who doesn't know his place. As their swords clashed, the guy grinned sinisterly. That resistance is useless. With this power given to him by that person, he has become invincible. Frey is pushed back by the dark aura and realizes that there is someone behind all this. The man lunged with immense speed, overwhelming Frey with a grin. Frey used stellar mana and swung, but the man evaded with great agility and lunged again. Frey stepped back, demanding to know who's behind him. Right that moment, a figure draped in armor passed him. Frey's eyes widened upon seeing that armor. The mysterious figure stepped forward, and as it unsheathed the sword, stellar mana began emanating as it aura farmed. Frey is in utter disbelief, because these are the hero's equipment. Frey now inwardly explained that the hero's equipment is the final equipment passed down in the Starlight family to defeat the Demon King. It should currently be stored in the basement of the mansion. Even in his previous life, there were many people who pretended to be the hero. But what he feels from this mysterious person is definitely the power of the hero's equipment. As the fake hero began clashing with the Shadow Head, completely dispelling his dark mana, Frey wonders how he got this because this isn't some kind of a trick. The fake hero then strikes the man directly, causing him spit ketchup. Then the Shadow Head decides to put on an act and retreats, saying he'll remember this. The fake hero now turned towards Frey, and Frey asks who he is and where did he get that. The person just stared at him with its red eyes, and Frey noticed something strange. Suddenly the nobles have stopped moving as if time itself has stopped. The fake hero giggled and removed its helmet, remarking that he seems quite flustered. Ruby's red hair flowed through the air as she greets him that she's happy to meet him. Frey is shocked, unable to believe whether this is real or not. Why does the Demon Queen have the hero's equipment? More importantly, isn't it too early for her to appear? The Demon Queen smirked at him, saying, "Nice to meet you, Hero Frey." Frey couldn't understand why the Demon Queen is here when she should be in the castle. Did she use a sacrificial magic circle? But that can't be because all existing sacrificial magic circles have already been removed. So she must have used some unusual method. Ruby now sheathed her sword and approached him with a sassy behavior, saying, "You look like you don't understand why I am here. I'll say this, don't act evil in front of me. Your identity as the hero is already exposed." Frey stood silently, and she revealed that she came to give him a choice. She orders him to die together with the others, or kill everyone here and surrender to her. Pretending to hold his cheek, she tells him to choose whatever he likes. If he surrenders, she'll at least spare his life. Folks, it appears she's trying to paint herself as the hero, while Frey gets all the blame for killing the nobles. This is the end of the video. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed it and want to see more, don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment.